Welcome to my course. This is the TESOL course, and TESOL means Teaching of English as a Second Language. My name is Antoinette. Some people call me Tony, T-O-N-I, because it's easier. So if it's easy for you, you can call me Tony. So let's get started. This is the introduction to my course. Right now I've designed 2 sections, and let's just go directly into the introduction. Okay, so before we start, I just want to explain some important acronyms. TESOL stands for Teaching of English as a Second Language. So T stands for teaching. So anytime you see TESOL, that doesn't mean you're teaching students. It means you're teaching teachers. So I got a certificate from my university to teach teachers and students. So remember that TESOL and ESL are different. So we say TESOL like a word, right? Teaching of English as a Second Language. And O here is just before L because it's easier to say, TESOL. We don't say ESOL, we say ESL. So ESL stands for English as a Second Language. And that means that students are living in an English-speaking country, but their first language is not English. They're learning English in an English-speaking country, like, for example, Canada or the United States or New Zealand or Australia. And then ESOL is basically the same thing as ESL. It just has an O in it. But again, ESL, if it says ES, it's English as a Second Language, which means, again, that the student studies in an English-speaking country. EFL stands for English as a Foreign Language, which means that the student is learning English in their home country, for example, Korea or China or Mexico. Then it's called Foreign Language. TOEFL is testing of English as a foreign language. So that's why a lot of students overseas in Asian countries like Korea and China, they take the TOEFL. They take the TOEFL to be able to study at a university in an English-speaking country. So again, the TOEFL is testing of English as a foreign language. And the students take this test in their home country, for example, Korea or China or Mexico, because they want to be able to get into universities in an English-speaking country, like Canada or the United States. And once they do that, then they come to the United States and they take more English classes. And then when they get really good at English, they might take an EAP. So EAP is just means English for academic purposes. So anything that's academic is referring to university courses that they all have to take to join the higher level courses in the United States if they want to be a doctor or a lawyer or an accountant or a business person. Okay, so again, it's TESOL is Teaching of English as a Second Language. ESL is English as a Second Language. ESOL is the same, English as a Second Language. EFL is English as a Foreign Language. TOEFL is Testing of English as a Foreign Language. And EAP is English for academic purposes. Who is this course for? So this course is designed for novice ESL teachers, meaning you've never taught English as a second language before, or you are teaching, you just started teaching ESL. By the way, if you're teaching EFL, it's basically the same thing. So we're just gonna use ESL just for everything right now. So novice ESL teachers means new teachers. Native ESL teachers, those are for ESL teachers who English is their first language. Maybe you're an English literature professor and then somehow, or English literature major or English literature teacher, and you want to switch over to ESL. Or maybe you teach other subjects like history or science and you want to teach ESL for some reason. Or it could be a refresher course. The main thing I would just point out right now that comes to mind is when you're teaching ESL and you've been teaching maybe native speakers, you have to slow down. There are a lot of teachers that I talk to. They're very excellent teachers, but they don't understand that they have to slow down. So as you can see, I started talking quite fast at the beginning of this lecture or the introduction, but when you're teaching ESL to students, whether you've taught history or science or English literature, you have to definitely slow down your speech. I've been teaching for a long time, and sometimes I have to remember some things that will help me in my classroom. So this course could be a refresher course for you, meaning maybe you feel like your classroom has gotten out of control and you're not getting the results you want in your class. So this could be like a course where you could fine-tune your teaching strategies. This course is also for non-native English teachers. Non-native means English is not your first language, but that's not a negative thing. It could be actually a positive thing because you have learned English for yourself in a classroom, so you know what it's like to be an ESL student. Maybe you are in high demand in your community or in your city or in your country, and there's not enough access to resources or education or degrees that you can get. And maybe you just want to learn some more teaching strategies as well. Volunteer teachers can also use this course. I've met many volunteer teachers that travel all over the world to help children learn English while helping the community in other ways, like building a hospital or providing clean water or cleaning the environment or any type of volunteer work, maybe volunteering in an orphan home. So if you really want to volunteer and help orphans, which I've done in the past, a lot of times if you're in another country, they really want you to teach the children English. And lastly, advanced ESL students. So that means you're a student, you're learning English, you're not a teacher. However, you might learn some independent learning strategies from this course, meaning that you're pretty fluent, but you want to learn more English. So this is not an English class, but it's a class that will teach you how to learn English. Why should you take this course? So I put a picture of this book up here. It's called Outliers by Malcolm Gladwell, The Story of Success. And I really loved this book because it encouraged me a lot. So basically, the point that I want to make about this book is that according to Malcolm Gladwell, you need 10,000 hours of experience in your field in order to become an expert. So I calculated my hours, and I'm definitely an expert in this field. And I'm not saying that to sound great or good about myself. I actually really love teaching English, and I'll explain more about that later as I go. I have a bachelor's degree in international trade and marketing because I wanted to travel the world. And I did. I traveled all over the world. I lived in South Korea for almost 10 years. I've been to Singapore, Thailand, Hong Kong, New Zealand, Australia, where else? The Philippines, Switzerland, France. So I was able to travel all over the world because I was teaching English. More recently, in 2019, I graduated with a master's degree in intercultural communication competence, which basically means I learned how to communicate across cultures, which is very important for teachers. A lot of times, teachers have biases and stereotypes towards certain cultures and certain students, and we have to try to correct a lot of the stereotypes that are false when we approach our students in the classroom. And we also need to learn what their interests are and be careful not to offend them. So that's a whole nother area of expertise or area of study that I might upload another course later, depending on how this course goes. So if you're interested in that, please support this course. My teaching philosophy is set the students up for success. So don't expect students to talk if you haven't given them tools first. And I'll explain more of that later. So you'll hear me talk about my teaching philosophy a lot during the course. And my Instagram is Professor Tonic. I have like 60 followers on Instagram because I'm an old lady. I know I look young, but I'm old, and I just started using Instagram. So I wish I would have used it 10 years ago because I would have had thousands of followers by now. So maybe you can help me with that if you find value in this course. I also have a LinkedIn page with all the textbooks that I've taught. There's like 72 books on there, and all my work experience. So if you're a professional and you have a LinkedIn account, when you add me, please make a note that you took my course, my TESOL course, because otherwise I won't know who you are. And sometimes I don't like to add people I don't know. So just make it very clear that you got my information from the TESOL course. Okay, so I have 12 years teaching experience. I've surpassed 10,000 hours. And of course, I'm not, bragging about my experience. It's just, I just want you to know that I have a lot of tips that I can share with you that I've actually learned from other teachers. So I moved to South Korea in 2008, and I lived there for about 10 years. My students were kindergarten students, elementary, middle school, high school, and adults. I did more one-on-one tutoring with adults in South Korea. I mostly worked with the young kids in South Korea. The classes that I taught were literature. I taught a lot of reading to all levels. I taught a lot of stories, a lot of storytelling, a lot of novels. I also taught world history, which was great because the students were able to write essays on world history. I've taught a lot of essay writing, and I've taught a class called TOEFL, which again is the testing of English as a foreign language, which has a lot of reading, writing, listening, and speaking. And the students must learn all of those. And I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. The students have to know all the test question types. There are many different types of test questions. Again, I could do a whole course on TOEFL and test questions. So if you're interested in that, please let me know on Instagram or LinkedIn. So then I came back to the United States in 2017 to get a master's degree. While I was getting my master's degree, I taught Common Core English. Common Core English is the curriculum that they teach in public schools in the United States. I taught a lot of grammar. So I had to find fun ways to teach grammar to children. And you can find a lot of these things on the internet. This is like an introduction course, so I can't go into too much detail with activities, but you definitely want to, especially when you're teaching children, you want to find some fun grammar activities. So I'll be sharing some resources at the end of this course. I also taught a lot of essay writing, which is amazing because even young kids, very young kids, are able to learn how to write essays, but they need a lot of help and patience and care. um, then I started teaching English as a second language, also in the same schools, with Chinese students who never spoke English before and just came to the United States just to hang out. Some of the Chinese students came from China. Some of them were very good at grammar because that's what they learn in their home country. Some of them spoke a little bit of English, so I tried to help them as much as possible. I also taught adult ESL students. So there's a difference between adult ESL and academic ESL. So adults in the United States have to learn English to do everyday tasks. A lot of them have children who grew up here and speak only English and barely speak their L1. So the parents will speak Chinese, for example, and the students speak English. And the students also need a lot of help, even though their English is good. And some students speak perfect English. So some children speak perfect English. So the adult ESL students need help to learn English to communicate with their children and with native English speakers in the United States, for example. Then I started teaching university about 2 years ago, which I love. I'm actually at my university right now recording this course. And I teach academic strategies, which means I'm teaching them how, because they're older than children, I'm teaching them how they can learn English on their own outside of the classroom and inside the classroom so that they can keep studying on their own. I've also taught business English at a private school for adults. And that was really fun because those students are extremely smart, very intelligent, very business savvy. They're better at business than I am. So I get to learn a lot of things from students too. And they just want to learn how to express themselves in English. I've also taught culture and film, which is really fun. I show movies and we discuss characters and settings and differences in culture. Essay writing becomes more advanced. The students need to learn how to use quotations, how to cite page numbers, and how to give references of the books that they use to write their essays or the sources that they use to write their essays. It could be a book, it could be a video, it could be an article, and they have to learn how to cite their references at the end of the essay. I also have taught online classes, which is great. I use like Zoom or some other apps to have conferences with students and go over the textbook and study English and do a lot of speaking drills. So this is just one picture when I taught kindergarten. This was actually the first time I ever wore a hanbok. This is in South Korea. I taught these students every single day. The older students, I only taught twice a week. So this group was really special. I spent a lot of time with them, and they're very fun and cute. This is the school where I taught for 8 years. So I was at the same school for 8 years. I believe this is the elementary school students. And we used a tablet. So if you can see, there's a white tablet down at the bottom of the picture next to the girl in the blue sweatshirt. I loved this class. I loved all of these classes. I taught at this school for 8 years and I laughed every single day. It was so fun. There are some challenges, you know, like behavioral challenges, which I'll explain later, but that's very rare. Like for me, kids are a joy, and I like talking to them. Here's the television screen at the background, if you could see in front of the whiteboard. That's where I used my tablet to manage the lesson and move the page numbers. So even if students tried to play on their tablet, I could turn it off. So this class was really fun. All of these classes were fun. I had the time of my life in South Korea. I love South Korea. This is my university class at the university where I'm at right now. As you can see, I like wearing white. And this was one of our field trips. So I really liked teaching this class because we got to go on many, many field trips to, this is in Los Angeles, the Union Station East. And the picture's a little bit out of focus, but these students were so fun. And I had so much fun with them. And I taught them academic strategies and a lot of speaking and a lot of reading and writing. And finally, this is the community college class that I taught. And I couldn't get a picture of the entire class, but this class was about 36 adults. So this is adult ESL. These are the parents that want to learn English, so they're very motivated. And I used the projector and the screen up there to play a game, and they loved it because they could just log into their phones and play the game. Of course, we had a textbook. As you can see, there's textbooks on the desks. So what will you learn from this course? How to teach English as a second language. You will learn practical tools for teaching English as a second language. This is about a $1,200 to $40,000 value. Where am I getting those numbers from? A course where you can get a certificate, like maybe a 3-week course, will cost you at least $1,200, $1,200. And if you want to get a master's degree, a 2-year master's degree at a really good university for TESOL, teaching English as a second language, a master's degree, is about a $40,000 value. All right, so now I'm going to get into the actual skills that you will teach. So when I talk about skills, I'm not talking about your skill as the teacher. I'm talking about the skills that you will teach to the students. So for the first 2 sections of this course, for the first section, section 1. So section 1 will be reading, writing, teaching reading, teaching writing, teaching speaking, teaching listening. So again, the first section of this course will be 4 skills: teaching reading, teaching writing, teaching speaking, teaching listening. And again, you're teaching the skills. Then later on in the section 2, I'm going to teach classroom management, which is really helpful and important because I'm going to explain the different types of learners. Because if you don't understand what type of learner you have, when I'm talking about learner, I mean like the student's culture, their level, whether they're beginners, intermediate, or advanced. If it's a mixed class, and when I say mixed class, I mean, like, for example, the adult ESL class I taught, there were Japanese students, there were Chinese students, there were Mexican students, there were Vietnamese students, there were students from Indonesia. So there's different mixed classes of cultures. On the other hand, in South Korea, my students were EFL students, and they were all Korean. So you have to approach your your teaching styles according to the learners and what they need to learn, because not all students need to learn the same type of English. Student management is really important to manage behavior issues. I'll just mention that most behavior issues are because the student is frustrated or stressed, or the material is boring or not interesting to them. So something that might be interesting to you as the teacher, for example, like cooking, might not be interesting for the students. Or you might think, this happened to me many times, you might think that they know who Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie are, but they don't. They don't know those people. So if you try to teach them a lesson on things that they don't know or they don't understand, they lose interest. And that's when you start getting behavior problems. However, most students are really good. If you effectively carry out your lesson and reach your objectives and your goals of the course. So it takes very careful planning. And that takes us into using course books. So most of the schools will choose the textbook ahead of time that you need, but you might want to use your own textbook, or you might want to use some extra materials. And planning lessons is like super helpful and important, because basically your lesson plan is your map. So it's like if you're driving somewhere, you don't know how to get there, you follow the map or the GPS or the navigation. So your lesson plan is your map, and it helps you to plan your lesson and to make your lesson effective, so that you're not going too fast or rushing at the end of your lesson. Testing, students hate taking tests, but if they trust you and they trust you as the instructor, they will listen to your test-taking strategies. And behavior issues will also be discussed. So they're very predictable. Every single behavior issue I've seen, there's a solution to it. And most of the time, 99.9% of the time, the solutions work. So the expectations for you as the student learning how to teach English as a second language is your motivation. So what is your motivation? Most likely you're motivated to improve your lessons. Routine, meaning you want to have a steady routine on learning what's in this course. So for example, like focus on a time where you can learn the course, put your phone away. With the phones, it's like, it's pulling teeth trying to get the phones away from people, but you just basically want to focus. You want to prepare for the course. Like for example, you want to write down some things or issues that you're having in the classroom now, or things that you're worried about later, and then see how this course can answer your questions or resolve your problems. So right now I'll assign you a reflection activity. Your first choice, so your homework, so to speak, is to think about how many grammar points you know. I was terrified of teaching grammar, and now that I learned how to teach it in a fun way and a simple way, it really helps, because the students don't understand. You have to explain to them that grammar is important for them later when they learn how to write essays. And they can also recognize grammar points in the reading. And you can reflect on your areas of improvement. For example, let's say you think maybe you were too mean or too harsh on the students, or the students are not really responding to you, or they look confused. It might be that maybe you're too much of a disciplinarian. Maybe you're too strict. So you have to balance being strict and being caring. Not too nice. Don't be too nice, because the students will take advantage of you. But yeah, maybe there's some areas of improvement. Maybe you want to improve your grammar, and I can make a course on every single grammar point ever made, because I have a big fat book. So if you're interested in that, please let me know on Instagram or LinkedIn. And like I said, you can address current issues in the classroom. So it's even happened to me before. Like I noticed one day my class was not going very well, and I realized later it's because I didn't plan the lesson carefully, and because I didn't stick to my teaching philosophy. So a lot of times you can keep a journal. And keep a journal of behavior issues for sure. If you're having any behavior issues, keep a journal. If you have any issues in the classroom, keep a journal. And then later on, you write the solutions down, and you will become an expert teacher. And finally, you can practice what you've learned. So you can, if you're teaching now, you can use these methods now in your classroom. And if you're, if you're not teaching now, I don't know, you can look in the mirror or pretend, use your stuffed animals, I don't know, pretend like you're teaching. But anyway, I'm going to give you practical tips that you can use. And the extras in the course at the end include pronunciation. So pronunciation is not really taught There's no lesson or book on pronunciation. You could use videos. Some textbooks have like a small section of pronunciation, but most of the emphasis is on teaching reading, listening, speaking, and writing, and vocabulary and grammar. So pronunciation, I mean, you can't really teach pronunciation. The students can listen to your pronunciation as you teach, but let's say you're trying to teach pronunciation. You're just going to look like this. Okay, say it like this. And then you just look like a weird dog growling. So, but I can give you some resources that you can give to the students so that they can improve, or I can give you some tips on how you can teach the students, and I can give you resources on how you can teach the students to improve their pronunciation. I can give you an English grammar teaser, like, because it's not that I want to tease you, it's just English grammar is it's another course, a whole section, a whole course. But I can do an introduction to English grammar. Like I said, if you're interested in a course on English grammar, please let me know on Instagram or LinkedIn. I know a lot of online resources, websites that I can share with you. I can teach you how to write a resume, especially if you're a native teacher in the United States, because they do want your picture on there, which is different from a resume that you would use, to get a job in a company. I can explain the importance of a cover letter. I can explain how to relax in an interview. I can explain the contracts that you will sign, tips for preparing to go abroad. Like if you're going to move from the United States or Canada to go abroad, I can give you some tips to prepare for culture shock. Job placement and culture shock, as I mentioned. I can also create a course on cultural anthropology and social anthropology. If you feel like you want to learn more about the culture that you're going to teach English in, then please let me know on Instagram or LinkedIn. So those are some extras that I can provide at the end of this course. Hi, I'm back. Section 1 will be on skills. So again, these are the skills that you will teach your students. Lesson 1 includes reading skills. So before we begin lesson 1, again, these are the skills. So you're going to be teaching reading skills, you're going to be teaching writing skills, you're going to be teaching speaking, you're going to be teaching listening, and you're going to be teaching vocabulary, and finally teaching grammar. So starting with reading skills, receptive skill. Reading skill, reading is a receptive skill. Reading is a receptive skill. It's input. And that's why I included a glass here, because you can think about it as the water going into the glass. So the reading materials is going into the students' cognitive learning, I guess you could say. So it's going into their cognition, meaning they're learning reading skills. It's going in. The language is going in. So when you're teaching reading, these are the things that I'm going to go through in this lesson. So the rationale behind teaching reading, meaning why do we want to teach and what goals we want to achieve in the classroom. Some reading strategies for the students, reading levels, reading skills and development, motivating students to read, games and activities, reading habits, reading quizzes, teaching literature, and I'll conclude or wrap everything up with practical teaching tips that you can use as the teacher. So the rationale behind teaching reading as a second language in an ESL class is that reading is useful for language acquisition. That's pretty much a given, right? Like It's self-explanatory. If you want them to learn English, they're going to have to do a lot of reading. Students must understand what they're reading. If you give them something too hard to read, they won't do it. For example, when I was studying Spanish, a friend of mine gave me a book. One of my favorite stories is called Alice in Wonderland. She gave me a book in Spanish because I wanted to practice my Spanish, my conversational speaking. So she gave me the book in Spanish. It was a thick, thick book. But the problem was I couldn't get past the second page. Even though I'm really good at reading in Spanish, it was just too hard. It was too hard. I tried to read the first 2 pages over and over again, and I just gave up eventually. So there's levels to learning, and you cannot give students something too hard to read. And then I'll talk more about that later. Students have to be motivated to read. That means they have to have some kind of reason to read. Either it's extrinsic motivation, which means their parents are pressuring them to learn reading or to learn English or to practice reading, or intrinsic motivation, which means they are self-motivated. They want to learn English. With young kids, not so much. They study English because their parents make them, but they're very intelligent, Kids are very smart, and once they see that they're improving and getting better, they like that. They are satisfied. Another motivator is the teacher. So if they really like the teacher, and you are able to build a trusting relationship with the students, then that would be their motivation. They will be motivated by that. Conversely, if their teacher's too strict or scary or not sensitive to their needs, they will give up. When they're motivated to read, they get better. They get better at reading. But it takes time. It's a process. That's why students study English for many, many, many years. I studied Korean for 9 years, and my Korean speaking skills got really good. I was almost fluent in speaking Korean. 한국말로 해요. But I still struggle to read and write in Korean after 9 years of studying. So it's a long process. So, you want them to read forever, for the rest of their lives, so they can get better at English. So it takes a lot of motivation. It takes a lot of dedication. It takes a lot of hard work. Reading improves other skills like vocabulary, grammar, spelling, and writing. So students learn new vocabulary words when they read. Most of the time, as the teacher, you want to teach them vocabulary before they read, because if it's too hard, they won't understand it. But teach the vocabulary before they read. A lot of times they're exposed to new vocabulary words as they read, so they'll learn as they read. And sometimes, they'll ask you, what does this word mean, teacher? What does this word mean? And that's okay, but you gotta balance it. Like, if the reading is too hard, they will only ask about vocabulary words and their reading won't get better. So you don't want to make the reading too hard, whereas they're not getting the ideas. They're only focusing on words they don't know. That's a bad thing. That's why it's really important to know the level and don't make the reading too hard. Only teach vocabulary that's essential for the understanding of the main topics and the main points in the reading. As they read, they also recognize grammar points. So that's why a lot of textbooks will have reading passages and listening passages and grammar all together, because the reading passages will include the grammar point that they learned that day, and then they can recognize it. So as the teacher, you should be pointing out the grammar points in the reading passages. Reading also improves spelling. Maybe 1 or 2 students in your class will have spelling problems with spelling. Most students just make an occasional spelling mistake, but if they're making a lot of spelling mistakes, you might want to talk to them one-on-one, or reteach them phonics, or give them a worksheet that they could do at home. And reading improves writing, especially at the advanced levels in university, because they read articles, they can read newspaper articles, they can read internet blogs, internet articles, websites, and then so essay writing at the advanced levels requires organization. So at that point, the students have studied grammar a lot, but they need to organize their thoughts. So reading helps students to see how authors write effectively, and then they can follow that writing style or learn from the writing styles that they read. And finally, reading models the correct usage of English, especially when there are different genres, and I'll explain that later, but there's different genres. So for example, the correct English in a newspaper article would not be the correct English in a play, like Shakespeare, for example, or even a contemporary play. The language will be different. So the different types of reading, for example, newspaper articles, magazines, blogs, plays, novels, they all use different types of English. But in any case, reading models the correct usage of English. And it's your job as the teacher to point out the correct English. Okay, moving on, 2 reading strategies. Okay, so there's 2 reading strategies. The first one is extensive reading. The second is intensive reading. This is important for the teacher to understand how to teach reading. So extensive reading, basically, it's the students read outside of the classroom. So you're probably thinking, well, how can I teach them if they're not in the classroom? You just have to encourage them. And a lot of times that means teaching them strategies to focus on what they're learning and make a routine, especially with the phones nowadays. This is like a drug. It's like addictive. The students don't want to, and I'll talk about phones in behavior issues in the section 2, behavior issues. The phones become a big problem later in the university classes and sometimes even business English. But in any case, they read outside of the classroom and they're reading what they like. So a lot of times students would come into my classroom with a big fat Harry Potter book that's like 800 pages long. And those students are learning a lot of English. And as we know, all of the students love Harry Potter. I don't know why. I think it's because it's very imaginative and it has a lot of suspense and a good plot and relatable characters. So if the student is very interested in, so this is where you need to learn about your students. You have to learn what they like, and then you can suggest some reading that they can do that they'll be excited about reading. Again, they might need a routine because extensive reading means long stretches of reading. It means sitting down in front of at a desk and reading for like an hour or 2 or all day. So that's why people who are bookworms, we call them bookworms, they read books all day long. That's why they're highly intelligent people, very smart people, just in general. And with the phones, again, with the phones and the internet, it's very hard to get students to sit down and just read, especially if they're adults, because they might have children. University students, they get distracted by, parties and stuff like that, or hanging out with their friends. So with extensive reading, you want to get the students to choose what they want to read. So you're not assigning what they have to read or what they must read, because then they'll do this. So students choose what they want to read. And your job as the teacher is to encourage them. Students are encouraged to read by the teacher. And again, there's different genres of reading: novels, websites, blogs, newspapers, magazines. Although I don't think many people read newspapers or magazines anymore. However, let's say you have a student who wants to be involved in politics or law, then you would definitely encourage them to read a newspaper. There's also, I didn't list it on this PowerPoint, there's also academic journals, like medical journals, where doctors write all of their new findings. So depending on what the students want to use their English for, you teach them those types of reading passages. And then you provide in-class activities that allow them to share what they've read. So for example, I had one adult class, IELTS class, where I had them go home, read an article, print it out, write a summary, and then come to class and share with the class what they read about, and then that would be their homework grade. Next, students who read make the most progress the fastest. So you'll notice that especially if you're working for students with certain students for a long period of time, the students who are reading more and doing their homework make more progress and faster. So again, you want to make a reading schedule and get rid of all distractions. So that's a challenge. So you got to work with students one-on-one, or maybe give them like a study hall or something where they'll be just solely reading. On the other hand, intensive reading is reading inside the classroom. If you notice the word extensive, so let's go back to extensive. Extensive means a lot. If you look it up in the dictionary, it means a lot. Intensive, what does it sound like? It sounds like intense, right? Like if you go to the gym and you have an intense workout, okay, so it means hard work. So extensive reading, on the other hand, should be easy for the students, easier. So for example, actually according to research, when students do extensive reading, they should understand 95% of what they're reading, because it cannot be too hard. Reading for pleasure shouldn't be hard. So going back to intensive reading is harder. You're reading inside the classroom. It's harder than extensive reading, but it shouldn't be too hard. So you're reading inside the classroom as a class with the teacher. And the reading curriculum is most likely provided by the school. So you will have an ESL textbook, which is designed to have a reading passage, a listening passage, a grammar point, and some vocabulary, generally speaking. I have taught a literature class as an ESL class, so I have taught novels. All of the novels are listed on my LinkedIn page. Magazines, newspapers, again, they're not used as much in the classroom. Or although you can use them. Newspapers are good for teaching certain types of grammar points, because in articles in the newspaper, they use a very formal language and formal grammar. So you could teach those two things together, reading a newspaper article or a magazine article and highlighting the grammar points from those passages or articles. The genres and topics are determined by the purpose of studying. So again, I mentioned before, an adult ESL teacher will not want to read a story about Cinderella, and a young student will not want to read a newspaper article or an article about dating. That's totally inappropriate, right? So the topics and the genres have to be appropriate for the student's needs and their level. Guided reading versus independent reading. So when you first start teaching the class, you want to guide the students. And I feel like when I first started teaching, and a lot of new teachers do this, they don't really realize that you have to slow down everything. You can't have students read something and ask them questions right away and expect them to answer you. You have to be very sensitive and guide them and teach them. Show them how to do it first. Model it first. So I did this a lot in my elementary class when I first started. We had readers, and I would read first. And then I would have the students read. I would read a little bit, and then I would ask simple questions that I kind of predicted that they would be able to answer. For example, who is the main character? That's a question that most students can find, because at the elementary school level, they can read a name in English. as long as it's not like, a really hard name to pronounce. You can ask about pictures. What's the setting? Because not only are they reading, but they're looking at pictures as well. So you want to guide them. That's one thing I thought I should emphasize is, don't intimidate them. You have to be careful. And if they don't know the answer by the third try, just tell them. Or you could rephrase the question. But what you want to do, don't ask the same questions about the reading 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 times, because the student will get discouraged because they can't answer the question. They'll feel uncomfortable because you're putting them on the spot, and they will get super, super frustrated and stressed and embarrassed. So if they don't know the answer by the first try or the second try, you can either rephrase the question, make the question easier, make it a yes or no question, or just tell them the answer. That there's nothing wrong with that. And so, yeah, guided reading. And then you want to move on to independent reading, which means as the term goes on, as the semester goes on, they'll learn how to do it on their own because you guided them and you showed them how to do it. Especially if you have some like reading questions, you actually want to point out the answers to the reading questions as you read guided reading. So the question will be about the main character and they can answer it. They're not stressed. It's not that you're giving them the answer, it's that you're guiding them, like holding their hand. And sometimes you just have to give them the answer because English is hard and you don't want to stress them out. And there's nothing wrong with that because they're still learning. You don't just give them every single answer from the beginning. You let them try it first. And then if they can't do it, then you give them the answer. So that's guided. Independent reading means they read it on their own and they do the questions on their own. So always start with guided reading. In the lesson, you could do like the first couple of paragraphs as guided reading and then let them read the rest. So that's like the same lesson. So I'm not talking about just guide them the first few lessons and then just leave them alone and do it by themselves after in the next few classes. So in a reading lesson, you guide them first for the first few paragraphs and then you let them do it on their own the next few paragraphs. Some students you have to guide for a longer amount of time. Oh, and one thing I wanted to emphasize is don't lose your patience. If students can't answer questions, be aware of your facial expression. Don't look frustrated, don't look annoyed, because they don't know English. And they will sense it, and they'll probably go home and cry, and then they'll hate you for the rest of the semester. Okay, next, focus on detailed construction of reading passages. So that means, again, if it's a novel or if it's a reader for elementary school or if it's a novel for older students like middle school students or high school students, you want to have them find the character, the setting, and the plot, or you want to have them find the main idea and the supporting details, which I'll probably mention again later. Or the thesis in advanced levels. Comprehension checks. There's different ways you can do comprehension checks. That means after you've done the reading as a class, you want to check that they understand. So you can do this with an in-class quiz, like a multiple choice quiz, which are sometimes already included in your textbook. And you can do activities, or you can just ask them questions verbally, and a lot of them will raise their hands. Again, here, thesis, major supporting details, minor supporting details, so that means focus on detailed construction of reading passages. And again, for reading, you want to pre-teach the vocabulary. There's really no point in teaching vocabulary after they've read because they won't understand the reading. So pre-teach only a few vocabulary words, maybe 10 or 20, not more than that. And they should be words that are essential for students to understand the thesis, the major supporting details, and the minor supporting details, or vocabulary that's related to the topic or the theme. So like if you're teaching like young kids, elementary school kids, if you're reading a story about a princess, you don't want to teach them vocabulary that's not related to princesses, or like you teach them, words like castle, which they might already know, or fortress. You want to teach the vocabulary words that are essential to understanding the reading passage. So the reading levels, in my experience, and this course is based mostly on my experience and what I learned in my master's degree course for my certificate. The reading levels should be follow the theory. This Krashen +1 theory is a very famous theory that was developed by Stephen Krashen in the 1980s, and it works. It's definitely effective. So basically, the success of the students depends on the material that you choose. And so the material shouldn't be too hard. Krashen +1 means the curriculum should be only one level above what the students are capable of learning, or what the students have already learned. So in other words, the curriculum should not be too hard. And that's why a lot of schools have level up tests or assessment tests, meaning the students will have to take tests so the teachers can determine at what level they are able to read, and then they can choose the appropriate level to teach them. So it's kind of like building blocks. It's like building a building. So let's say that students have built already level 2, or the second floor of the building. You want to choose material from the 3rd floor of the building so that they can have a challenge, but it's not too hard. So they're building up to the 3rd floor. You want to choose authentic texts for native speakers. Authentic means like real language. So for example, you don't want to teach them Shakespeare because they're not going to speak like that, and it's too hard. So English passages are based on their level. There's lower levels and higher levels. Now, there might be a lack of motivation and behavior issues if the reading is too hard, because the students can't focus. And a lot of them think that reading is boring anyway. So you have to relate the reading to their lives. Try to get them engaged in the reading. So make sure you choose basic text and basic directions. Directions are like, the students don't read the directions because a lot of textbooks use directions that are very, very complicated. So a lot of times, that's why I don't like textbooks that have too many wordings, like too much words on the page, especially in the directions. If the directions have too much wording, just choose simple words from the directions and write them on the board, and repeat the directions very clearly. So as you can see, there's a lot of detail that you have to pay attention to, and it takes a lot of practice, and some days you'll forget, and then the lesson will go totally awry, and you will wonder what happened. It's probably because you forgot to do some of these things, and sometimes we do that as teachers, but we want to get better at it, right? Longer prose just means longer passages. So as the levels go up, the passages will get longer and more advanced. Texts that are written, adapted, or shortened. You can also, as the teacher, if you think the textbook is too hard, and sometimes this happens, you can shorten it. That's what's happening with my online class right now. The reading passages are a bit hard for them, so what I do is I'll just give them one paragraph and pre-teach the vocabulary from the paragraph. They must be as close to real English as possible, meaning the reading passages. So the reading passages have to be as close to real English as possible. You want to use simplified readers, meaning simple reading. Don't make it too hard. Elementary school students use graded readers, and I'll show you a picture later so you can understand. These are actually reading stories that are specifically made for teaching in schools, even public schools of native English speakers or native elementary school students. So the input has to be comprehensible. It cannot be too hard. They have to be able to understand at least most of it. And it's the teacher's responsibility. Okay, the teacher's responsibility is to what? Set the students up for success. You don't want to ask them questions that they can't answer. As a matter of fact, I tell students that when I first meet them. I let them know, I'm never going to ask you questions that are too hard. I'm going to ask you questions that I've helped you with to answer, or that I've given you the information, or answers that you can find in the book. So you want to set students up for success. So these are some reading skills and development in reading that you will teach the students as they're reading. So scanning means that students look for keywords and bits of information in the reading passage. This will usually happen after you've read the story or the page. So you might want to go page by page, because if you go too fast or if you read too much, the students will get overwhelmed. So for scanning, the students are looking for keywords and bits of information to understand the overall point of the reading and maybe to answer some questions later. They don't need to read everything. They don't need to read every single line. So that's scanning. Skimming, scanning and skimming kind of are similar, but skimming means that students skim to get the general idea of what the passage is about. So you could do this as a preview, like before you read. You can ask them to look at pictures or ask them to skim the words in the passage and guess what it's about. And they're reading for details. So detailed comprehension means they're reading for the details. The topic, the thesis or the main idea, the supporting details, the characters, the setting, the plot, transition words, keywords that they need to understand. The text genres include short articles, so you will teach short articles, long articles, reading passages in ESL textbooks that include, again, thesis, main ideas, topic sentences, major supporting details, minor supporting details, novels. Novels, they'll have like a plot map, so I'll show you a plot map later. Magazines, newspapers, web pages. And just remember that a lot of these students have done this in their L1, and L1 means their first language. So a lot of them have already read in their first language, so they're just transferring those skills over into English. That helps them too. Some reading games and activities that you can do. Reading puzzles. A lot of times I'll make copies of reading passages and cut them and have the students run around the classroom. Like I'll just tape them on the whiteboard or hide some papers around, and the students have to get in teams and they have to put the reading passage in the correct order. They like that. It's fun. It's kind of competitive. However, you can't overuse it. So a lot of these games and activities, you have to kind of mix them up sometimes, because if you keep using the same game and the same activity every time, the students get bored. You could also do matching. So for example, you could have a title of a reading, short reading passage and a reading passage, and have students match the titles to the actual reading passage. And you can do that several different ways. You can write the title on the board and give them the reading passage, or have them search the book, or have them search like a handout for the correct heading to match the reading passage. And a lot of textbooks will have like matching a heading to a paragraph or a topic. Poetry, some students like poetry, some students don't. You could give them poetry or have them write a poem. The young kids, they like it. I actually remember clearly one class that did a group project at the end of class. They wrote a poem and it was genius. It was simple, but the topic was wasting time. And you know what? I think I actually have the poem in my house. I saved it. That's how much I loved it. It was really good. So they were they wrote a poem about, oh, my time, I wasted my time, and they just gave several examples of how they wasted their time. So that was a good poetry. That was a successful reading activity where they had to read something first and then write a poem. Popcorn is reading is I just made up that name. Actually, a lot of teachers use this title, popcorn, but basically the students will read in a chain. So the reason I call it popcorn is because they kind of pop from one student to the next. So one student will read a passage, and the next student will read, and the next student will read. You just call it popcorn just to get them engaged and interested. They think it's a game, but it's actually just reading out loud in paragraphs. You could also have them write plays. Now, of course, I'm doing reading skills, right? So all of these games and activities are done after the reading, or during the reading, or after the reading. So, for example, I actually sat in on one of the other teachers, my co-worker's class, where she had the students read Shakespeare. It was either Shakespeare or Greek mythology. And then the students, after they read for the whole semester, their final project was to write a play based on the characters from the reading, from the novel, or from the plays that they read. You could also have students do role plays based on the characters. So you can have them read a novel, and then you assign them a character, and they'll write a play based on those characters and what they learned about the characters in the novel. Their personality, their traits, how they progressed, how their character changed over time. That's really fun. It's really fun when it's really satisfying when these, and fun and satisfying when these activities are effective. You could also do prediction maps, which I listed it last, but basically that's the only one you would do before the reading. You would have them predict what the reading is about. You could even do brainstorming on the board, on the whiteboard, and write some circles and have the students predict what will happen in the reading before they read. Even after they read, you can have them predict what the characters will do next. So they can basically write more, they can extend the story after reading a novel or a reading passage. They can use their imagination to write what will happen next. So you've got to encourage the students to develop reading habits. And also they need to read the entire text the first time through. And this is a challenge. In the first 2 weeks of the class, you're basically training the students, and they don't know you yet. So that's why it's very important to gain their trust. Because what they'll do is they will ask you, and this also relates to how hard or how difficult the level of reading is. That's why you have to be careful about choosing the appropriate level of reading. Because what they'll do is they'll stop and try to understand every single vocabulary word that they don't know. And that's what you want to avoid. So you want to have them read the entire text the first time through. So if you notice that a lot of students are asking, teacher, what's this word? What's this word? What's this word? That's a clue that the reading is too hard for them. Also, if all the students are asking, what's this word? What's this word? What's this word? That's going to be not a very good situation, because then they're going to be trained to ask about vocabulary words rather than focusing on the main points of the reading. So even if students don't understand some words, just try to encourage them to read the entire text first through the first time. And then after they read everything, then they can ask questions. They'll get frustrated a little bit, but if the level's appropriate, that means they'll be able to read through without too much difficulty. And if you think there are words that they will ask about, then what you could do to avoid that situation is pre-teach the essential vocabulary. And I got pretty good at this after I gained a lot of experience. I already guessed like which words the students would ask me about. So you could teach up to about 20 words, and you build that into your lesson plan before the reading. On the second read-through, students can look up difficult vocabulary words. We don't really use dictionaries in the class. There'll be vocabulary meanings maybe in the textbook, or you can give a handout, or you could teach them. But be careful about letting them use their phones, because that's a whole nother struggle. They're going to want to rely on their phones, and they're going to want to use Google Translate. And Google Translate is not an academic source for information on English, learning English. So now once you train them to do that over the next few weeks, like the first week, the second week, the third week, if students are still asking questions about 1 or 2 vocabulary words here and there, that's okay. You can just quickly answer and like move on, so they don't notice and they don't lose focus on what they're reading. You want to teach students to avoid reading single words in isolation. And again, if you follow the Krashen +1 theory, if the reading material is not too difficult for them, then they should be able to read through it the first time. Now, timed reading activities, it depends on if you want to time it, because sometimes if you time reading, the students are stressed out. However, if the time is appropriate, well, you will learn that over time once you get more experience as a teacher. For example, if you, I time the students every class 20 minutes for a reading passage. And that was the lesson plan that was given to me by the school. So they had already did their research, and every day the students, most of them, they finished in 20 minutes. So there was no stress. There wasn't any stress because it was an appropriate time frame for the students at their level to be able to finish reading. If a student was still reading and after the 20 minutes, the students took a quiz, like a reading quiz. And most of them did it, no problem. So there was no stress involved. I mean, occasionally a few students would get stressed, but that's because maybe it was too hard for them. So I would have to help them and get down next to their desk, right? Don't stand over them. Don't tower over them, because that's intimidating. But you get down. If you get next to them and they like you or they trust you, you just help them a little bit, and then you leave them alone and they'll keep going. Occasionally you'll have a student who just doesn't want to do anything, and they just sit there and 20 minutes has gone by and they're like, I need more time. And they're just sitting, looking out the window, fidgeting, and then 30 minutes goes by and the students have finished their quiz and they're still reading. They're just totally checked out. They don't want to do it. Another thing that helps with reading sometimes is highlighting. So if they have a highlighter, they can highlight major points or keywords, and that helps them to do the quiz. At the beginning of the semester, their quiz scores were like 1 or 2 out of 5. By the end of the semester, they were getting 4 out of 5s, 3 out of 5s, 5 out of 5s. So these strategies really do help work. And the school that I worked at in Korea, I worked there for 8 years because their curriculum was excellent and effective. And that's where I learned all of these things. So again, with timed reading activities, you don't want to stress the students out. But if it's routine and they know that they're going to have to do it every day, then they won't get stressed. Or if the time frame is appropriate, they won't get stressed. And sometimes, let's say the 20 minutes have already passed and most of the students haven't finished reading, just give them an extra 5 minutes. Don't be so strict about it. Just give them what they need, you know? Learning English is really hard. So just do whatever you can to control the classroom as an authority figure, but at the same time, don't tower over them, don't intimidate them, and don't scare them, and be reasonable with their requests because they need help. And I wrote here only if followed by a comprehension activity. So yeah, you don't need to time it unless you're on a very strict time schedule and you don't want to rush. Or if there's like a specific activity you want them to do after, you let them know they have to do a quiz or an activity after the reading, and they won't focus so much on the time. So a lot of times if you explain what you're doing to the students, they'll trust you, they'll trust your plan, that you have a plan. So if your reading activity is followed, if your reading passage is followed by an activity, a comprehension activity means you're giving them an activity to give them the opportunity to show that they understood the reading. So then you can time the reading, but it has to be reasonable. You can't ask them to read 10 pages in 2 minutes or 10 pages in 5 minutes. So reading quizzes, you definitely want to preview vocabulary, as I mentioned. I had this one class where we were teaching the vocabulary after the reading, and we were also giving them vocabulary quizzes every day, which I wasn't sure if that was effective because they were only learning like a few words, but they were cramming. They were cramming, meaning they were just studying like 5 minutes before the class. They would even rush in and like come in late and then sit down and study their words. And meanwhile, you're giving out the quiz and they're still studying their words. That means they're just cramming the words in. So you want to preview the vocabulary so that the vocabulary has some meaning in the reading, and then they're more likely to retain it. The reading quizzes should be after a timed reading passage. And those reading quizzes are, some include vocabulary words. Many of them are about the main points. Multiple choice questions are very common, especially in very developed countries like South Korea and China, because that's an easier way for the school to test many students at one time. So multiple choice, you want to teach them for multiple choice questions. Now, of course, this is based on their comprehension. So hopefully they were able to comprehend most of the reading, and then you also explain verbally. Like if they have questions while they're reading, you can go next to them and just answer their questions quickly so they can go back to focusing on the reading. But the multiple choice questions are a process of elimination. And there's always one answer. So there's like A, B, C, D. There's always one answer that's just ridiculous. Like it doesn't make any sense. And the thing is, when the students first meet you and you're teaching them test-taking skills, they're so nervous that they don't even realize that one of the answers is just totally ridiculous and doesn't make any sense at all. So that's your job as a teacher, is to point out, hey, by the way, guess what, students? This answer is totally ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. That can't be the answer. And they're like, oh, yeah, you're right. So multiple choice a lot of times is the process of elimination. So you want to have them eliminate the wrong answers first. That's a very effective way, because they realize, based on their comprehension of the reading, it's not just about guessing, but based on the comprehension of the reading and the reading skills you taught them, they should be able to eliminate some answers. Then, so what happens is, at the beginning of the semester, they only have a 25% chance of getting the correct answer. A, B, C, D. After you teach them how to read, after you teach them the reading skills, they should comprehend the reading. Then, when they take the quiz, they can eliminate the wrong answers. So let's say they eliminate 2 answers that just don't make sense at all. They're completely wrong. Now, they have a 50% chance of getting the right answer. And then, if they comprehend the reading, they will choose the correct answer out of the 2 answers that are left over. So it's a test-taking strategy, but it also requires that they comprehend the reading. It's not just a guessing game. When the students' scores go up, they're very happy, they're very satisfied, and they can relax more, and they trust you more. And they go and they tell their other friends that you're a good teacher, because all the students gossip about teachers. And they'll want to take your class again. because they were able to level up. So some of the test question types, especially like I said, in large countries like South Korea and China, there will be a question. The first question, number one, will always be about either the main idea or the author's purpose, why the author wrote the passage. The test question types, after that, after number one, there will be questions on the major details. So the students will have to look for keywords. After that, another test question type is vocabulary. But it's not vocabulary that you just taught from the dictionary. It's vocabulary that you pre-taught in the pre-teaching, and then the vocabulary is in the context of the reading. So for all of these test question types, they have to go back and skim and scan. Actually, they have to scan for keywords. And they have to read the vocabulary word in the context of the sentence. Also, the topic. Even the topic helps the students understand the reading, right? So for example, if your topic is chemistry, they're not going to focus on names. They're going to focus on the science words, right? So that would be an advanced class, a TOEFL class. If the topic is, I'm trying to think of some of the topics we did. It was such a long time ago. Okay, if the topic is globalization or if the topic is pollution, they will skim the passage for words that are related to the topic. So let's say the topic is pollution, or the title, pollution is becoming a big problem. So what I do is I really emphasize the topic because it's a simple way to get them to focus on the important details in the reading passage and the gist, like the overall main idea of what the reading passage is about. So I'll have them highlight the topic at the very beginning, or I'll write the topic really big on the board and circle it. And then if they have questions about answering the quiz questions, I'll always refer back to the topic. Because if you think about it, the main idea is about the topic. The author's purpose refers to the topic. The major details are explaining the topic. The vocabulary are related to the topic. So it's interesting because pretty much all of the test questions must relate to the topic in some way. Next, TOEFL, Teaching of English as a Foreign Language. That is a whole class on testing English. And there are many different sections. There's a reading section, there's a writing section, there's listening and speaking. And sometimes they'll only do one skill, and sometimes they have to do all of the skills in one task. So first they'll have to read a passage, then they'll have to listen to a passage on the same topic, and then they have to write what the speaker said and contrast that with what the writer said. So that's very advanced. IBT is the TOEFL, but it's called an internet-based TOEFL because the students have to take it on a computer. And the TOEIC, sorry, it's kind of blocked out here by my face, but the TOEIC is the test of English for international communication. That's the hardest one. All right, so here, teaching readers and literature or novel reading. So before you read, you want to have some kind of prediction activity, meaning you want the students to guess who the characters are, the setting, the events, the pictures, and the themes. Most likely they will predict. If they predict incorrectly, you don't want to say, no, that's wrong. You want to say, well, yes, she is one of the characters. Yes, but she's not the main character. Do you want to try again? So just always ask them to try again. It could be any lesson. It doesn't, not only reading, but don't say, no, that's totally wrong. What are you saying? Or how, what? You don't know the answer? Like, just avoid that. Just ask them to try again. So you can say, no, that's not right, but just try again. Or do you want to try again? Sometimes students are processing the language, so you can always ask them, okay, I'll come back to you. You can tell them, just think about it and I'll come back to you. Whatever you can do to get rid of the anxiety they feel because you're asking them a question, but they're not comfortable. They don't know how to predict the answers. But most of the students will predict, and they will be brave, and they will predict what's going on in the story. So I'm specifically talking about reading literature and novels and stories. So discussions, basically you want to relate the reading to the students' lives. So if you notice, especially if the students are not interested, for example, I want to pick a story, Shrek. It's not a book, but it's the first, I don't know, it's the first story I could think of. Let me see, maybe, okay. Okay, let's not do Shrek. We'll do Harry Potter, because that's the one that everyone knows. So let's say you have a boy or some boys in your class. You can ask them, you know, have you ever gone to a special school? Have you ever gone to a private school? Have you ever slept over at school? Have you ever slept over at camp? Or you can ask the girls the same thing. You know, were there ever any bullies in your class? And they will just talk and talk and talk, especially the young ones. They always talk about bullies because they hate bullies. And there's always bullies in school, unfortunately. And then you could ask them discussion questions like, what would you do? What would you do in that situation? What would you do if that happened to you? What advice would you give to your friend? Have you ever done this? Have you ever done that? Have you ever stayed at a school overnight? Have you ever stayed at camp? So that's how you can start discussions. Book reports, I put a question mark here because mostly native English students do book reports. I haven't really used book reports often in ESL classes. I have done them before, so it's up to you if you want to try it. You just have to guide them. You have to give them a lot of guidance. Don't expect them to know how to do it, especially when English is not their first language. You want to give visuals linking characters. So you could do like write the names on the boards of the characters and draw arrows and make it really interesting. Especially if you're good at drawing. I'm not good at drawing. I'm good at PowerPoints. So here the plot, you want to teach them the plot points. This is more advanced, but so I have a basic plot diagram here that you can see. At the beginning, opening, exposition. There's a conflict. That means there's always some kind of problem. At the end, at the beginning of every book, if you think about it, every movie, every book, there's a conflict. There's a problem. This basic plot diagram is a little bit advanced, but basically for the younger kids, you could even draw this on the board and just change the words a little bit, because the exposition is basically three things: the main characters, the setting, and the problem. Inciting moment means some moment in the story where the rising action begins. So here's the rising action, which is the longest section of the plot. And then there's the climax. So as you know, in an action movie, right, there's always like some explosion. So every book has a climax. Every story has a climax. So you want to get the students really interested in the rising action section, because you want to get them to feel what the characters feel. and you want to get them to talk about the events, the things that are happening in the story that affect the characters' feelings. And if you think about it, that's what happens in every movie as well, right? There's a lot of, all the good movies make us cry or make us angry or make us feel something, especially with the music. So, well, in a novel, there's no music, but you get the idea. So after the climax, the explosion or the problem or something happens here, the tension is released. There's falling action, which means there's a few events happen after the climax, and then there's a resolution, which means the problem is solved. So if, for example, in The Lord of the Rings, after the whole journey with the protagonist, Frodo, took 3 movies to get to the end and throw the ring in the fire, in the lava. That was the resolution, because then the good guys won the war. Also in action movies, you know, the falling action is always like, well, the climax, there's like some explosion, and then the falling action is like the ambulance comes. So you know the scene where all the ambulances and the cars and the police and the main characters are like kissing or hugging or something. That's the resolution. Okay, so okay, so here, the graded readers, this is just a picture of graded readers. So if you notice, they're organized by colors. They also have sometimes numbers on them. So the idea is, this is to get the students really motivated in reading. If they really like the first reader, they will literally read all of the readers. Students are like sponges, especially if they're really smart and they're very motivated. They will literally read every single reader. That's why authors who write books, a lot of teachers write books too, and if they have a series, they make a lot of money. And this is novel reading. These are some of my favorite books that I've read with the students in the novel reading class. These are some novels that I've taught in the novel reading class. A lot of times the students will have to write book reports. We didn't call them book reports though, we called it essay writing or literary analysis, which some of you English teachers probably already know what that is. So these were some of my favorite books. I loved Elijah of Buxton. The Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian was very interesting. It was very heartbreaking. It was told from the perspective of a teenage boy who spoke about his heritage as an Indian in the United States. Part-time Indian means he was American, but not really American. He was kind of half Indian, half American. He was struggling with his cultural identity. And a lot of these novels are really good for relating to the students and talking about their cultural identity. And The Bronze Bow was a really good book that a lot of the students in the United States read in their classes. So anytime you see these novels with these awards on them, that means they're used a lot in American schools or public schools. The last one is called The House of the Scorpion. I love that book. It's a bit violent, but It's read in many different schools, and a lot of schools have the students read a lot of, surprisingly, a lot of literature that's quite dark and kind of disturbing and sad. And for example, one book called The Chosen, which is not pictured here, it was about the Jewish Holocaust in Germany. So some students read, a lot of books that have some adult themes, so it's kind of preparing them for life, and it's totally appropriate and acceptable. But of course, you wouldn't want an elementary school student reading The House of the Scorpion. That's for like high school students or middle school students. So this concludes my first lesson on teaching reading. So next we'll do teaching writing, because reading and writing often go together. Hi. Okay, so we are continuing with lesson 2, writing skills. So writing skills, writing is a productive skill. It's output. Students have to process language and think about what they will write. So to be honest, productive skills are harder, I would say, or a more advanced level. When students are young, especially if they study English in their home country, like Korea or China, for example, they're learning grammar in school during the day. And then after school, they're learning reading. And they're listening a lot. So reading and listening are what kind of skill? Do you remember? Okay, so reading and listening are receptive skills. That means they receive the information. Remember, the water goes in the cup. It's input. So reading and listening are input. So students are learning input, reading and listening at a very young age. That's why it's very important to know if you're teaching EFL or ESL. Because if you're teaching EFL, like I did, I taught English in Korea. So when the students leave the classroom, they're not hearing any other English at all. On the other hand, students who come to a new country, they're only hearing English when they go out or when they go to school, and they get really super stressed because they can't understand anything. That's why they have to do a lot of reading, because reading and listening are receptive skills. But the point is, the reason I'm bringing that up now for writing skills is because at the beginning of the beginning level of learning English, they're practicing the receptive skills, reading and listening. So after they've done that for many, many years, then they're able to write. They're able to develop their writing skills. I wrote process here on this slide just to emphasize that writing is a process. Students will hate it at the beginning, but later, especially for the very intelligent ones and the strong English ESL students, they will love it. You give them a folder, right? And you have them compare at the end of the semester. You have them compare the old essay to the new essays that they write. Like, for example, you have them compare the very, very first essay they wrote to the very, very last essay they wrote. Or you could even do it in the middle of the semester. Or you could do it after 2 weeks if you see that there's significant improvement, because it encourages them. Because the point is, writing is a process and they hate it. So if you compare the very first essay to the second week essay, or the first month's essay, they'll look at it and see, wow, my writing got so much better. And then that will motivate them to keep writing, because then they have more confidence and they're satisfied and they're happy that their writing is improved, and it actually relieves their stress. So at the beginning, there's a lot of stress because they have to process the language, and especially with young kids, they don't know what they're getting into. They don't understand writing as a process. I'll tell a story before I continue, before I forget. I had one student. His name was Henry. His parents spoke Chinese. He spoke Chinese, and he also knew English as well because he was very young. So he already learned a lot of English. Every week we had a reading assignment, because a lot of times reading and writing go together, because the students will read and then they have to write about the topic. This student, Henry, he refused to do writing, maybe for 5 weeks. Finally, I believe I had a discussion with the director of the school and the parents, because we had to write reports every semester. So if you are at a good school and you have support from your director and the parents, the student will have no choice but to do their work. So that was the situation. Henry had to do his writing because I reported him, not to get him in trouble, but it was a progress report, and he wasn't making any progress in writing, which was a major component of our class. So once I reported him to the director and his parents, he was forced to write the essays for homework. Now, the interesting thing about this particular story is that Henry was one of the youngest students in our class. He was a very good boy. He was a good boy, actually. He made me really happy. He was always smiling. He was always joking. Like, we had a lot of fun. Once he started writing essays, and it happened very quickly, his essays were excellent. He was very young, and the way he wrote was very logical, meaning he connected the ideas and the points in a very intelligent way, so much so that you would think an adult wrote the essay. And after that, he wrote essays every week because he loved the praise, and the praise was sincere. I will always remember that class and that student, Henry, because he was so cute and he was so small and young and little, and I was just shocked by the quality of his writing and his intelligence. I had another student named Matthew in the same class, in the same exact class. He was also very young, and he did his essays almost every week, and it was just so satisfying because he was so smart and he asked so many questions and he really wanted to do a good job. This is not always the case, but generally speaking, this is what happens. And his essays were amazing. His details that he used from the reading were excellent. He would always ask me questions. Teacher, can I do this as a hook? Can I write this? Do I use this detail? He paid attention to reading. He highlighted. I mean, some days he got tired, but I think he's gonna be very successful in the future in some kind of career that will require him to write, because that's one of his strengths, and he really did such a good job every week. I taught him for 2 years. So writing is a process. So teaching writing, as I mentioned, reading and writing often go together. because the reading is the input and the writing is the output. So I'll mention this later, but there's different types of writing, like summary writing, where the students will have to write the main points from the reading and paraphrase and use their own words. So I will explain the rationale behind teaching writing, the reasons we teach writing, and what the goals are or the objectives of the class are. Developing writing skills, writing issues that, as I mentioned, students will not want to write, or they might have specific issues like spelling or grammar issues, or they don't have time. They'll tell you they don't have time to do writing. So you have to help them make a homework schedule. Writing activities, correcting written work, proofreading marks, handwriting or typing. I'll just mention it right now so I don't forget. You don't want to use too many marks because the students are already overwhelmed. Minimal marks on essays. Handwriting, do you want to have your students handwrite their essay or type their essay? Don't let them ask you. Most of the time, the students who ask you, "Teacher, can I type?" It's because they want to do it faster. And when you're teaching writing, it's not about finishing homework fast. Writing is a process. That's what you have to tell them. They're not going to like it, but you're the teacher, you're the expert. You know what's going to help them. So if they trust you as the teacher, they'll follow your directions. Some of the students will push back. Some of the students won't do it. But overall, they will do it, especially if writing is a routine, is if you do it every week. And yeah, I highly suggest that you do writing as a routine. If you try to do it once in a while, like 1 week you do writing, 1 week you don't do writing, that's not going to be effective. Writing has to be a routine with very clear steps, and it has to be taught regularly over time. That's why a lot of the ESL classes are divided by skill. So you could have a whole class that's only dedicated to essay writing for a semester. I taught writing to the same student for 2 years. So let's see. For the younger kids, you want to have them write with a pencil. Definitely, they're not going to type it. You do have to guide them a lot. So guide them in class. Teach them how to write before you give them the assignment. Even have them do most of the writing in class one day if you have time. And then once they get better at it, then you can have them do most of it for homework. Again, these skills take a lot of guidance. Don't just assume that the students will go home and know how to do it if you just covered only a few minutes. I'll go over the stages of a writing lesson, selecting appropriate writing tasks. I'll explain how the essay is structured, steps to writing an effective essay, punctuation, spelling, quotes, citations, and references for university students, and practical tips that you can use in the writing class. Okay, so the rationale, again, behind writing is that writing is a process, and you definitely want to make sure that the students know that. You don't want to say it like in a stressful way, you know. When they protest, when they're like, "Oh, I don't want to do this," or just let them know gently, you know. Writing is a process. It takes time. There's steps to it, so try to break it down into steps, and I'll explain that more later. But like, there's steps to it. There's an outline. The first step is filling in the outline, then writing the first draft, then writing the second draft, proofreading. You want to kind of just make it seem like it's natural. That's the natural process of learning writing. And then for writing, it reinforces the language of English. That's the purpose, right? You want them to see how the words are connected together. They get better at writing essays. Emails, I don't really teach how to write emails. The students who want to learn how to write emails are businessmen or business women, people who work in business. People who work in business want to learn how to write emails. It's crazy because for them, writing an email is so stressful because their English is very good, but they might not know if they should use the or a. They might not know how to use capitals. They might not know how to use commas correctly. They might not know how to start the email. They might not know how to end the email. But their vocabulary and their English is excellent or almost native. And so you see how frustrating it is that your English is so good, but you don't know exactly where to put your comma, or your grammar is not perfect. So some of you non-native English teachers, you know what I'm talking about. I've also studied a language. I studied Korean for 9 years. I've studied Spanish my whole life. So I know that English is not the most important thing. I mean, a lot of people think English is the most important language in the world. That's only because over 100 countries are English-speaking countries. It's not because English is better or it's more important. It just depends on what language you want to learn, right? So for me, I even struggle with writing emails in Spanish. Letters, we usually don't teach letter writing because it's obsolete. Like nobody writes letters anymore, but we might teach letter writing to the elementary school kids just as a fun activity. To be honest, a lot of students have written me letters. I have letters from students from 10, 15 years ago, and I keep them in a folder. So, and I read them. Anytime I feel bad about myself, I read the letters that the students wrote me, like, I love you, teacher. You're the best teacher in the world. And, so letter writing is still important, in my opinion. Reports, like book reports, research papers, magazine articles. They want to get better at writing these. When we're teaching writing, the rationale is we want to teach the appropriate language use. So it depends on the genre, right? So if they're writing an academic essay, they're going to use different language than if they were to write a letter or if they were to write an email. So that's genre. So genre could be for email, it could be magazines, it could be newspapers, all the things that we talked about before, the different types of writing. One thing I'll point out is for appropriate language use, I didn't list it here, but speaking and writing are totally different. You cannot write in English essays the way we speak. Even professional emails to send to a coworker or a company, you cannot use spoken English because spoken English is informal and written English is formal. So you want to use the appropriate language for whatever you're writing. You want to teach the students the appropriate language for whatever they're writing. Register means specifically refers to language, like vocabulary words. For example, when you use the word crazy, right? So register means, what does the word mean? It means different things in different genres. When you're speaking and you say, hey, you're so crazy, you're talking to your friend, right? Or you can say, if you're speaking, you can say, are you crazy? You're talking to someone that you're angry at. If you're writing an essay and you write the word crazy, you might be referring to someone who's mentally ill, mentally insane, right? So the same word will have different meanings in an essay or in speaking or in among different genres. So I'm not sure if I'm making that clear, but I'll just mention one more time. Register means that one word can be used in different contexts and it will have a different meaning. And that's what you have to teach the students when they're writing, the appropriate language to use when writing. Another example is going and gonna. So this is for speaking. In speaking, we say gonna. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna buy. I'm gonna see. But in writing, you never write gonna. You cannot write gonna. G-O-N-N-A? No. It has to be going. The researchers are going to try to find a cure for cancer. That's in an essay, right? Okay, and then text construction refers to how to organize the essay. So, for example, well, the first thing you do is you teach students how to create an outline, and I'll show you that next. You want to decide the layout of your essay, how many paragraphs, the style of writing you want to use, and the effectiveness of your writing, of the student's writing. The effectiveness of the writing means, did they organize the writing in a way that you can understand it? So, for example, I'll give you an example. I have a class, let's say I have a class of 13 students. And this goes for elementary school essay writing, which that was at a private school, by the way, because in public school, elementary school students are not taught essay writing. So in private after-school programs are excellent for students. They hate it, they don't want to go because they're sick of school, but they definitely are more prepared for college than students who don't go to private academies. So I had an elementary school student, an elementary class after school program in a private school. They were learning writing at a very young age. And then I also taught a class at university, academic strategies, and they had to write research papers. In both cases, you're gonna get 13 essays or 14 essays or 20 essays. And for teachers, this is something you might want to think about. If you're working at a school and you're teaching essay writing, and you might not get paid for that extra time. At university, you have office hours. So universities are better because you have office hours and they will pay you for office hours. So your office hours are basically the time that you're going to use to grade essays and send emails and prepare your lessons and make syllabi and make lesson plans for your university classes. The problem with teaching at university sometimes is you might not have a full schedule. So, but when you teach at university overseas, you need a master's degree and you may have a full schedule. So just the point is, checking 13 essays or reading 13 essays takes at least 2 hours. Not to mention, well, what you're doing is you're correcting with your pen. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because you're checking for the effectiveness of how they constructed their text, meaning how did they organize their essay. Now, so over time with experience, you will know if the student actually made an effort to write the essay. So what will happen at the beginning of the semester, you'll be reading 13 essays that don't make any sense at all. Or most of them will make sense, and you'll have one or two that don't make any sense at all because it's the first week, the students don't know how to write an essay. You'll notice because some of the essays you'll be able to follow along logically, you'll be able to follow along with the details, and it's very organized, or it's organized enough that you can understand it. There might be some grammar errors, there might be some spelling errors, the organization is a little bit off, so that's why you correct it with your pen and you give it back to them and they fix it. They fix the organization first. They fix the construction of the paragraphs first. They fix the layout first. They fix the style first before they fix the grammar. If you have a student who didn't try at all, or maybe they don't know how to write essays, you will notice because you can't read it, and it will take you about an hour to read their first essay. So at the beginning of the semester, that is understandable. However, if the level's appropriate, they should be able to write an essay that you can follow along with and just correct some grammar issues or spelling issues or organization issues. So I'll probably talk about that again later. Now you'll have a student who just doesn't care and won't do their homework correctly, and if they keep doing it every week, you don't have to feel obligated to read that essay. You could just give them 0. You're an adult, you're smart enough, you know what they're doing. Or just put the essay at the bottom of the pile and then read all of the other essays where the students are actually trying to make their essay effective. And you can read all of those and then save the challenging one for the end. But just make sure you know the difference between the student who needs help and doesn't know how to write at all and wants to learn, between the student who's just handing in awful essays every week because they're not trying. And usually the case is the first case. They just don't know how to write, and you have to help them make their writing effective. This slide is showing you how you can help students develop their writing skills. So the first step at the beginning is you want to explain the topic and brainstorm ideas on the board. Especially if students are not sure what to write about, you can share ideas on the board and ask the students what they want to write about, and share all the ideas as a class. A lot of times the textbook will have a topic that they need to write about, but they need to brainstorm what they want to say about the topic. So do you see this circle right here? You can just like draw like 5 different circles on the board or 10 different circles and write some topics in there. You can do like a word association game. For example, if the topic is globalization, or a simpler topic, let's say pollution, you would write that in the center of the board and then have the students think of some words that they can write about in their essay. So for example, pollution. They might say air pollution. They might say sick. They might say bad, or they might say global warming, depending on the level. And you write all of those words on the board. For globalization, you could write globalization in a circle in the middle of the board, and they'll say companies, they'll say money, they'll say countries, businesses, and you write all of those things on the board in a circle, on this whiteboard here. And then they'll start getting some ideas about what to write. I've even done a brainstorming map with circles on the board for kindergarten students that had to write about characters or animals. Okay, next you choose ideas and group into headings. Sometimes it helps to have headings or topics at the top of their essay, especially a title, because if they have a title, they always know what, they can always focus on whatever the topic is. So for example, remember in reading, I said every passage has a title or a topic that the students will know what the reading passage is about. It's the same thing. It's the same exact thing with writing. The only difference is the student is the author. The student is the writer. So they have to use titles. They have to use headings. They also have to use headings to say what class they're in. Like, you know, you have to teach them little things like how to write their name, how to write their class at the top, how to write the date. I don't like dates because it confuses me. So imagine you have 13 essays with all different names and dates all over the page everywhere. It's very hard to read all of those, even the headings. So you want them to even follow your format. And this is also emphasized in university because you have to read so many essays. And the students need to understand that's the reason they have to follow your headings. So a heading would be like at the beginning of their essay, they write their name, they write the class, they write, I don't use dates, I use weeks. Week 1, week 2, week 3, because it's easier to put all of the essays together and remember what that week's topic was. And then they have to write maybe the professor's name, the teacher's name if you want them to, and then skip a line and they have to write the title based on their topic. And a title is different from a topic. Sometimes the title of the story is the same exact thing as the topic. So for example, air pollution. Let's say the title is air pollution. That means the topic is air pollution. But sometimes the title is a clue. How to clean the air. That will be the title, right? How to clean the air. But the topic is air pollution. So the students have to understand where the titles and headings go and basically organize their essay. Next, order ideas and plan structure using an outline. I will show you the outline in the next few slides. Next, write rough notes to expand each idea concisely. A lot of times, especially if there's reading, I'll have students write notes on the side of the reading and then later they can use those notes to write an essay. Or I'll have them use a highlighter to just highlight what they want to include in their essay so that they can write about it in their essay later. Write a rough version or draft. There's always a first draft. Oh, and that's also written in the heading. That's what I was forgetting. Okay, so in the heading, they have their name, the class underneath, the week, and the draft, first draft. Do you see why the headings are so important? Then what happens if you get first drafts and then second drafts and the students don't write it down? You don't know which one is the first draft, which one is the second draft. Especially if you get students who are trying to turn in work late. Don't let them do it because it'll drive you crazy. You don't know, they're not writing headings, they're not writing the week, they're not writing the date, they're not writing the draft. It's very confusing. So have them write a rough draft and make sure they write at the top first draft because that's what you're going to correct. So the next point is get feedback from teacher, peers, and parents. You're going to write corrections, and I'll talk about that more too. Try not to write too many corrections because the students will get discouraged. It's counterproductive. And then you also want to decide if you want to use a red pen or a black pen. For the younger kids, they're used to the red pen. For the university kids, you can use black pen. Try to use a really nice pen and sign your name and make it look really pretty because they like that. I have a coworker I teach with at university. She uses black pen. She uses a nice felt pen and she signs her name like this at the bottom. And the students love her. They literally love her because they feel like she's a real teacher just because of her signature. Well, not only that, she's an excellent teacher, but the feedback is very important, whether it's one-on-one talking together or the feedback that you write down on their essay. You have to think carefully about your feedback and if it's going to encourage the students to write better and to continue writing and continue making an effort. So the students have to edit their essay. They have to proofread it. So proofread means the students need to read their own essays. And a lot of them don't do it because they get lazy. But the students that do it, they realize the importance of making their essay effective. Because if they read their essay and they can't understand it, then they realize that their writing is not that good and they have to improve. So if you can get them to proofread, it's very effective in improving their writing. I said peers. So peers also means their classmates. And that works too. If they proofread their classmates' essays, they like that because they feel like they can be like the teacher, or they can like criticize their other classmates. But in actuality, it's teaching them about their own essay, that if they can't understand their classmates' essay, that means who can understand their essay? Is their essay effective? And they start thinking about, oh, who's the reader? Who's going to read my essay? The teacher? When I refer to reader, I mean anybody who's going to read your essay. Can they understand it or not? And then I also tell students that writing is very important. They might have to get a job where they need to write all the time and have readers understand what they're writing. I mean, I've read a lot of books by authors in English that they came from Vietnam or they came from China, and they wrote books in English. I don't know, maybe somebody helped them, but in any case, an ESL student can write a novel in English later. So I try to remind students about that. They have to rewrite their essay and they have to pay attention to their corrections. You could also, if you have time, you could do corrections one-on-one with them. If you have a one-on-one session with them and have them self-correct, meaning you don't just fix it, you just underline or circle the errors and then ask the student, how can you fix this? How can you fix this? And then they'll most likely they will answer. They'll realize, oh, this should be is, not are. Oh, I need S here. There's no S. This is plural. And they'll understand it. So doing self-correction for students is very good because then they remember more what they fixed, how to fix it. You don't want to have students do self-correction at home because they won't do it, but you can have them rewrite. So you can either correct it with a pen or correct it one-on-one and make sure all the corrections are pointed out before you give it back to them. Then they take it home and rewrite it again. And that's when they start understanding the language in English. Okay, so some issues that come up with writing is, some issues that may come up is that the tasks might be too hard. So you want to make sure the tasks are level and age appropriate. If the writing task is too hard, just like with anything, reading, listening, speaking, they won't participate. And they'll get stressed out and frustrated and they'll hate you for the rest of the semester, unfortunately. So it's really important for teaching ESL. The level and age are really important for teaching any skill. The genres have to be appropriate. Like, for example, you're not going to teach, students, young students about dating or about globalization or some advanced topics. And you're not going to teach adults about princesses and monsters. Okay, so the genre has to be appropriate. You're not going to teach businessmen about fashion design. You're not going to teach businessmen a class of business English or a businesswoman, Well, you might, I mean, if their business is fashion, then you might teach them, you know, vocabulary about fashion design. But if they're in like, I don't know, accounting, you wouldn't teach an accounting student fashion design vocabulary, you know? So you have to know what the student needs to learn. You're not going to teach a medical student, you know, business English, because they need to know more medical terms. So that's the genre. The genre has to be appropriate. Discourse community. So discourse means giving a speech or writing a speech or writing an essay in which you're trying to persuade the reader to agree with your conclusion. Now, when I say discourse community, that is tied into the culture. So you need to learn about the culture that you're going to teach in. Because some topics are not appropriate for certain cultures. And some cultures don't even have words for certain topics because they're so taboo. So, for example, in South Korea, they don't really discuss gay marriage, for example, in class. It's a taboo topic. I'm not giving an opinion on gay marriage, I'm just giving an example. You're more likely to discuss gay marriage in a class in the United States. Another issue is, you know, religion. If you're teaching English to many college students who are Muslim, you can't teach them about Christianity. You know, you have to be professional. Or if you want to teach them about Christianity, you could try, but it's not going to be effective in having them write well. Okay, you're going to get pushback. There was one example I'll give you. When I was teaching English in Korea, one day my supervisor called me into his office and he was very upset. And he said, one of the students came into my office and he was very upset because he said that one of his English teachers from America told him that Korea should say thank you to the United States for winning the Korean War. And he said, was it you? And I said, no. Now, I'm not judging that teacher because I also made some mistakes as a teacher. But the point is, you can't tell a Korean student that they have to say thank you to the United States. Okay? So that's what I'm talking about. The community that you're teaching in, okay? Sometimes you can't talk about certain things. You can't talk about politics. You have to be sensitive to the culture. You cannot be biased. You cannot favor your country over their country. You cannot favor your culture over their culture. You cannot discriminate against them. I know it seems like a simple idea, but teachers do these things without realizing it. That's why it's good to keep a journal. You know, your students might think you're racist. So, you know, if you don't have a lot of experience teaching overseas, just be very careful with the writing topics that you choose. In a class full of, you know, Muslim students, you're not gonna give them an article about online dating. It's not going to work because their culture doesn't work like that. So that's what's called the discourse community. If you choose the wrong topics, you're going to have these issues. Okay, and also like I mentioned before, an issue might come up where the students are lazy, they don't want to do it, so you have to explain to them that writing is a process. They have to write their first draft, they have to write the second draft. Usually there's only a second draft. Occasionally I'll assign a third draft if the student's on board. Normally it will be after like a one-on-one consultation or one-on-one meeting. I'll say, you know what, the second draft is better, but you still need to fix these other things to make it logical, to make it effective. And at that point, if the student trusts you and you're helping them one-on-one, they will actually do a third draft, but that's not very common. It's usually after the second draft, they're just tired. They don't want to do another draft. So it depends on the student. Building a habit of writing. Students lack confidence in writing, and writing is boring. So you need to help them and choose interesting and appropriate topics. Even if the topic is boring, I've noticed, especially with the younger kids, if I like get next to them and down next to them and I help them a lot, they'll try harder. I mentioned this before, but make writing activities routine. It has to be routine, otherwise it's pointless. Like they won't progress. So like maybe weekly writing activities every day, every Fridays. At the elementary school I taught, after school, private school. At the private school that I taught, the elementary school students, we did the same routine every week. Monday, we read the article and we finished the outline. The outline was due on Wednesday. And then for homework on Wednesday night, they wrote their first draft. They brought their first draft on Friday. I corrected the first draft, gave it back to them, and they wrote the second draft over the weekend. They brought the second draft in on Monday, and then we read a new story on Monday, and we did the outline on Monday, and so on. The same thing every week. You set the students up for success by checking their outlines. A lot of the times I will usually read the essay first, and if I can't understand the essay, then I look at the outline. Because I'm like, okay, there's a problem with the outline. The outline is the skeleton of the essay. So if there's a problem with the outline, there'll be a problem with the essay. So you have to guide them, you have to show them how to do it. So you need to monitor the classroom. Walk around the classroom. Don't, stand over them or, shout at them or no, don't do it that way. Just be available to help them. So the first few weeks you have to teach them how to write an outline, and the next few weeks you just walk around the classroom. Sometimes you just have them write the essay in class. If you have extra time, which is not normal, but if you have a few extra minutes, or just plan it into your lesson plan. Don't just give it for homework and expect the students to know how to write it. You have to guide them and, have them write the first paragraph in class and do the rest at home. So also, you want to approach writing with enthusiasm. So that's why a lot of teachers who are really good teachers, they just have great bubbly personalities. Those are the best teachers. Because writing can be boring. So it's a mix of everything. You have to have enthusiasm, you have to encourage them, you have to pick interesting topics and guide them and give genuine praise. So, I'm not a big fan of the teacher voice. What I mean by the teacher voice, this is the teacher voice. Okay, students, everybody open your book. We're gonna start writing now. Here's the outline. Paragraph 1. Okay, I don't teach like that. I'm sorry if you teach like that. No offense, but the point is you wanna give you wanna be natural. Like you wanna talk to the students like they're intelligent. Give them genuine praise means like if they do a good job, then don't just say, oh, great job. Show them what they did. Wow, you have a very good organization. Oh, you have really good transition words here. Oh, this was a really good point you made here. You fixed your grammar from last week. Your grammar is getting better. Give them constructive feedback. These are some activities you can do. Now, there's two things that you want to remember with writing, and this also goes for speaking, which will be the last lesson for this section. But you need to decide if you're teaching writing for accuracy or for fluency. So, accuracy means correct grammar, correct spelling, correct punctuation, things like that. So when you're teaching for accuracy, you want to make sure they're using the correct language. You are teaching literary analysis, meaning you just taught them a book, or you just read a book as a class, and you're teaching them how to write a literary analysis, which basically means they are explaining the author's purpose of the book. They're explaining the characters, the events. They're giving commentary on the events. They're giving commentary on the characters, and they're supporting their points using quotations and page numbers. That's literary analysis, so their language should be as accurate as possible. Some students have excellent vocabulary. They're advanced students, but the grammar is actually worse. If the essay is excellent with excellent points and excellent organization, and grammar errors just ruin the essay. So you want to help them with that, especially at the advanced levels and university level courses. For summary writing, basically the students will read an article or an essay, and then they will paraphrase and pick out the main points. So it has to be accurate. Expository writing is a type of essay writing where students are giving mostly facts about a topic. Preference is used a lot in the TOEFL exam. Students have to answer questions through writing on their preference of what they like. For example, a very simple TOEFL question that I always remember: do you prefer eating at home or eating in a restaurant? And then that's called a prompt. It's a question in the test that the students have to write the answer to. So the students, for example, me, I prefer to eat at a restaurant. And then I have to give 3 reasons why, and then provide examples of when I ate at a restaurant. So that's called a preference, because I choose to eat at restaurants rather than eating at home. I prefer to eat at a restaurant rather than eating at home. So the language has to be accurate. It has to be correct grammar, correct vocabulary, correct register, correct usage of vocabulary. The same goes for persuasive writing. So persuasive writing is also used a lot on the TOEFL exam. The students have to persuade the reader of their thesis or their opinion. So for the TOEFL test, it's basically their opinion. They'll have an opinion question. Do you believe that global warming is an issue today? Do you agree or disagree? And the student will write their opinion. I believe that global warming is a huge issue today for 3 reasons. and then they'll list the reasons. So they do have to have background information on the topic, but the important thing is they have to have the correct language, the accuracy, the grammar, correct vocabulary usage, correct paragraphs. Brochures and pamphlets, that's giving information, has to be accurate. Writing for newspapers and magazines, or even a blog nowadays, it has to be accurate. They have to use the correct English. On the other hand, if you want to teach fluency in writing, that means you just basically want them to use as much English as they can, as fast as they can, because you're trying to build up their fluency. You're trying to get them to write like a native writer. So a good way to build fluency is through free writing. So you provide a stimulus or a prompt, meaning you give them a topic and they write about it. Recently, I did an activity like this, which was very successful. I mean, not only because I'm such an awesome teacher or awesome professor, but the students are very interesting. That's why I like teaching. I think students are so interesting and I really love connecting with them. So this example of free writing was in a project-based class where every week I gave the students a different project. So this one project was a journal entry, a diary. I told them to write about 2 different topics in their diary. It was just like a diary, an everyday diary. And what they wrote was so amazing because they were intermediate level, but their English was really good and their stories were very interesting. I had one Korean student write a journal entry on traveling to the UK. I've never traveled. Actually, that's not true. I did. I went to London for like 2 hours. But he was in the UK for 1 month. And he wrote a journal entry about traveling in the UK for 1 month. So, and free writing it gives them like a little bit of like break from worrying about grammar and vocabulary and organization, and they can just express themselves. You could also have them do it in class and just have them pick a topic and just have them write anything they can think of for like 2 minutes or 5 minutes or 10 minutes. You could also use music and pictures for writing, like if they want to write a song. Or I have a file of magazine clip outs of different pictures. Like I have elephants, I have fires, I have kids, I have fish, rainbows, anything. You can give them a picture, like a visual, and then say, okay, you're gonna write a creative story about this picture. And I've done that for university classes, I've done that for elementary classes, and they did a great job. They love it. They like to be creative. So, they just can't express themselves in English. So you kind of want to sit next to them, and if they're struggling with an idea that they want to express, you have to listen carefully. And then with a lot of experience, you're going to start getting good at guessing what they're trying to express based on the topic that they chose, or their body language, or their hand gestures, or their words. They might just be telling you a word, but they don't know the exact word. And then when they give you some clues, you're like, oh, I know what word you want to use. And is it this one? And they're like, yeah. And it's great because they're happy, they gain more confidence, and they trust you as an expert, as a teacher. You could do like writing to a classmate, writing a letter to a classmate. I've never done that one now that I can think of, but just make sure they don't write, I hate you to their classmate. Or they could write to or about a family member. I've also had students write about their best friend. You can have them write poetry. And peer editing is more for accuracy, but you could do it for fluency, just for fun, if you want to read each other's essays. Okay, so correcting written work. Do you use a red pen or do you use a black pen? The red pen you can use for the younger students. The black pen you can use for the older students. You can underline their errors. or cross them out. It depends on what you think is more effective for them to remember what you corrected. You have to remember that this is a powerful visual statement, which means if you have a lot of proofreading marks or a lot of red, it's something that's going to affect them for the rest of their lives. So you have to be really careful because it could be counterproductive. They could actually be traumatized. I've had students tell me before, I stopped studying English because I had a really mean teacher. So you as the teacher, you have to be caring and gentle, because you have to understand that, especially with the young students, even university students, they will remember you for the rest of their lives. And they will have a visual memory of that essay that you gave them with red marks all over it. And I've done that before, and that's why I'm telling you from experience, don't do it. Because I literally had an essay that was so good that I got so excited that I just wrote so much red on it just to fix the grammar and the spelling. And I gave it back to the student and I said to him, this essay is really good. But he didn't hear me because he just saw red. So his reaction was, oh my God. But I was telling him, your essay was actually really good. You had a lot of good points. But he didn't hear it. He only saw the red. And he walked away with his head down. So that's an example of what you don't want to do. So you don't want to use proofreading marks, because the students get confused. Just write comments. Maybe you could write like 3 comments at the end. A lot of the schools will have you write comments about organization, transition words, grammar. That's usually the main ones. And content. Content meaning, did the students have a thesis and supporting details and major details? But just don't overcorrect the spelling, the phonics, the grammar. Handwriting, be careful when you criticize their handwriting because they get really offended. Just let them know, it was hard for me to read the handwriting, so just try to write, a little bit more clear next time. If they demand to type, like I said before, if they're asking you to type, it's because they're being lazy and they just want to do it quickly. So for the younger kids, have them handwrite it. Now, if they're doing a really great job and they're handwriting their essays really well, then maybe you could have them type it and see how it goes, maybe in the middle of the semester or the end of the semester. For the university students, you're not going to ask them to handwrite. They're definitely going to type, right? Corrections take time. So here's the thing. You want to correct the organization in the first draft first. Unless their grammar is really, really bad, or unless they're making the same grammar error repeatedly, you can write those on the margin. Maybe 1 grammar point, not like 3. The main error, just correct the main error first. They might have a few other minor grammar errors, but again, you're going to confuse them, you're going to overcorrect, you're going to discourage them. So just pick 1 grammar point that you think they need help with. But start with the organization first. So when you're grading 13 essays, remember we said it takes about maybe 2 hours at least. If you try to correct the organization and the grammar both, it will take too long, and then the student will give you a second draft that will still have errors. So you have to choose. Most of the time you're going to check the organization first because you've already had them write out an outline. Usually the students who don't use the outline, their essays are not organized well. So you want to check organization first, and maybe 1 big minor error in the grammar that they keep repeating again and again and again. Give it back to them, then they write the second draft. Now, once they do that, if they get really good at using the outline and their organization improves a lot, then you can start focusing on grammar more so, because they already basically learned how to organize their essay. You want to focus on common errors. If it's an error specific to one student, you can talk to them one-on-one and discuss their individual errors. For example, I had a university class where most of the essays were great, but one student, surprisingly, she didn't use periods. This was a university class. And I'm saying that like I'm shocked or surprised, but don't show that to the student. Don't make them feel bad about that, because maybe they went to a different school. Maybe they grew up in a different town than the rest of the students in China or wherever. So maybe they didn't learn how to use periods. Like, you can't make them feel like something's wrong with them. Just point it out. You know what? You're not using periods at the end of your sentence. So that's very important. You have to know how to use periods. That's okay to say to them. You can say that to them. You can emphasize the importance of using periods, but don't make them feel like they're stupid or they did something wrong or they're bad because they didn't use periods. Anytime a student doesn't understand something, okay, learning English is like a puzzle. It's like math. They might not know part of the equation. They might not know part of the language. And it could be a simple part, like the or or periods, and they have really good vocabulary and really good essay writing topics, but they forgot a period. It seems ridiculous to us as the teacher, but we have to understand their background. English is not their first language. You can't make them feel bad for making minor errors like that. Just point it out gently and just help them. Just help them write it again. Add the periods in together. And then have them go home and add it in their essay and bring the second draft. Now, if the whole class is making errors, you can address it as a class. So for example, you can talk about it before you give them their corrected first draft. You can make a worksheet on the specific problem that they're having. So for example, I mentioned one student, she forgot periods. You just, I wouldn't make a handout for the class because that was only her issue. But let's say all of the students are forgetting to put S at the end of their sentences. They don't know how to use plural. A lot of languages don't use S for plural, like we do in English. So you could do, you could create a worksheet, and there's a lot of worksheets online that you could find. You don't have to make one, but if you prefer to make your own, you can. You can make a simple worksheet where the students have to add S onto the end of plural nouns. Or you could have a warm-up activity at the beginning of the writing lesson and warm up the class by having them do an activity. For example, I had a class of Korean students that their English was pretty good, but they struggled with and da. It was maybe a beginner, like a beginner class, but they knew some English. So, but they struggled with the articles, the small parts, and the and an. So I created an activity where they had some pictures and they had some articles, and they had to match the articles with the pictures. And we did that for an hour. A warm-up is not usually an hour. It's usually like 20 minutes. But that day we just kind of were relaxed, and I wanted to enforce the articles, because the articles are the hardest thing for students to remember because they're so tiny. They're little words. I had the same problem when I was learning Korean. I couldn't understand the small object markers. So I gave them some tiny pictures that I printed out from the internet, and I gave them like some tiny article cards. They were like little cards. I turned them over. I covered the whole desk. I created 2 teams because they love like any kind of competition. And the first team that won got a small prize, like a candy or something. But I don't give out prizes often because then the students expect it. But anyway, I gave them some kind of prize or goal at the end of the task. So they spent about an hour turning over the cards. So for example, now these are university students, so they're very smart. They've learned a lot in their college, but they just needed help with articles. And I didn't make them feel bad about it. I didn't make them feel stupid. I just gave them a fun activity to do so that they could remember. So for example, moon. So they would turn over the picture of a moon with the word moon on it. And then they have a moon, the moon, and moon? No. So they would turn it back. But if they chose the moon, then they keep the card, and the student who had the most cards at the end wins, or the team that has the most cards at the end wins, or the team that finishes turning over all the cards wins. So that way they're practicing articles. So that's a common error that you can correct as a class. Or you could do it as a review. Like let's say you taught grammar last week and you want to review it because they are making errors in their writing. And then of course we talked about drafts, first draft and second draft. Okay, so the stages of writing, first there's pre-writing. So you want to start a discussion, you get the students' interest, you brainstorm ideas, you could even begin with a reading passage as we discussed, make sure the topics are interesting. You could have a language focus. A lot of times I'll have students make sure they include vocabulary words that they learned into their essay. Sometimes I'll actually ask them to put a box around the vocabulary and I'll make it a contest. So I'll say, the student that has the most boxes will get a prize, or a star or a sticker or something. So the students want to, depending on the unit, like in the textbook, the reading passage and the unit usually have a topic. So the vocabulary should be easy for them to use. Not easy. Don't ever tell them it's easy because they'll get angry. But the point is the vocabulary is related to the topic that they're writing about. The vocabulary has to be related to the topic so they can use the vocabulary in the writing. So you could do a lesson with reading, vocabulary, and writing, which is very common. In my school in Korea, it was the same routine. We did a preview with vocabulary, then we did reading, then we did a reading quiz, then we did listening, which was the same topic. So every unit had the same topic. Then we did writing. So they had to write about the topic based on the reading and the listening and the vocabulary that they learned. You could also instruct them to use a grammar point. So if you're teaching a grammar point, you could combine that with a writing lesson and make sure they use the correct grammar point in the writing lesson. For example, subject-verb agreement. So if you have a noun at the beginning of a sentence as the subject, you have to match the verb with the subject. For example, you say people are, not people is, people are. A person is. It sounds like a very simple grammar point, but students need practice. It's not that they are not smart. It's that they don't have the opportunities to practice. So you can't assume even on a university level that simple grammar points don't need practice. Anything needs practice. Anything. Even a and the. Even articles need practice. You can put, make sure they use the correct article usage in their writing lesson. So that's a language focus. Set expectations and rules. It's really important in the pre-writing stage because you don't want students constantly calling on you to ask you questions. Once in a while to ask questions, it's okay. But that's when you get really frustrated and tired because you didn't explain it at the beginning. So the students are like, teacher, I need help. Teacher, I need help. Teacher, I need help. If they need help, that's okay. But, make some rules. have them raise their hand, especially with elementary school students because they want the teacher's attention right now. So before you give them a writing task, just explain to them, I will be walking around the classroom. If you need help, wait for me to come to your desk. And it minimizes the chaos of writing. Sometimes students will call at me from across the room, and I'll just say, just a moment, I'm helping this student, and I'm coming around the classroom to help everybody, and they just have to be patient. But that's part of the writing process because they're thinking, right? So they want to know the answer right now. So the important thing is never overreact, but always try to set the expectations and the rules before you have them start writing. For writing, you want to monitor the room, walk around the room, be available to help them, but try not to be intimidating. Just be aware of your facial expressions, be aware of your body language. If you're tense or if you're standing over them, don't stand over them too much. Try to get down if you can. Try to make eye contact, especially if they're younger. With the older students, adult students don't learn reading. They want to learn speaking. But academic classes, like in university, you can walk around. If they really need a lot of help, you can get down. But, they're more independent, so you don't always have to get close to them. But the kids, they really like that. If you're not scary, if you're a nice and good teacher, you got to balance being strict and being nice. You could give them feedback one-on-one when you have them writing in class. Ideally, the class should be quiet, right? Everybody should be focusing on writing. No talking, no shouting out, for the younger kids. Those are the rules, right? And then post-writing means after everybody started writing or finished writing, after everyone finished writing, you could have them do a peer review, especially in the larger classes. Like if you have a class of 40 students, there's no way you can check every essay. So you might have no choice but to have the students switch their essays and grade the essays. If you have a language focus, it will actually help them focus on what they need to grade in their classmates' paper. And also when they read their classmates' paper, they understand how writing has to be effective in order for the reader to understand their points and their essay. So that's comprehension. Correct and return essays on time. You need to correct the essays on time as the teacher, because if you don't, if you hand things in late, they will remember, and things can get totally out of control. Your whole semester will be just chaotic because you're going to have students giving you essays late, and you're going to have students handing in their first draft when the second draft is due, handing it in on the wrong day. So routine is very important for the students and also for the teacher. So try to always return the essays back when you say you're going to return it to them. It also affects their trust in you and how much they respect you as the teacher and the expert. Again, I mentioned you could do a second or third draft. Usually a second draft is fine for them to improve upon their corrections, headings, and like I said before, if they have a writing folder, they can see the progress that they've made from the first week to the third week, or the first month, or the second month, or the end of the semester. All right, so here, when you're choosing writing tasks or selecting writing tasks, make sure they're interesting, engaging, motivating. There's more ideas you want to give them, lots of ideas. Make sure that the writing task is relevant to the students' lives. So, for example, adult ESL students, they really hate writing. In our adult ESL class, we actually didn't do writing because the students needed to learn speaking and vocabulary. And in our elementary school class, when they were writing essays, we had topics like, let me see, we read a lot of stories where the students had to write literary analysis on the stories. We did have expository reading assignments, reading stories that they had to read based on facts. One was about, I don't know, like different types of trees, conifers versus the other type of tree that I can't remember right now, but they had to write about different types of trees. They had to write about different types of plants. They had to write about wars. They had to write about Abraham Lincoln. They had to write about different presidents. So that was relevant to the students' lives because they were similar topics to what they were learning in school. So again, a lot of this, I'm kind of repeating a lot of points, but I guess that's good for you so you can remember. The topics the writing tasks have to be age and level appropriate. So you wouldn't give elementary school students a topic like globalization unless they're like super smart, but don't make it too hard. You want to give them a variety of writing tasks. So in the private school that I worked at for elementary school, sometimes we would do summary writing. We would read current events and write about and summarize the current events. So that was one type of writing task. We would also, like I said, we would write opinion essays where we wouldn't read anything. The students would just get a question and write their opinion. So try to give them a variety of tasks, but depending on how hard the class is, don't make it too hard. I would say give a variety of tasks at the higher levels, like university students. You could do that. Sharing with the class, you could have students read their writing. I've done this in many classes because it builds their confidence and self-esteem, but don't force them to do it. If they don't want to read, especially if they're shy, don't force them because you will ruin their life. They will hate you for the rest of their lives and they'll never want to learn English again. And I know this because students tell me these things. However, usually they want to read if you've given them some praise or some positive feedback, or if you say, this essay is so good, can you read it? A lot of them will read. Like, they just, try to sense if they want to read it or they don't. A lot of times they will. And it builds their confidence and self-esteem. If you embarrass them or you force them, it does the opposite. They do like to share creative stories because it's imaginative and they're not focusing so much on accuracy or grammar. And if they use the vocabulary, they like to show off. If they have some vocabulary from the book that they put in their essay and you're like, wow, you used a lot of vocabulary in this essay, they like to show off, so they'll read it. They love to read journal entries and they love reading things that are funny. I have laughed so much at students' ideas. But don't lose focus of the topic. I had one student who, every single class, he was talking about burritos. So that's just a behavior issue. That's not relating to the topic. So be careful about students going off topic because they can get out of control sometimes if they're trying to be too funny. You could have them write short passages about themselves, their family member, an experience that they had. I had one student tell me about migrating to the United States. So the teacher, I was actually observing this class. The teacher gave the students a writing assignment about an experience coming to the United States. Some of the students were from El Salvador, some of the students were from China, some of the students were from Mexico, one student was from the Philippines. And this class was in an ESL class in a public school in California. The student, one student from El Salvador, he refused to write because he was the outcast in the class. I only sat in on the class for maybe 1 hour or 2 hours, and I noticed he was the outcast, that the other students treated him like he was stupid. He only spoke in Spanish. He refused to speak in English. However, the teacher was so gentle and kind and he did speak a little bit of Spanish, which helps too. Sometimes it helps. If you speak a little bit of their language, they respect you more. And I think that's why I had so much fun living in Korea, because I learned the language. So the teacher helped him one-on-one, and this is a perfect example of selecting a writing task that's relevant to the student's life and guiding them. So the teacher spoke to him one-on-one very, gently, and said, "What happened when you came to America?" So once the teacher did that and gave him special attention, he actually started talking a lot. And he explained that him and his family had to walk in the desert in the heat with no shoes and no food for many weeks to get to the United States. And he said all of that in perfect English. But it was a writing task, so after he explained that to the teacher, then he wrote it down. So that's an example of a short passage of an experience that is relevant to the students' lives. You can also have them write about descriptions of people, especially people in their lives, or people they respect, or people they admire. And then you have them write longer passages. You can have them write an article, a news article. You can have them write dialogues, conversations. Dialogues or conversations. You can have them write plays, academic essays, research papers, where they have to gather many different articles from the university library or books and combine all of the information, create a thesis, and cite their sources. Business emails and reports, we already touched on that. So there's different types of essays. There's a narrative essay where the student will tell a story. There's a descriptive essay where the students need to describe a situation or characters or people. So you could incorporate a descriptive essay with an adjectives lesson for grammar. There's expository essays where they're just giving facts. That might be difficult for them to do. It might have to be like a research paper because they have to get the facts from somewhere. There's a comparison and contrast, which means they're showing how two things are similar or how two things are different. This is used a lot to describe maybe like biology or animals, animal behavior, things that you want to show are similar or different. There's also classification essays where students put different topics in different categories. For example, social anthropology. They might want to discuss different types of cultures. They could also pick two cultures and compare and contrast them. So they could, like, for example, I have a lot of experience with American culture and Korean culture. So they could compare and contrast American culture and Korean culture. Or they could classify cultures as individualistic cultures or communal cultures. So that would be obviously in an advanced class. But, classifying different things, putting them in different categories and showing how they're similar or different. They could write an essay about a process. I don't know, a simple example, it could be like making spaghetti. First, you do this, then you do this. Next, you do this. Finally, you do this. Obviously, they might not write about spaghetti. I mean, they might if it's just like a fun writing essay for fluency about cooking. But any process of doing something, they might have to do research first, and then write about a process of how something is done in order. They could also, another type of essay could be a cause and effect essay, where they're explaining if one thing happens, then the next thing will happen. And an argumentative essay is one that they want to, it's also called a persuasive essay. They're essentially the same thing, in my opinion, where they give an opinion and they have to give reasons, and at the conclusion, or in the conclusion, I should say, they restate their opinion and the reasons why they think this thesis statement is true. Now, I did mention a lot of these previously, but I wanted to introduce this concept of transition words. So if you're a native teacher, or if you've taught classes before, you might be familiar with these transition words. Contrast transition words show how two things are different. However, but, on the other hand, in contrast, although, though. Next, comparison transition words. Similarly, likewise. Those are the only ones I could think of right now, but you get the idea, right? So depending on the type of essay, you teach the students the transition words. Next, exemplification means giving examples, which is needed for argumentative essays and maybe, well, let's just stick with argumentative essays or persuasive essays. You have to give examples of why you believe the thesis is true. For example, for instance, to illustrate, then there's time order. First, next, then. There's addition. In addition, also, moreover, furthermore. There's listing. First, second, third, last. Some students get confused between time order and listing transitions because they both start with first. But just remember, time order is first, next, then, after, finally. And it's also used with dates, a lot of dates. So sometimes the students don't realize that and they get confused. So just make sure you show the difference between a list and time order. Because a list would be like, I'll give you a simple example that I use to explain to students. First, I'm going to the supermarket and I have to buy some food. First, I'll buy milk. Second, cheese. Third, tomatoes. Listing. So they're listing something in their essay. Maybe listing reasons. And lastly, cause and effect transitions are as a result, therefore, consequently. So is a cause and effect transition, but we don't use so in an essay because it's informal. It's more for speaking. So the great thing about transition words is that they really help the students organize and construct their essay in a logical order, a logical manner. So I really emphasize transition words in essay writing. And you can find a list of transition words on the internet anywhere. You just type it in, or you could just make your own based on this slide. Okay, so the structure of the essay, this is basically the outline. It's a simplified outline. You can use it. And when you give the outline to the students, you can just give them a blank piece of paper with 5 boxes in it and label it, and then have some blank lines so they can write their ideas in the box. Again, you could also search essay writing outlines on the internet, and you can see that you have to give some labels, add some labels, but also give the students space lines to write their sentences in. In any case, this is the essay structure. There's usually 5 paragraphs. Paragraph 1 is for introducing the topic. So the introduction starts, the very first sentence starts with a hook to hook the reader. So it's like a movie. Like if you go to a movie and the first scene is boring, what do? You walk out of the movie because it's boring, or you fall asleep, or you're looking on Amazon Prime or Netflix and you say, oh, this movie looks interesting, and you watch the first 5 or 10 minutes and you're like, oh, this is so boring, and you close it and watch another movie. So same thing with the essay. The hook has to be interesting. It has to hook the reader. It has to get the reader interested in the essay. So that's what you explain to the students. They could use an anecdote, like a funny story about the topic, if it's, if it's a narrative essay, or if it's a less formal essay. Or the hook could be some background information, but not just boring background information, like some background information about the topic that's maybe surprising or shocking. And then at the end of the introduction paragraph, they include their thesis about the topic, their opinion about the topic. And then the next 3 paragraphs, 2, 3, and 4, are essentially topic sentences that support the thesis. They have to connect to the thesis, and some supporting details. And then paragraph 5 is the conclusion, where the student wraps up their essay, reminds the reader of the topic sentence and the thesis. So they paraphrase each topic sentence from paragraph 2, paragraph 3, and paragraph 4, and then they remind the reader of the thesis. They could also add in, which is not in the slide, but they could add in a look to the future. So if it's a persuasive essay, they can try to persuade the reader to take some kind of action. So we're almost done with this lesson. It's a long lesson, so thank you for sticking with me, and I hope you're getting a lot of help. So steps to writing an effective essay. Oh, that should be an effective essay. Choose a topic that's not too general, not too specific. Identify your target audience. Who are you writing for? Brainstorm ideas, which we discussed. Write a thesis statement. Okay, the reason I put a question mark here is because sometimes, even me as a professor, you don't know what your thesis is. You have some ideas about a topic, but you're not really sure what you're trying to say. So sometimes, ideally, the students will have a thesis at the beginning, a clear thesis, a clear opinion about the topic. Now, sometimes what's interesting is through the writing process and through filling out the outline, the students and I together will change the thesis a little bit. So sometimes you have to fix your thesis or change the wording a little bit. But in any case, an effective essay must have a clear thesis at the end of paragraph 1. Sometimes the students will put the thesis in the first sentence, but there's no hook. Sometimes the students will put the thesis in the last paragraph and not at the beginning. So the thesis is the opinion. It's the most important part of the essay. It has to be at the end of paragraph 1 after the hook. Most likely, there will be a transition word in between the hook and the thesis in the first paragraph. Organize ideas into an outline, which we just discussed. Write an outline for the essay. Ensure all points support the thesis. We talked about that. Write the first draft. Revise after corrections and feedback. Edit essay with appropriate title. Write a second draft and proofread. So With proofreading, I know I repeated a lot of things here, but I'm glad because with the proofreading, I usually tell students to proofread after the first paragraph, after each paragraph, when they're writing the first draft. Do they do it? Not always, but if they're giving you essays that make no sense at all, I honestly don't, I don't read them. If it's the first week of class, I'll try to read it. Maybe the student doesn't know. If it's the second week, the third week, I'll try to read it. After the fourth or fifth week, if the student is just not even trying, you could tell. And if I'm reading the essay and it makes absolutely no sense, I'll do one of two things. I will first ask them for the outline, because most likely they didn't do the outline. So if you give them a 0 or you don't even grade it, I'm not going to grade an essay where the students are not following directions and they're not trying. That's very rare, but I've done it before. I will say, you know what? I'm sorry, but I cannot read this. You got to start from scratch. And, you know, you're not making them feel bad because they're the ones that are not taking responsibility for their own work. So sometimes you have to put your foot down. You have to be the authoritarian. You have to be strict. So, you know, I make sure I tell them to proofread, but like I said, it depends on how motivated they are. Okay, so we're almost done with this lesson. The punctuation, spelling, quotes, citations, and references, these are some issues that will come up. So just, you can be prepared to correct the student, but don't overcorrect them, or don't make them feel bad about it, especially if they're in university and they're having an issue with capitalization. Don't make them feel bad about it, because think about how hard it is to translate Chinese into English. Can you learn Chinese? Can you correctly write in Chinese? Think about it that way. Can you write correctly in Korean? In Korean, there are no capital letters. Okay, so we have to stop being ethnocentric, meaning we have to stop being biased and only looking at students from our point of view, like our language is better, or make them feel bad for these things, because you just have to put yourself in their shoes. Imagine if you're learning how to write in Korean, or write in Japanese, or write in Chinese. There are no capital letters in those languages. So rather than making the student feel bad or embarrassing them, just point it out or just write it for them. And then they take it home and then they redo it at home without any judgment from the teacher or the students or their peers. Because a lot of times students get embarrassed in front of their classmates if they're doing something wrong. So they may have issues with capitalization. They may have issues with using commas, and commas are great in writing because they can affect a sentence, right? So for example, I'll give you a very easy example. I'm going to the supermarket, I'm going to buy cheese, milk, and eggs. Did I use a comma? No. Let's just say I wrote it down. Now if I say the same exact thing, I'm going to the supermarket and I'm going to buy cheese, eggs, and milk. In that sentence, I would have used the comma. So I try to explain to students, especially when I'm teaching grammar, that using grammar and using punctuation and commas affects the mind of the reader, and the style and what they hear in their minds. And when you explain it to the students that way, they feel powerful. They're just like, oh, yeah, okay. And they get it. Like, because a lot of times students don't understand why they have to learn so much grammar. But ESL students understand grammar is important, especially adult students from Asia. They want to know the correct grammar. They will grill you on grammar. So make sure you know your grammar. If you need a grammar course, I'll do it for you, because I suffered through a grammar course and I'll be happy to share my suffering with you. But just, I'm joking. I can make grammar very simple, so maybe that will be my next course here. Colons, semicolons, they're used to give lists. Dashes, exclamation marks are really helpful, especially for the younger kids if they're writing about stories, because they can put more, enthusiasm in their writing. For academic essays, not so much. But for academic essays, a lot of university students misuse parentheses. They need to learn quotations. Quotations are hard too because you need to know where to put the comma and the quotation. And even I had to remember how to do it. In the period, where do you put the comma? Where do you put the quotations? Where do you put the period? You have to put the period inside the quotation. Imagine they're trying to learn the language and they still have to learn how to use quotations too. They have to learn word families. A lot of times they'll use an adjective in the place of a noun, or two nouns that are different but have the same word family. For example, investigator. An investigator is a noun, but it's a person. Investigation is a noun too, but it's not a person, it's a thing. Investigate is a verb. This happens a lot. The students get confused between the word families. Independent clauses and dependent clauses, they're not really sure when to end a clause or a sentence, or where to add a transition word, a conjunction, like and. So my rule typically is one transition word per sentence, one and per sentence, or but per sentence. So like two clauses together, and then a period. Sometimes they don't know how to use periods. And phonics means if the students don't have the foundation of phonics, if they didn't learn the foundation of phonics before they came to your class, they will have a big problem with writing. I had one elementary school boy. He was the cutest boy, but he was so bad. And ironically, the reason he was bad was because he was very smart, but he couldn't write one paragraph. So at the beginning of the semester, I said, why are you not doing your homework? Why are you not doing your homework? Why are you not doing homework? Gotta do your homework. And sometimes the parents don't enforce the homework, especially if it's an after-school program. So I struggled with this student. He never wrote anything. And one day I was strict, but I realized it doesn't help to keep asking them, why don't you do it? Why don't you do it? Why don't you do it? There's a reason they're not doing it. So I sat down with him one day, and you know, if they're not doing it, it's not necessarily because they're bad. There's a problem. So I sat with him, and then I realized that he was a fluent English speaker. He went to school in America, but he didn't learn phonics because he lived in China when he was younger. So he never learned phonics. And he was so smart. He always tried to impress me. That's why he was bad, because he would interrupt the lesson to try to impress me with his facts and his intelligence. He knew a lot, but he was always going off topic. So you have to have rules and expectations. But I sat down with him and I basically interviewed him and realized that he never learned phonics, and that's why he couldn't write. And he was devastated because all the other boys in the class, it was all boys for some reason, they all knew how to write the essay. They were doing a great job, and here he is, super intelligent, and that's why he tried to show off, because his writing was really bad. His handwriting was bad, and he didn't learn any phonics. And don't tell them that. Don't say your handwriting is bad. Don't tell them you don't know phonics. So let me rephrase that. He had some challenges with handwriting, and he never learned phonics. So can I fix his problem with phonics in one semester? Probably not, but he understood me, and I understood his issue. So he tried a little bit harder. So Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. You never know. Most of the time you win, though. Most of the time you win. Okay, guys, last slide. I hope you're getting a lot out of this course. I love talking about this stuff because I had so much fun teaching. So finally, let's just wrap up like a conclusion, practical tips for teaching writing. So you're this blue teacher here, and these are your students, and this is what you can do. So for writing, you want to provide students chances. Sorry, I wrote students twice here, but you want to provide students chances to process the language. Just understand, I'm speaking quite fast because I'm trying to give a lot of information at one time. So I apologize if I'm speaking too fast for you, but hopefully, if you're teaching English, you can follow along with the major points. If anything, you can read the PowerPoints. Writing is a process, and also students are constantly processing. So that's why you got to slow down. If you're a teacher and you've been teaching for a long time, imagine putting yourself on slow motion. So you know how you're on YouTube? On YouTube, the videos play quite fast, and then there's an option where you can actually slow down the playing time to slow it down. That's what you have to do. So you have to slow down your pace of speaking times 3. Because the students are still processing what you said 1 minute ago, especially if they're beginners, because they're trying to translate what you said in their language, and then they're trying to do what you asked them to do. So if you've ever taken a language course, you know exactly what I mean. So the best ESL teachers, I believe, are the teachers who have taken a language course in the past, which is basically maybe all of us. And if you haven't, then hopefully, this helps you. You got to understand the culture and the discourse community, which I mentioned. You want to consider the different genres and topics that use appropriate language and that are also appropriate for that culture. For example, dating. Some cultures, it's not appropriate to discuss dating in an English lesson or to write about dating. Some cultures, it's not appropriate to write about politics or government. In some cultures, it's not appropriate to write about certain topics. They might not even have the words in their language. So, because you cannot separate culture and language. Culture and language are intertwined, right? Next, use and teach outlines very carefully. Don't lose your patience. Just try not to lose your patience with students, because writing takes a lot of patience. Avoid overcorrection. You got to have patience. Don't overcorrect. Just basically encourage the students, because if they get frustrated, they lose trust and they won't trust you for the rest of the semester, and it might turn out to be a big problem, because then you get into behavior problems and they're not focusing and they're distracting other students and they're talking to other students about you, saying you're a bad teacher, and it could become a big mess. So you're teaching them how to write, but you also want to encourage them and make the class a positive atmosphere and a relaxed place where they can look forward to coming to every day. They know they're going to learn something, and they know that the teacher is strict but also cares and is gentle and understands them. So if you think teaching English as a second language is so easy just because you already speak English, it's not. It takes a lot of skill. I made a lot of mistakes when I started teaching English as a second language. So next, you monitor them, and then you help them, you encourage them, and you praise them. You can give them individual help. You can talk to them after class. Maybe you have somewhere you have to go. Maybe you don't have time. I'm telling you, if you spend more time, the more time you spend, the more they're going to respond and know that you care about teaching them writing. You want to address issues like spelling, handwriting, and phonics one-on-one, because you don't want to embarrass them. So ideally you want to talk to them after class. I've had elementary school students who I've taught one-on-one while the other students were writing. So the other students were not really paying attention to what we were discussing. Just, talk to them kind of like in a low voice and just say, look at this, just try not to embarrass them in front of the other students. And also, if you're doing a one-on-one consultation with other students in the class, you want to do a one-on-one consultation with every single student and tell them that at the beginning. So when you give them one-on-one help in front of the class, the other students are distracted when they're writing, and then the student doesn't feel so embarrassed because you're helping everyone, not only picking on them. Students are very sensitive. You have to be really, really careful about embarrassing them or offending them or making them stressed. So yeah, finally, you address common errors one-on-one or as a class if the students are making, the same common errors. If everyone's making the same error, you can address it as a class. If one student is making a particular error that's not common, you can address it one-on-one, maybe in private after class. So it's a juggling act, but that concludes this lesson on teaching writing. As you can see, it's quite detailed and long, so thank you for listening, and the next lesson will be on the skill, listening. Listening is the next skill that I will go over. Okay, so thank you, and see you in the next lesson. All right, so the next lesson 3 is teaching listening. Teaching listening is a receptive skill. It's an input. It's input, meaning the students are acquiring the language. The language is going in their cognition. And in this lesson, I'm going to go over the rationale for teaching listening, the 2 types of listening, which is extensive listening and intensive listening, the levels, the skills, what type of audio and video you can use, listening activities you can use, and practical tips that you can use in the classroom. So the rationale is that students want to understand what they're hearing. A lot of times they'll just hear parts of the conversation, or they'll just hear like blah, 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 blah. And it's the teacher's job to make listening easier. Another thing is the way people speak is much different than the way we write. So that's why when you teach writing, it's much different than teaching listening. I included this question mark here as an image because that's how students feel when they're listening. So when you play listening texts or listening passages, they model the pronunciation, pitch, intonation, and syllable stress of individual words and also words that are blended together in connected speech. Obviously, the more they listen, the better they'll get because they're hearing the correct usage of the words and grammar points and vocabulary. The students should be exposed to a variety of input, meaning movies, television shows, maybe some conversations and lectures in class. So there are two types of listening, extensive listening and intensive listening. Extensive listening is the student does outside of the classroom. This will depend on their motivation. So as the teacher, it's your job to try to motivate the students to listen outside of the classroom. Extensive listening is also encourages autonomous learning, which means that the students take responsibility for their own learning by listening outside of class. You can use DVDs. They're a little bit outdated. It also depends on what technology you have in your classroom. You can use streaming apps, television shows, to show television shows and movies. I have used like my Amazon account to show movies in class. You can use YouTube videos. Well, the students use YouTube videos outside of class, and the students can watch television shows and movies outside of class. So outside of class is extensive listening, inside of class is intensive listening. Students can use podcast websites, which I know many that are very good, that I can include in the online resources section. Listening should be enjoyable for the students. That's why they should be able to choose what they want to watch, what they want to listen to. It's much easier in an ESL setting for students to watch movies in English because they're living in an English-speaking country. However, if they're in an EFL country, for example, if they're in their home country, for example, when I lived in Korea, my students were EFL students, English as a foreign language. So they won't have a lot of opportunities to listen to movies in English or television shows in English because they're so busy and they're always speaking their L1 in Korean. So the only way you can have them do extensive listening outside of the classroom is to set a schedule, a strict schedule for them every week, which is very challenging because, as you know, there are many distractions, especially with the phones and the internet. So, you're more likely to get students to do extensive listening in an ESL setting in an English-speaking country. Extensive listening should be enjoyable, as I mentioned, but it should also be easy for the students to understand, because if they don't understand, they'll give up, especially without the teacher's guidance in class. So ideally, according to research and theory, the student should understand at least 95% of the lecture. And on the other hand, intensive listening is done in class. In some classrooms have language labs, which is great because you can use the technology. They'll have computers, they'll have headsets like the blue one here. And it's your job to walk around the classroom and make sure the students are using the correct website. I taught an IELTS class with adults. A lot of them were professionals, doctors and acupuncturists. One student wanted to get a master's degree, one student wanted to be a paralegal. So they were very highly motivated to listen. So our class was in a language lab, and for the first hour every day we met, they listened. They did intensive listening. So Monday they would do intensive listening, and Tuesday they would do intensive reading, and then Wednesday they would do intensive listening again and switch on and off Monday through Friday. I gave them extensive listening and reading for homework, but they would have to come back the next day and give a summary of what they listened to and what they read. So intensive listening, intensive means very, very hard work, like when you go to the gym, right? Extensive means a lot. So the reason I mention that is because this is guided listening, meaning the teacher has to guide the students by using timestamps. And I'll explain what timestamps are later. And by pointing out the main points. Just quickly, timestamps are where you want to stop in the video. So as the teacher, you want to prepare by writing down the time in the video where you want the students to hear the main points. A lot of the textbooks come with CDs and recorded tracks, but before the class starts, make sure you check the CDs because sometimes they don't match the textbook. And textbooks also have dialogues and conversations that you can play. English language films, I wrote a question mark next to subtitles because students can watch subtitles for extensive listening. But for intensive listening, you don't want the students to read subtitles and listen at the same time. You just want to replay the sections that they don't understand because you want them to listen like as if they're native speakers, native as if they're fluent in English. So they won't get fluent if they're always reading subtitles. So my rule, my personal opinion, is you can use subtitles for extensive listening outside of the classroom, and intensive listening, no subtitles. A lot of the videos and movies are great because the students can stop and pause and stop and pause and listen again. But when they do extensive listening, they don't do that. They just read the subtitles and they listen. So again, extensive listening is like pouring water into the glass. Now going back to English language films, you have to be super careful that the videos and movies you show don't have any profanity or curse words in it, because that can be a big problem. I had one class where I gave the students a list of dialogues to memorize from films, and one of the dialogues had profanity in it, and the students they were naughty and they used the profanity in class, even though I warned them not to do that. So the problem is you've got to give them either a very short list of videos, maybe 10, and check each video carefully, especially the ones that you kind of can guess might have profanity. Otherwise, you risk them acting out in class or using profanity in class. Profanity meaning bad words. You can also use YouTube in the classroom for listening. Again, it depends on what technology you have access to. And focus on teaching skills, like identifying the gist and the details. Gist just means the main idea of what they're listening to. And you want to focus on teaching them how to hear transition words and verbal cues. Okay, so there's different listening passages that you'll play for different levels. News broadcasts are very difficult to understand because they're very fast. So you could use news broadcasts for advanced students. Lectures and conversations are very typical for ESL textbooks. The difference between a lecture and a conversation is a lecture is only one person speaking about a topic, and a conversation will be two people speaking about a topic. So for conversations, I usually have students write a T chart in their notebook and have one person's like woman, man, and go back and forth and write the conversation that way, because there's usually a topic. However, one speaker is asking questions and the other speaker is giving information. So if you can have the students focus on the questions that the speaker is asking, one of the speakers is asking, and the answers that the other speaker is giving, because those details will be the ones that they need to understand and might be on the test. Dialogue is similar to a conversation. It's just two people talking. Radio, we don't really use that much. The internet, I do use a lot for finding listening texts and passages. There's many IELTS websites that you can find that will have listening texts in them. And dictation just means this is for the kids. That's when they start listening. So you'll play a CD and they'll just fill in the blanks. So the sentences will already be in their book, but you're getting them into the habit of listening. So when you start teaching little kids and you see a listening section where they have to write words in, that's called dictation. Register just means like different words have different meaning. Like I mentioned earlier, are you crazy? Or you're so crazy. So the listening passages you choose will either be formal or informal. So an informal conversation would use the word crazy, like, are you crazy? Or you're so crazy. However, in a lecture, the speaker might not even use the word crazy. They might use like mentally insane. Insane means crazy, but it's a more formal way of saying crazy. Okay, authentic speech, you want to use listening passages that don't sound robotic. They don't sound like a robot, right? Hi, how are you today? I'm fine. Unfortunately, many textbooks do have conversations that sound that way, so you want to try to avoid those kind of textbooks. The speech should be as real to natural English as possible, as authentic as possible. Authentic speech, however, is fast. So what you could do is, if you're playing a YouTube video, you could slow down the speed. But most likely what you'll have to do is play back parts of the lecture 2 or 3 times, no more than 3 times. If they don't hear it the 3rd time, you can just point it out and tell them the answer. Otherwise, they'll get stressed. So that's what you use timestamps for. If the lecture's too fast, you just play it once all the way through, and then you break it down into parts and you play the parts once or twice. Be careful not to play it too many times, because if you play it 3 or 4 times, you might make the students feel, stupid, or you might be condescending. So you could just tell them the answer after the 2nd try or 3rd try and just help them. So again, the concessions made by the speaker with the question mark just means, do you want to slow down too much, or do you want to speak really fast? So you have to find a natural pace. You can't speak too slow, because the students might think, can you understand what I'm saying? They might think you think they're stupid. And then you can't talk too fast, because they won't understand. And the same thing with the lectures. So a lot of textbooks have good conversations, good lectures that have a natural pace. So when you're teaching listening, just always consider the level. Again, you want to set students up for success and reduce their anxiety and frustration. All right, so these are the listening skills that you will teach them. Paralinguistic clues are transition words. I mentioned them earlier, like however, on the other hand, nevertheless, for example, to illustrate, therefore, as a result. Those are all examples of transition words. They're very commonly used even in public school. So if you want to go ahead and search on the internet, like a handout with all the transition words listed, you can find one, or you can make one up for yourself as you go. Verbal cues are kind of like, they're like transition words. They're just when the speaker says something that gives a clue that they're going to go into the next point. So, what do you think? Okay, they'll also ask rhetorical questions. Rhetorical questions are really great because the students know that the speaker will answer the question. So I didn't list that here in the clues because I just thought of it now, but questions. Questions are clues that the speaker will give an answer. So if there's one speaker, he'll ask a rhetorical question, meaning he's asking a question to give information next, so the students can perk up their ears and hear the answer to the question. Same thing with 2 speakers. If one speaker asks a question, that means the second speaker is going to give the important points or the important information. Same thing with pauses in speech. As you notice, as I'm speaking, I'm pausing sometimes. It means I'm going to give information. So all of these things, you timestamp them. So for example, if 1 minute goes by, the speaker will give the thesis, then you use the timestamp with the transition word, however, and then the speaker will give their thesis. If you don't quite understand this right now, hopefully I'm explaining it well, but you'll get the hang of it once you start teaching it. And you can always refer back to this slide. Tone is very helpful because the students you can point out to the students that there's a topic and the speaker has either a negative feeling about the topic or a positive feeling about the topic. And that really helps them to understand and comprehend what they're listening to. That helps them predict the major points, and it helps them to do well on a quiz. Intonation means how the words go up and down. So for example, I was teaching the other day some words, some vocabulary words in pronunciation and intonation. Engineer, 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 engineer. Which one is correct, right? Engineer. So that's intonation and stress. Okay. Again, lectures and conversations, you just want to point out the difference to the students so they know what to listen for. Listening comprehension means you want them to understand the general topic. You want them to be able to identify the topic. You want to help them identify the main idea. You want to help them identify supporting details, major supporting details, minor supporting details. You want to pre-teach vocabulary, and after you play the listening text or the listening passage, it's called text or passage, both words can be used. You want to make sure the students understand that there will be some kind of comprehension check so that they're taking notes and listening carefully. And the comprehension check can be in the form of an in-class quiz or verbal questioning from the teacher, or maybe even some kind of group work or a discussion. All right, so next, listening activities. You want to use some context clues so students can guess what they're listening to, meaning where is the speaker? What's the setting? Are they at a university? Are they at the cell phone store? Are they at a computer store? Are they at the mall? Are they at a concert? So the context of the conversation or the lecture will determine what details the students can hear, because obviously they're going to hear different details in a different context. They won't hear the same details at the computer store that they'll hear at the mall. Intonation and stress, I mentioned. You can also have students paraphrase in writing what they heard. You can have them summarize what they heard in writing or in a discussion. You pre-teach the vocabulary. You can have a post-discussion, which is great because you can ask students their opinions of the topic, but you want to be careful of the level. So if the students can only answer yes or no questions, you don't want to ask them open-ended questions about the lecture because they might not be able to answer. So always start with simple questions first, or yes or no questions first about what they heard, and then you can try to have them elaborate on their answers by asking them to explain more about what they heard. Give directions clearly before the listening activity. Make sure the directions are clear, concise, simple. And you can write the directions on the board really big so that they can see, not too big because you don't want to make them feel stupid, but a lot of the directions in the textbooks are too complicated. So you can write directions on the board before the listening activity. So as you can see, listening activities require a lot of preparation on your part, but it's worth it because you're helping the students understand what they're listening to, and they really want to understand because they only hear like parts of English and they get frustrated. So they really want your help as the teacher. Some other listening activities that you can do, you could use songs because they're enjoyable. The students love songs. They love to listen to music. And you can use songs to emphasize grammar points or, have them fill in the blanks. So you play the song once all the way through. Then you timestamp it, meaning you play, pause, You play the song at least twice. You have the students fill in the spaces. Then you play it again to make sure they have the correct answers. And, at the end, you just play it so the students can have fun singing. Movies can also be good for listening activities, but the themes should be relatable to the students. So you don't want to show a romantic comedy to a very religious group of students, or you don't want to show like a horror movie to little children. So definitely pre-teach some vocabulary and phrases that are essential for understanding. You can point out a lot of grammar points in movies. They're really great to point out repeated grammar points when speakers are talking in the movie. That requires a lot of preparation, but if you do a good job, your lesson will be fun and the students will learn the grammar points. So just pick a small scene, listen to the grammar point that the speakers use, and play it again and teach it to the students. Movies are also great for breaking up into different classes. So you can pick one scene to show the first day and discuss the characters and the setting and the problem. And then the next week or the next class, you show the second scene, but you have the students review what happened in the movie last time. And you divide the movie by the plot map, which I pointed out earlier in the course, or by acts, acts 1, acts 2, acts 3. So if you're really good with acting and drama, then you know how to divide movies into acts. And then after the movie, you elicit discussions and ask students what they would do in certain situations. Be specific about your questions, not like, what did you think about the movie? That's not a good question to ask because they won't know how to answer. So ask them specific questions about the characters, the events, and how they feel about what happens in the movie. All right, so we're on our last slide. These are practical tips for listening. You want to, as the teacher, you want to expose the students to various types of listening passages, conversations, lectures, podcasts, videos. Next, you have students prepare to listen by taking notes, letting them know there will be some kind of comprehension check, like a quiz or an activity or group work. Next, encourage extensive listening that they can understand and enjoy outside of class. The motivated students will do it. So even though it's challenging to get students to do it, they will do it. For example, I had a very, very dear friend of mine in Korea, and she eventually went to Canada, and she learned to be fluent in English by watching dramas. So, even if they're not doing extensive listening right now, they might do it in the future. So still encourage extensive listening as much as possible. Sometimes students won't get what you're teaching you right away. It's a process, but years later, they will remember what you're teaching them. Use pre-recorded listening text and timestamp important points. So write down the time and the verbal cues together before the listener gives important points when they're speaking. So the students can hear the points and their comprehension will improve and their quiz scores will go up, in my experience. Next, language should be as authentic as possible, not robotic, not too slow, not too fast. Now, authentic language is fast at times, so you can use those in higher levels, but just make sure the students understand. Make sure you ask them, do you understand? In a gentle way, not in a mean way or intimidating way. And if they don't understand, just play it again. And if they still don't understand, most students understand after the second time. The third time, you might just want to tell them because you don't want them to feel inadequate or, stupid. So just help them. So you guide the students to hearing general gist and supporting details. Exploit the listening text as much as possible. So that means you're not just going to play the lecture one time and say, okay, what did you hear? And then move on. You have to guide them. You have to point out as many things as you can without making it too complicated or too confusing. So just use transition words and verbal cues to point out major points. That also means, as I mentioned before, you want to pre-teach vocabulary, have them predict what they're going to listen to. Prediction works really well because if they know the topic, they can probably predict what the speaker will say. Next, prepare lectures and videos ahead of time. So videos are not simply watching TV, or you don't want to just sit down in front of the classroom and use your phone while the students are watching movies. So there has to be some kind of purpose behind it, right? Teachers shouldn't be lazy and just show any videos that don't even relate to any topic or have any, they're not relatable to the students. So pick your videos and lectures carefully. A lot of the TOEFL books, they have a lot of lectures that are already chosen for you. So you just simply need to timestamp them and play it more than once and break down the test question types for the students. A lot of the TOEFL books will have, and if you're interested in TOEFL, I can do a course on teaching TOEFL by itself. So what you want to do is, actually, sorry, I lost my train of thought. The TOEFL books have different topics like chemistry, art history, geography, physics, literature. So the topics are already chosen. A lot of textbooks will have the lectures and the conversations chosen already. Okay, so again, I said exploit the listening, use vocabulary, teach vocabulary, have students have discussions about what they heard and what they listened to, and have them answer questions that aren't too hard to answer. Because again, you've already guided them to hearing the important details. So for them to answer your questions should not be too difficult. They should be able to answer your questions if you've taught them the skills. Next, have students engage in not only the content, but the language. So they're learning language, they're learning grammar points, but they're also learning topics and themes. Allow students to process what they've heard. That's a big point because if you're a native teacher, you know that you're going to understand things very quickly. So you have to understand that students are processing what they heard. So you've got to slow down and have patience. And also consider the level. Okay, so that concludes this lesson on listening, and the last lesson we'll do in this section is speaking. Bye. We're almost done with this section, lesson 4, teaching speaking. All right, so speaking skills, speaking is a productive skill. It's output. So the reason I include that here with the water coming out is because speaking is I would argue the hardest skill for students to master and the one that they're most worried about. So in this lesson, I'm going to review the rationale for teaching speaking, some speaking activities. Communicative activities are activities where you want the students to talk together. I'll explain what successful speaking activities look like, some problems and solutions, how you can generate discussion. Correcting speaking, you have to be very careful not to, stress the students out. I'll talk about accuracy versus fluency, teaching conversation skills, and what a successful speaking lesson looks like, potential problems, speaking tests, like on the TOEFL and IELTS, and practical tips for teaching speaking. So the rationale is you want to give students the opportunity to practice speaking. For speaking lessons, it's very important to use the PPP model, which means that you're presenting the language first, because you can't expect them to speak without teaching the language first. It seems pretty simple and self-explanatory, but a lot of teachers will ask students questions on the spot, and the students get very nervous and they clam up because they don't have the language to answer the teacher's questions. So you use the textbook to present the grammar points, the reading passages, the listening. You give them as much input as possible so that they can practice the language and then produce some kind of activity. Again, you wanna think ahead of time if the speaking activity is designed for the students to be accurate in their speech or fluent in their speech. So I'll explain more about that later. Speaking is the most difficult skill because students lack confidence, they're extremely nervous, they're anxious, they're self-conscious, they worry about their peers or their classmates judging their speaking. They are very competitive with their classmates and their peers. They need time to process what you're saying as the teacher's speech. They need time to process directions. They need time to process your questions, and they need time to process their own answers to your questions. So that's why it's very important to slow down, give them a lot of language, give them a lot of input, and have patience and, be gentle, have sensitivity, give them some extra time to process what they want to say. This is very important. There are some speaking skills for a specific purpose. So depending on the level or the class, you'll have, like for example, adult ESL students, they want to learn how to have conversations, everyday conversations. On the other hand, university students might want to learn how to give a PowerPoint presentation. So those are totally different purposes for speaking. When you have the students answer your verbal questions, you want to first, lead in with yes or no questions, depending on the level, and then ask them open-ended questions, ask them to elaborate on their yes or no. Don't spoon feed them, meaning don't answer the questions for them. You can help students in listening class and reading class and writing class with answers. But with speaking, you don't want to answer the questions for them. The reason that teachers do that a lot of times is because teachers get nervous that students can't answer their questions. So you have to design the questions ahead of time. You have to prepare ahead of time. You have to teach the language ahead of time so that students can answer your questions. Don't answer the question for the student right away. Give them time to answer, or rephrase the question, maybe ask a different question later. You want to be careful also about rephrasing questions, because if you ask one question and then ask a different question, a totally different question, the student will get confused. So stick to the first question that you ask them to answer verbally. Ask the same question one more time or explain more. And then rephrase the question. Honestly, you shouldn't be having this problem if you've given them the language for the first hour or so of the class. The second hour, they practice the language, and the third hour, they produce some kind of activity. So they're not grasping for straws, so to speak. They're not, unprepared. You want to prepare them as much as possible to be able to speak using the language that you taught in the first hour and that they practiced in the second hour. So I know I keep repeating myself, but it's very important with speaking because the students are so terrified of speaking. There's specific purposes for speaking. So when you're teaching children graded readers, they usually like to talk about the characters, or they like to talk about themselves in their everyday routine. So that's why you want to relate the characters to the students. Young students in general, they really love to talk unless they're very shy. You could also use literature to generate discussions in when you're teaching novels, and those are at the advanced levels. TOEFL has different speaking tests, which I will explain later. And I mentioned adults want to learn conversational skills, and academic ESL students want to learn the correct way to speak. They want to learn accuracy. They want to learn how to give presentations. They want to learn how to debate. So the overall goal is for students to be able to speak automatically without thinking in their L1. It takes time. Okay, so these are some really great speaking activities that you can use. First is a role play where students write out what they're going to say in front of the class in teams or in groups. And of course, you already gave them the language from the textbook. Don't let them use like, oh my God, or ah, or, I don't know. They don't realize that you're trying to make the activity easier for them, not harder. So once they realize they can use the language from the book, then they really do a good job. Next is a situational role play for more advanced classes. The students can have they can be actors. You can give them roles, like one student could be the police officer, one student could be a detective, one student could be the criminal, one student could be the victim. And then you have them write a story as a role play to get them to start speaking, and then they perform it in front of class. An information gap activity, there are many you can search online, but basically two classmates have the same picture, but they can't look at each other's picture, and they have to ask questions about what they see in the picture. So they have the same picture with a few slight differences. So for example, if it's a bathroom, one student will have toothpaste on the sink or a mat on the floor. So the students will face each other and ask questions. Is there toothpaste on the sink in your bathroom? No, there's no toothpaste on the sink. Is there a cat in your bathroom? Yes, there's a cat in my bathroom. Is there a cat in your bathroom? No, there's no cat in my bathroom. And it gets them communicating through speaking. Students also love telling stories about themselves, about their families, about their experiences. I had one student explain how him and his family walked from El Salvador barefoot in the desert all the way to the United States with no food and no water. So they love to tell stories. Young kids love show and tell. They love to bring in their toys and talk about their toys, or they can bring in a family photo, or they can bring in their favorite book. Adults, we don't call it show and tell, but you can encourage them to show pictures of their children or pictures of places that they've traveled to, and they can talk about those. Surveys are really great because they're a list of questions. So you can make the surveys, or you can have the students make their own surveys depending on their level. So a survey is a list of questions. So for example, the first question could be, why are you studying English in the United States? The second question could be, what is your favorite food? The third question could be, what are your hobbies? So you have the students have like a list of 10 questions. You play some happy music, you have them get up out of their desks, and they have to ask every single classmate a question and record the answer and write it on their paper. And it's an excellent speaking activity. It works every time. Next is a Who Am I game. You have the student guess who you are. You choose to be a famous person, and they have to ask questions. Are you old? Are you young? Are you rich? Are you poor? Are you tall? Are you skinny? So it's a fun game that you can have students ask and answer a lot of questions based on who they are or the famous person that they chose to be. However, you got to be careful that make sure the students know the famous person. So a lot of Korean students don't know Brad Pitt. They don't know Angelina Jolie. They don't know famous American celebrities or singers. They might know some singers if they're teenagers. So you want to choose famous figures like Obama or Donald Trump or Gandhi or Albert Einstein. Choose famous figures, have them choose famous figures that everyone knows. You could even have them write the name on the paper and then hand it out and stick the paper like this on their forehead, and then they don't know who they are. So the other students can give them clues and they ask questions. It's really fun. You have to make sure the students understand the directions for the speaking activities before you start, because if you try to explain after they start, it's really hard. They won't hear what you're saying. They'll start talking in their L1. Everyone's moving around. So make sure that you explain the directions clearly at the beginning of the activity before students start speaking or moving around or getting into groups. Next, PowerPoint presentations. The students actually really need help with PowerPoint presentations. I love PowerPoint presentations, and you would expect that students, university students, would be able to make a PowerPoint, but they can't. They actually can't. And so you need to teach them two things: how to organize a PowerPoint with bullet points, not long sentences, and how to clearly introduce their topic, their thesis, and their major supporting details on each slide using clear transition words and pauses. So their first PowerPoint draft is usually pretty disorganized and they write too much. I mean, think about it. They're trying to learn how to use PowerPoint and learn English at the same time. So they need a lot of guidance. Students also love debates because they can argue with each other about a topic. So you choose a topic, let's say, for example, capital punishment. This is for advanced students, obviously. And then, or if you don't like that topic, you can choose, I don't know, globalization or global warming, and have the students go home and research articles for homework. So if you have 6 students who research the pros and cons of the topic for homework, they use that in class to organize their debates. And then you set them in teams and you give them 1 minute or 2 minutes to argue their points. Lastly, moral dilemmas are situations where students have to make a decision on what's right and what's wrong. So for example, one student might you can give them a situation, a dilemma. One student is in the shopping mall with their friend, and their friend is stealing from the store. Their friend is shoplifting. What do you do? So the students will explain what they would do in that situation. I would leave the mall and go home and tell my mother. I would call the police. I would steal a lot of stuff, you know. Sometimes I like to joke around. So moral dilemmas are really good for getting students to talk. I included this picture of the skydivers in the background because this is literally how students feel when they have to talk in front of the class. So they need all the help that you can give them. Okay, so discussions can be spontaneous based on the topic in the textbook, and the students will give a lot of surprising answers, and you can have a lot of fun with discussions. You can use pair work and group work, but you want to be careful that you put the students in groups that are going to speak a lot, and you want to be careful putting some students in groups that don't work well together, so you can experiment with that. You might want to put friends together if they're talking a lot, but if they're being distracting and disruptive, you cannot put friends together in groups or pairs. You want to guide the discussion as the teacher by providing the topic and providing the language. You also want to teach them meta language, and meta language is things like, I agree, I disagree, it's your turn, what do you think? And you post those on the wall, especially at the beginning of the semester if you know that you're going to be doing a lot of group work. So this slide is very, very important for teaching speaking. You want to be careful about correcting speaking. In my experience, when I first started teaching ESL and students were doing group work, I pretty much interrupted them every single time they made an error. But you don't want to do that. So you want to fight the temptation to interrupt the students when they're speaking in pairs or groups, or even when you ask them a question. There's different ways you can correct them one-on-one, but right now I'm more focusing on group work and pair work. So you want to fight the temptation to interrupt them because it's counterproductive. The reason it's counterproductive is because it disrupts the conversational flow. The purpose of speaking activities is to build fluency, not accuracy. The meaning has to be comprehensible of what the topics have to be understandable for the students. The students are terrified of making errors. So you have to correct them gently and with sensitivity and trust. Reformulation means the teacher models the correct speech without the added pressure of the student repeating what they say. So when you're monitoring the groups, ideally the students want to be talking a lot, and you stop by and you just make one quick correction, and then you just keep going around the classroom because you don't want to disrupt the flow. And you give them a correction and then you walk away. Not in a rude way, but you don't put the pressure on them to correct themselves every time. I know that feels like wrong as a teacher, but the point is you're trying to encourage fluency, and fluency means just natural speaking. Some students want to be corrected, and so they'll tell you, or you can ask students. You can inquire of students if and when they wish for their speech to be corrected. Now, when you make corrections, you can make corrections as a class. So when students are together in pair work and group work, you walk around, you monitor. You can also join in the discussion. You can also repeat what they say with the correction so they can hear it because they'll remember it. But if many students are making the same error, you can address it as a class. You can address it in a warm-up the next day. You could create handouts, like a practice worksheet with like 20 or 30 or 50 questions on there for them to practice the grammar point. And it shouldn't be too hard. I mean, 50 questions is a lot. The point is that they repeat the grammar point again and again and again on the handout. So maybe 20 questions. You could do corrections as a class for a review at the end of the activity if you have time. Sometimes you run out of time because the students are talking a lot, but you could also correct the common errors in a wrap-up. So you don't want to address every single error that was made because that's going to drive you crazy and it's also going to discourage the students. So just choose bits and pieces to improve. You want to choose common errors that most students made, especially if you taught them a grammar point that day. So it's good if you have time. Again, it will be hard for you to have time to wrap up because the students are going to be talking a lot, hopefully. So you want to get some kind of bell, like ding, 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 or some kind of clap, like, okay, can I have everyone's attention? Don't yell at them, right? But try to get their attention and wrap up by correcting the common errors. And then you could do both. You could wrap up with common errors and then the next class do a different activity as a warm-up to address those same errors before you start your next class. The great thing about the wrap-up is that the students remember the corrections right before they leave the class. And, they're not going to remember every correction always. Obviously, according to research, it takes about 10 times for students to self-correct and be exposed to language before they remember it. However, it will work. It's a long process. So eventually, everything will come together. The listening, the reading, the writing, and the speaking. When you wrap up and you correct the grammar errors, they will remember it later, maybe even years later, because that happened to me when I was learning Korean. I said, oh, years later, I said, oh, I remember that. I always studied that. So everything you do in a speaking activity is valuable. Okay, so now we're talking about teaching conversation skills, which is mostly for adult ESL students and usually academic university students. The students desire to improve their conversation skills. So you want to choose topics that are meaningful for their needs. So adult ESL students will need to learn how to have conversations at the supermarket or at the post office or at the DMV. On the other hand, academic ESL students will want to have conversations about studying, medicine, or they're discussing the majors that they're studying in college, for example, hospitality or business. So you choose topics based on their interests, and you have to get to know your students. So at the beginning of the semester, you ask a lot of questions about what their major is, or for adults, you can ask about their families, maybe not get too personal, but ask why they're learning English and get to know your students' needs. You can also study how they respond to certain topics. If you see that they perk up when you mention one topic, then you might want to choose another topic the next week that they respond to. A lot of textbooks already have topics listed by unit and by week. So if you have the luxury, you can go ahead and jump around to the different topics that they want to study, depending on the school and the curriculum. You can also have conversations and chit chat at the beginning of the class with the students, but you want to ask specific questions rather than general questions. So you don't want to ask questions like, what's up guys? Or what do you want to talk about today? Because the students will feel overwhelmed and uncomfortable, and they might be too scared to talk, or they'll talk too much. I had one student who just kept going on and on about the same topic, and the other students got annoyed, and we couldn't move on to the rest of the lesson because that student was talking way too much about the same topic and repeating the same thing again and again. So you want to ask questions like, how was school today? What happened in school today? Do you have any brothers and sisters? Or why are you studying English? You want to ask more specific questions. And finally, you want to use textbook topics at your discretion, meaning like I said, if you can, you choose the topics that students are interested in. Okay, so the signs of a successful speaking lesson is obviously lots of talking, lots of participation among each student. So all of the students are talking. You're motivating them with interesting topics, and you notice that students are eager to speak. The language level is appropriate. It's not too hard, it's not too easy, and the teacher is monitoring and modeling the language for the students. So if you're monitoring a lot, it means you don't have to stop at every group to encourage students to speak. So you will have to do that occasionally, but if everyone's talking, that means you were able to teach a successful speaking lesson. So some problems might be inhibition. The student is too shy or they have nothing to say. Their participation is low, or you have uneven participation, meaning maybe only 1 or 2 students are talking the whole class. Another problem is too much use of their L1. So L1 means their native language. So some solutions here are group work. So you want to try to balance shy students with outgoing students, because the outgoing students will talk. So if you have a mix of shy students and outgoing students, you put 2 shy students with 2 outgoing students. And they might not talk as much, but they'll learn English from listening to their classmates. And they're more likely to talk because they don't want to feel left out. Another thing another solution is if they have nothing to say, it's probably because they don't have the language to use, as I mentioned. So make sure you give them a reading and listening passage before you have them do speaking activities and teach them grammar and vocabulary. You want to have the group work use simple language, have the students use simple language, and make sure you present the language in the first hour. You also want to model the language as much as possible. So a lot of times, like for example, with vocabulary words, if I think they're important to the topic, I will repeat them many times in different sentences and in different times in the class. And that takes planning. So that's what lesson plans are really good for. And again, you just give lots of examples before you require students to speak in an activity in class. Okay, so we're almost done with this lesson 4, teaching speaking. I just wanted to point out something about speaking tests, because for the TOEFL has writing, reading, listening, and speaking, but the speaking is timed. And there's an independent speaking question, which means there's only one question and the students have to give their opinion with their thesis and supporting details. There's also an integrated speaking test where the students have to read something, they have to listen to something, and then they have to speak about the reader's opinion and the speaker's opinion. And these are timed tests. So the reason I'm pointing that out is because students get very, very scared and very nervous about timed tests when it comes to speaking. What makes it better is if you have a good relationship with the students and they feel more comfortable with you, but they'll still be nervous. So a lot of times I'll explain to the students that the timing of the test is not to make them nervous or scared or to be difficult. The timing of the test is 15 seconds to write an outline of notes and 45 seconds to speak. And of course, you've already, given them a lot of practice ahead of time before they take the test. And the reason it's timed is because that is a natural pace. So a native speaker will be able to write down 3 ideas in 15 seconds. And a native speaker will be able to give, to provide a topic, a main idea, and major supporting details in 45 seconds. So as long as the student can do that, or close to that in 45 seconds, they will pass. Especially if the levels are very pronounced at your school, then you've taught them the whole semester and they should be able to answer. They still get pretty nervous, but a lot of students do very well on the speaking test after all. There's also a speaking test for IELTS, which has levels. The TOEFL test does not have levels, but IELTS has different levels like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And these are for, this test is for adults that come to the United States to start a career and to be a professional and get a job in the United States. The IELTS has a lot of complicated graphs. It is quite difficult, so that's why students need a lot of help. There are not many IELTS classes offered, actually. I've taught only 1 IELTS class out of 12 years. So you most likely won't teach this test But the reason I'm pointing it out is because it is also timed. So the purpose of this slide is to emphasize that speaking tests are timed. So you have to be very supportive and give the students enough language and enough practice to be able to finish their speaking test in the time that's allotted for the questions. For the IELTS test, there's general topics like culture, home, education. So there are specific textbooks for IELTS, and in those textbooks, the topics are listed. So if the students are prepared with the topics ahead of time, they're more likely to be prepared to answer questions on the speaking test. The IELTS has 3 types of questions. They're timed about 2 minutes. And the last question, they have to give more information about their answers. So again, I just want to emphasize that students are very nervous about these tests. So the more that you help them, the more that you help them prepare, the more language you give them, and the more opportunities they have to practice, then they will be able to pass these tests. And they will remember you, because they will remember you as the teacher who helped them level up or who helped them get to the next class. And that goes for all of the skills, whether it be reading, writing, listening, or speaking. The students also talk to their classmates and talk to other students about you as the teacher. So, you could get, a very good reputation in your school for helping students on speaking tests and for other skills. Okay, so this is the final slide where I'll conclude everything I talked about in terms of teaching speaking. So practical tips for teaching speaking are: first, set the students up for success by presenting the language first. Don't ask questions on the spot that they can't answer because they don't have the language. They don't have the words to answer your questions. So make sure you present the language and give them a lot of chances to practice the language ahead of time before doing a project. Also give students ample time to practice or memorize dialogue or speaking answers. Avoid the constant need to interrupt by correcting their errors in speech. You can help them through prompting, like asking them questions or giving them the right answer or the correct grammar, but avoid trying to interrupt every single time they make an error. You can provide the words that they're searching for with sensitivity. The great thing about teaching speaking sometimes is the students will say, "Teacher, I need this word, I want to say this word," and then you kind of guess it's like a guessing game, and then you finally guess the exact word that they want to say, and they're so grateful. You can help them with speaking, but I'm talking about specifically correcting errors. You want to address common errors as a class. So during the speaking activities, you can monitor and take notes. You can create activities and worksheets that you can do together as a class to make sure the students know the correct grammar for accuracy. Next, you want to provide task-based activities with a purpose that is meaningful for the students. So you don't want to give students a speaking project on chemistry in elementary school because it's too hard for them and they don't care about chemistry. You don't want to give adult ESL students a speaking activity on globalization because they don't want to talk about globalization. They want to talk about their families and their friends and the activities that they do every day. So a topic like globalization you could give to the university students to discuss. So just provide speaking activities that have a purpose and it's meaningful, that gives them meaningful language that they will use outside of the classroom. So let me restate that again. Provide task-based activities with a purpose that is meaningful for students and that provides useful language for them to use outside of the classroom. Next, you want to motivate and encourage students through positive feedback and praise. Encourage students to ask questions about speaking. and vocabulary and grammar. Encourage autonomy by teaching learning strategies. So have them do a lot of listening outside of class so their speaking can get better. Have them do a lot of extensive reading and extensive listening outside of class so their speaking will get better. You want to reduce their stress and anxiety as much as possible. Sorry, there's a dog. Participate in discussions and have fun. So as the teacher, you want to participate in the discussions as well and have fun. You don't have to just monitor like a police officer walking around taking notes. You can have fun and talk with the students too. So overall, you want to create a relaxed environment where students look forward to coming to your class and they know that, you know, they can make errors in speaking, but they know that their speaking is going to improve. And that concludes lesson 4 on teaching speaking and section 1. So thank you so much for your support, and please contact me on my social media if you'd like me to cover any other topics in a separate course like TOEFL or grammar. Okay, bye-bye. Hello, I'm back. I'm Antoinette Correa, and this is your TESOL course, Teaching English as a Second Language. Welcome to Lesson 5, Teaching Vocabulary. So vocabulary learning is good for both receptive skills. Do you remember what they are? 2 receptive skills, reading and listening. And vocabulary is also used for productive skills. Do you remember the 2 productive skills? Speaking and writing. I almost forgot. Yeah, speaking and writing. So you as the teacher, you will teach vocabulary using the receptive skills of reading and listening. And then you will teach the students how to use the vocabulary to produce writing and speaking. Okay, so these are practical tips for teachers. I decided to start this lesson with the tips at the beginning, just for organization. Teachers impact lifelong lexical development. So the way that you teach vocabulary to your students will affect how they learn English for the rest of their lives. So first, it's not a practical tip, but something to remember that students cannot understand vocabulary. So it does apply when you're teaching because you can't assume that students understand everything you're saying. So you want to give them chances to process the words and also to ask questions. When I first started teaching, I think I spoke a little bit too fast, and I assumed that the students understood a lot of what I was saying. So just remember that students cannot understand a lot of the vocabulary words that you're giving them. They need to learn vocabulary because they can't express their own ideas, and that's why they use the vocabulary. Vocabulary allows for communication. So basically what you want to do is teach them useful words and expressions. Words that will be useful for them. So we'll talk about that more later in this course because not every list of vocabulary words will be useful for every type of student. So you have to learn your students' needs. Grammar is often inconsequential when it comes to speaking. You don't have to worry so much about grammar when you're trying to communicate a message. So for example, if a foreigner or immigrant came to a country and they wanted to find the supermarket, they would just say, "Hello, supermarket," like this, right? So in other words, vocabulary words can be used to communicate aside from using perfect grammar. Of course, later, we'll talk about teaching grammar and vocabulary together. But in other words, vocabulary allows for communication. Next, you want to teach students learning strategies. This This applies for like usually the older students. The younger students, maybe they will learn some learning strategies too, but they're not as motivated and they're not as mature. So it depends. But in any case, you want to teach students learning strategies. That means teach them how to study vocabulary outside of the classroom, not only inside of the classroom, but outside of the classroom as well. Like, so basically, you're teaching them autonomous learning, which means they can learn on their own outside of the classroom. You're giving them agency, which means you're giving them their you're providing an opportunity for them to make a decision on whether or not they're going to study and they're going to learn vocabulary at home. So you're giving agency is basically like their independence. So autonomous learning and agency basically means you're encouraging the student to be independent and to learn vocabulary on their own outside of the classroom, depending on the context. So we'll talk about context later in this lesson. Vocabulary practice, when you teach students learning strategies, like depending on their motivation, they need to study vocabulary at least like every day, 7 days a week. So when I studied Korean, I was highly motivated to learn Korean. So I literally studied Korean every single day. I learned new vocabulary every single day because I was highly motivated. So vocabulary practice is, the more vocabulary practice you encourage the students to do, the more vocabulary they'll learn, obviously. Next, provide many exposures to the same word. So what you don't want to do is simply teach them like a list of single words and stop there. You want to use the words yourself as the teacher. So use it in speech, use it, plan in your lesson to repeat the vocabulary words in an authentic and natural way, depending on the topic. You want to supplement textbooks because a lot of the textbooks, like I said, will just have a list of vocabulary words. So you might want to supplement the textbooks with a vocabulary activity that's really fun, or a reading passage in the textbook or a listening passage in the textbook. But the most important thing that I would say that's really useful is to pre-teach vocabulary. So pre-teach the vocabulary at the beginning of the class, especially words that you think would interfere with the meaning of whatever the students are reading or listening to. That way they won't stop to ask questions about vocabulary as much because you've already taught it. You could do short speaking drills for the purpose of pronunciation, but of course that's another exposure to the language. So you want to provide many exposures to the same word, meaning you can do speaking drills, you can do a vocabulary activity, you can do a reading passage, you can do a listening passage, you can show them a video, and that's why a lot of textbooks focus on topics and themes, because the same vocabulary words can be repeated again and again. So you could also, based on the topic of the textbook, you could provide a video even from YouTube, like TED Talks or a television show program or something that's appropriate for the classroom, where it's easy to match up and line up the topic with the textbook, so that way you can plan on certain words being repeated again and again in the textbook, in the videos, in the homework. So that's called varied exposures. So again, provide many exposures to the same words. So you could use the textbooks, you could supplement the textbooks, you pre-teach the vocabulary, you do speaking drills so students learn pronunciation and then they can memorize the words. You can use pictures. Like I have a picture file that I put together from part of my master's program that nobody uses magazines anymore, right? But you could go to the local library and you could buy magazines for like 10 cents and you can create your own picture file. So you can rip out some pictures from the magazines, or you could use media, you could use technology, you could use Google. Just make sure you plan ahead of time what pictures you want to use And the pictures are basically to either at the beginning level to teach, basic vocabulary and label words, or as like a conversation starter based on the topic. And then you can challenge students to incorporate the vocabulary words into their discussion. So basically you want to plan like a repetition of vocabulary words over the course of the term, because according to research, it takes at least 10 exposures of a of a vocabulary word for students to actually learn the word. All right, so practical tips continued. Teachers impact lifelong lexical development. So over the course of the terms, hopefully at the beginning of the term, you've given the students a level up test if you're working at a very organized school with support from your directors and staff, or you may be working in an underserved community with no resources. So you'll have to assess your students' vocabulary as you go. So you want to ask what topics they covered in their previous courses. You don't want to necessarily ask them about specific words. You want to stick to topics within which the lessons you can use those words in context. Context clues are very important. So the context in which the language was used, or is used, I should say. Context clues are very important. So in a reading, that's why a lot of the textbooks will give a reading passage with the vocabulary words in the passage. Sometimes they're bolded. So context clues are really, really helpful. Like what are the other words in the sentence will always give students clues to what the meaning of the word is. So sometimes students can actually guess the meaning of the word, but you want to be careful because you don't want to put them on the spot. But honestly, I would say like 90% of the time when I ask students, what do you think the word means based on the context, the other words in the sentence? And they usually can guess the meaning of the word based on the sentence and the topic. You can also, like I said, provide an assessment test, or this is something that I've done with an adult IELTS class. I gave them a survey, a questionnaire. Another word for a questionnaire, a survey, with questions on it, asking what they learned in the past and what they wanted to learn. And you'll be surprised what they share, because I had one adult student, she was a doctor, or I think she was an acupuncturist. And in her survey, she mentioned that she wasn't good at learning vocabulary because when she was young, she had a really mean English teacher. And so for me, that was really helpful because it helped me bond with her, and it helped me to gain her trust and to be, make sure I was patient with her when teaching vocabulary and other skills. You want to decide beforehand, and that's what lesson plans are really good for. You want to decide on what vocabulary to focus on teaching. So don't give a list of like 50 vocabulary words because it's too much information for the students. Maybe a list of, I would say 20 words or 10 or 20 words, 10 to 20 words. And again, you want to make sure you teach them the words that are important for students to understand the gist of whatever the reading passage or the listening passage is. Spend sufficient time on each word. Don't just rush through vocabulary. Remember that students are always processing the language. Manage your time in a lesson plan. Lesson plans are like maps. They're like road maps, and they help a lot to manage your time. Don't rush through teaching vocabulary. Make sure you ask the students if they understand. And if they don't ask them questions to put them on the spot, like, well, what does it mean? You just give a lot of examples ahead of time and give a lot of example sentences using the vocabulary. So basically, vocabulary helps develop fluency across the skills: reading, listening, writing, and reading. You want to focus on gaps in knowledge. So depending on the level, the students will know some vocabulary words, and then you provide the words that you think they need to know. That's basically what it means. Focus on gaps in knowledge, meaning maybe there's one word that's, it's like a puzzle, right? So teaching vocabulary is like a puzzle. If they know about a topic, they have background knowledge, they can express themselves a little bit, they just need one word, and you provide them with the word. And I've done that many times in group projects where students are working together on a project in the production stage at the end of class, and they're just lacking one word that they need, and I ask them to describe what they're trying to say, and then I give them the meaning. I provide the vocabulary word that fits the meaning that they're trying to convey, and then they're very grateful after that. You could also focus on, pronouncing the words depending on if your activity is focusing on accuracy or fluency. And then, it depends on the level. Like, you need to know your student's level in order to focus on gaps in knowledge, which we'll talk about levels later. So you want to incorporate lexical chunks as opposed to words. So some textbooks will have single words, but that becomes a problem because words don't just exist by themselves. They exist in chunks. So they're called lexical chunks, which means another word, a simple word for that would be like phrases, right? So a lot of times what I'll do is I'll take the words from the textbook and then I'll type them up in chunks, in phrases, and I'll print them out on the printer and make the phrases really big and paste them all over the walls so that the students see the phrases every time they come into the classroom. It's so good. It's really, really effective because they see the words every day when they come into the classroom, and they see the chunks, they see the phrases every time they come into the classroom. Next, you want to make use of dictionaries, not translators. Google Translate, no. There are specific dictionaries that are for academic ESL teaching. They're created by experts, and the translators are not created by experts. So if at all, if you can, avoid students using their phones. It's a big fight, but if you get them to trust you at the beginning and you explain why, then depending on their motivation, they will follow your directions. But again, with the phones, you might want to talk to your director of your school and try to make some, rule where you put the phones in the box at the beginning of class. That was the best strategy, actually, that worked for me. Because otherwise the whole class, you're going to tell students, don't use your phone, don't use your phone, and then you sound like a parrot. So I would suggest just making a rule where students have to put their phones in a box at the beginning of class, and they can use dictionaries at home, not translators. The translators are only for conversation when they're walking around and they need information or something, or they need to know how to talk to people. But yeah, we want to get away from using translators. Next, you can use corpora to inform vocabulary usage. So there's one called the Corpus of Contemporary English, American English. It's called COCA, C-O-C-A, COCA. So look it up, and basically what it is, it's amazing. It's like a list of sentences used in different genres, like academic English, magazines, news, spoken English, and you can type in a word and see like maybe 10,000 or more, thousands of sentences using that word. So that's called the COCA, C-O-C-A, the Corpus of Contemporary English. I'm sorry, I think the A stands for American English. So just remember COCA, C-O-C-A. There are word lists. You don't have to use word lists in the classroom because they're quite boring, but you can use the word lists to teach the important words. So the new general word list is basically a list of words general words that beginners need to know. And then there's a new academic word list, which is a higher, more advanced level, which is, so the new general word list is about 1,000 words. And then once the students learn those words, they can move on to the new academic word list, which is for academic English at university level. Now, I say once they learn those words, but remember, this is over years. So the new general word list, a lot of teachers use those words to incorporate into the graded readers for kids. And so the students will read graded readers for many, many years. And then once they get to university level, you can switch to the new academic word list. So just check out those lists. They're just to inform you as the teacher. You cannot use them in class because the students will get bored, but you can use them in vocabulary activities. Tap into students' background knowledge. So students know words in their native language, in their L1, we call it, whether it be Korean or Chinese. And so you can, just remember that students know some words, so they will be able to transfer and say, oh, I know that word in my own language, and then that's how they associate the word in their L1 to the new vocabulary word in English. Okay, so vocabulary knowledge has 3 components: form, meaning, and use. So the form is basically spoken pronunciation and written spelling. The meaning is the concept of what the word represents in the language and whatever the students associate with that word. Use is the grammatical functions of certain vocabulary words, the context clues, like whatever the topic is in the textbook, how to use the words in chunks or collocations, lexical phrases. All of those things mean the same thing. They're parts of sentences. The genre, how to use the words in an academic setting, in a conversation, or spoken English, in other words, or writing articles for blogs or magazines. Students, depending on the level, they're going to use different words. So like a beginner student wouldn't use the word inspected, and intermediate student wouldn't use the word pretty. And then register means the same word can have a different meaning within its context. So that's what the COCA is good for. So remember COCA, C-O-C-A, the Corpus of Contemporary American English. So those are the 3 parts of vocabulary knowledge: form, meaning, and use. All right, so you can also teach grammar and vocabulary together. A lot of the textbooks will have grammar with vocabulary. So they'll teach irregular plural forms, and this affects the meaning of certain words, right? So the irregular plural forms, past tense forms, example sentences in the textbook, word families. For example, I use the word inspected, right? So inspect will have a word family: inspect, inspected, inspecting, inspector. Okay, so those are word families, and you can use the dictionary to teach those. There's a really good dictionary I always use, and I'll share it with you later, but if you want to write it down, it's called Longman's Dictionary of Contemporary English. That's the dictionary I always use. So I'll go over this later with when I list my resources, so you can have it again. But I use Longman's Dictionary of Contemporary English all the time. It's excellent. And the COCA. Even apostrophes affect the meaning of words. sorry, I skipped over. So prefixes, on, in, those are prefixes. They affect the vocabulary, the meaning of the vocabulary. Suffixes at the end, right, of the words. The roots of the words are very useful. Prefixes, suffixes, and roots are very useful for teaching a lot of vocabulary words at one time, and word families. Because once the student understands the root of the word, they can understand like times 10. So for example, if they understand the word inspect, they will understand the word inspector, inspected, inspecting, inspects, inspected. So they learn one root and with the prefixes and the suffixes, and they've already learned the meaning of several different words. The students do get confused between the parts of speech like nouns, verbs, and adjectives. So you definitely want to point those out too when you're teaching vocabulary using the dictionary. And again, lastly, apostrophes. Even apostrophes affect the meaning of certain vocabulary words. Okay, so frequency refers to the words that are used the most often in the English language. Do you know the #1 word in the English language that's used the most out of every other word? Can you guess it? It's the, T-H-E, the. So there are a lot of high frequency words that you can teach. Now, again, you don't want to make a list. You just want to be familiar of the high frequency words. So of course, this takes a lot of planning and studying on your part. But once you gain a lot of experience, you will notice the high frequency words within the graded readers. So high frequency words are usually taught in graded readers at the lower levels. They're very, very simple words like the, in, into, out of, very, very simple words. Mid-frequency words are just what it means. They're not mentioned as often as high-frequency words. So you probably teach those maybe in middle school, high school, or even university. Low-frequency words are the more advanced words. So for example, I mentioned some academic word lists earlier, like the new general word list and the new academic word list. So for academic words, those are low frequency words. They're not used a lot. Think about, if you're American, you can think of like SAT words. So low frequency words take a lot of deliberate teaching. Deliberate teaching means you have to focus on teaching the words and make sure the students understand the words within the context of the textbook or a reading passage or listening. And you're most likely going to do intensive reading and listening. Do you remember the difference between extensive and intensive reading? So intensive reading is done in class and listening done in class because low frequency words are harder for the students to learn. Extensive listening and reading, they should understand like 95% of what they're doing outside of the classroom. Next, you want to make the language meaningful and personal. So no matter if it's high frequency word or mid frequency word or low frequency words, you want to relate the words to their lives. So when you're teaching them, you get to know their hobbies, their interests, their work, their professions, whether they want to make videos or blogs. What are their passions? So focus on the language that you think will be meaningful for them. Focus on the frequency words that will be meaningful for them, not words that they'll never use. All right, so vocabulary learning is incremental, which means it's a process. It takes many, many years. Now this chart is useful for you because as the teacher, you can use this chart to guide your questioning. when you ask students the meaning of vocabulary words or the meaning or important details from a reading passage using vocabulary words. You can also give sincere praise. You want to be careful though, because some students are very independent and they take praise as kind of like you're treating them like a child. So just be careful. Like sometimes you don't have to give praise at all. You can just say, oh, you can just give them recognition. Like, oh, you used that vocabulary word in the sentence. Great, great. That was great. So try not to treat the adults as like children, because they might get offended. Sometimes they get offended. In any case, vocabulary learning is incremental. So these are the stages in the student's mind when they're learning vocabulary in your classroom. First, I've never seen this word before. They've never been exposed to it. You don't always have to teach new vocabulary words. You can repeat words that you've used before. So sometimes students will say, oh, teacher, we've learned this word, which is good because they remember it, but you don't feel like you always have to teach new words all the time. You can always review, because it's actually better to review words that, I'm not saying review easy words, I'm saying review words. You don't always have to teach words that the students have never seen before. In any case, they will say, every now and again, they will say, teacher, I've never seen this word before. Next, I've seen the word, but I'm not sure what it means. So you can provide this language to the students so that they can explain to you that they've seen the word, but they're not sure what it means. I understand the word when I see or hear it. Next, I've tried to use the word, but I'm not sure if I'm using it correctly. Next, I use the word with confidence in either speaking or writing. So this is where you want to get to with your students. So for me, I've taught adult students some very advanced words, low frequency words, and most of the times they understand words. Chinese students, a lot of times they understand everything. They'll understand all the vocabulary. So especially with adults, it's the speaking that they need help with. It's using the word in speech that they need help with. So you got to provide them a lot of example sentences. And I remember one time I had one adult student, she was my age, but I had to teach her, like I was the professor or the expert. And she used a lot of the vocabulary that I taught in speaking and in discussing conversation, or discussing topics in conversation. And I praised her a lot. I think she kind of thought I was treating her like a child though. But the point is, she was using the words in speech, which was great. I think I was more excited about it than she was. And the last stage in vocabulary learning is I use the word with confidence in both speaking and writing. So this is vocabulary learning is incremental. Okay, so we have deliberate versus incidental. So deliberate learning is planned by the teacher, and incidental learning is when students pick up on vocabulary on their own. So it's just something to be aware of, like you deliberately teach some words within pre-teach the vocabulary, and then there's a reading passage that uses the vocabulary or a listening passage that uses the vocabulary. And then students also learn words in class as they're reading, whether they're repeated a lot, without the teacher's help, and even, outside of the classroom, if they're in an ESL setting. Oh, that leads me to my next topic. Okay. So teaching vocabulary in different contexts. So when I use the word context here, I'm not referring to like context clues in the passage. I'm referring to the setting within your teaching. So I mentioned this in an introduction, I believe, in the introduction lesson. Do you remember? EFL, English as a foreign language. ESL, English as a second language. So for example, me teaching English in Korea, that's a EFL context because the students are learning the foreign language of English. It's not their first language, it's their foreign language. ESL, English as a second language, do you remember? Those are students who are studying in an English-speaking country. So my university students here in the United States are ESL students. Children are going to learn differently than adults. Students in small classes are going to learn, you have to have a different approach, right? In small classes and large classes when you're teaching vocabulary. And of course, you need to know the level of your students, whether they're beginners, intermediate, or upper intermediate to advanced. And as you gain experience, you'll start knowing like what words the beginners know. And for example, pretty, sad, ice cream, you know. But same with beginners, adults, they're not going to care about ice cream. You know, they'll know the word like phone or maybe laptop, computer. So it depends on the level and the age as well, what vocabulary words you want to teach. Intermediate students, they have some knowledge of vocabulary, so you're not going to teach them the word pretty. You might teach them gorgeous or attractive. They know the word pretty and they know the word beautiful. And I'm only using those words because pretty is like the first word that children think of. But or ugly, right? Ugly, so beginners will know the word ugly. Little kids will know the word ugly. But at intermediate level, you may want to teach them the word unattractive, depending on whatever the topic is. Hopefully you don't have to teach them that word, but and the upper intermediate to advanced levels, you're going to teach them a lot of low frequency words. So the beginners, you teach a lot of high frequency words, or you focus on high frequency words. Some of them don't even really need to be taught. They're just so simple. But they're learning those words as they read the graded readers. And intermediate level students will learn mid-frequency words. So they'll be exposed to some new words and some words they'll already know, which is fine. You can review them, which you should do. You don't always have to teach new words, as I mentioned. And upper intermediate to advanced levels, you will teach low frequency words, advanced vocabulary. So this is how you plan vocabulary words according to context, okay? The context which I just mentioned. So first you have to consider the student's contact with English. So for example, EFL students, when they leave your classroom, they have no contact with English at all. So you might want to emphasize vocabulary. When I first started teaching English, we had a lot of vocabulary tests, which I thought was great, but I prefer to test them on words. It's your choice. If you want to test them on words after you've taught the lesson or before you taught the lesson. So those are different reasons, right? There's different reasons for doing that. So if you want to test them on the vocabulary before the lesson, it's because you're using that as a way to pre-teach the vocabulary. If you're giving them a test on vocabulary after the lesson that they already studied, it's review. So I think vocabulary tests worked really well in an EFL setting because the students were not exposed to vocabulary at all after they left the classroom. A lot of them cram, so you want to be careful of them cramming, meaning they'll just study 20 words like 10 minutes before class. So you want to give them, make sure you teach the words in the class, right? So that way when they go to take a test afterwards, they're not struggling to know the meanings of the words. Vocabulary tests are not supposed to be so hard if you effectively taught the words in the lesson. It's just review. ESL students, they will have contact with English, but they won't have contact with academic English. And a lot of times, some students in the United States just stay in their neighborhood and speak their L1. Meaning, I met a woman who lived here in the United States for 30 years and she just never learned English. So it depends on the motivation of the student. EFL students, they're motivated by, the parents force them to learn English, but as they get older, if they want to experience, new things in life and they want to travel, they'll be motivated. If they have no aspirations or goals, they won't be motivated. And so that goes for mostly teenagers. The young kids, they love stories. So they are motivated because they love to read stories. They love colors. They love the characters. They like to talk about themselves usually, unless they're extremely shy. So as the teacher, in the next bullet point, you want to balance deliberate teaching and incidental learning. So again, do you remember what deliberate teaching is? Basically, you want to plan to teach some words, but you want to balance it. You don't want to teach like 50 words because the students are already learning words as they're reading. That's called incidental learning, especially for elementary school students. They are learning as they're reading the graded readers because they love graded readers. Cultural integration would work in an ESL setting, not an EFL setting, because the students are in the country where they're learning the language and they're also learning culture. So for example, recently I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos of Koreans watching American movies and music videos. That would be an example of cultural integration. So they learn vocabulary by studying culture as well. And next, teaching learning strategies. You want to teach the students how to study vocabulary outside of the classroom. With EFL, is never going to work because, as I mentioned, they have no contact with English outside of the classroom. So they're not motivated to watch movies in English, to watch videos in English, to study vocabulary. It's not going to work. So you want to teach them learning strategies if they're in an ESL setting because they're already culturally integrated into the United States, hopefully, unless they live in an ethnic enclave, which is basically a community, like I said, that everyone speaks their L1. So sometimes that happens because adult students live in their neighborhood. They don't have to speak English. But I had an adult student in Korea, surprisingly. She was an EFL student, but she was older and she was highly motivated to learn English. So she told me one day, after I'd taught her for a year, she said, now I'm not afraid to talk to foreigners in the mall or in Canada when I go to Canada. So she was really grateful. So those kind of students, you can teach them learning strategies. You can instruct them to pay attention to vocabulary words, to watch videos and watch movies, and they'll do it, even in an EFL setting. So it depends. Everything depends on the student and what their motivation is, what their age is, what their level is. And the next bullet point is learning through listening. Again, this is not ideal in an EFL setting. That's why in an EFL classroom, there's a lot of listening. There are many, many listening passages because the students are not listening outside of the classroom, which is understandable. It's too hard. They just want to speak their first language. It takes a lot of time and effort to think in another language. But in the United States, what's great is you can play movies and videos using the vocabulary, like I mentioned, TED Talks, movies, films, make sure they're appropriate, right? No, don't teach any profanity. Abstract knowledge is that ideas. So young children will not understand vocabulary associated with abstract ideas like emotions, happiness, love, things like that. They're too young to understand. So that's why they do learn some of that in their graded readers and with life experience. Adults, on the other hand, they have a lot of background knowledge that you can use for them to translate some words from their L1 into English. They have a lot of abstract knowledge. They have a lot of life experience. They know about love. They know about happiness. They know about depression. They know about sadness. They know about a lot of abstract concepts and ideas. Meta language means words that students need to use in the classroom. For example, hi teacher, hello teacher, or sometimes they want to know what to call you. Should I call you Miss so-and-so? So for example, in the United States, Miss Korea, that's actually my name, Miss Korea. But in Korea, they call the teacher. They just call you teacher. They might need to learn other meta language like I agree, I disagree, it's your turn, what's your opinion, what do you think, so that they can work together in groups. So it's not exactly academic words that they're learning. They're just learning words to be able to communicate in the classroom with their classmates and the teacher. That's called meta language. Level testing is very useful. I worked in a school and I think that's why I loved it. It was very organized. So we had level testing where every 3 months, every quarter, the students would take a test and they would level up. So if you're familiar with the levels, you can actually start, predicting what words students can know and not know. Just be careful, because if a student doesn't know a word, don't say, oh, you don't know that word? I actually had a Korean teacher tell me that once, and I was quite frustrated because I just wanted to learn the word. So just be careful of chastising students for not knowing words, even if it's an easy word, a simple word that all the other students know. Maybe they don't know it. It's like I said, it's like a puzzle. And have the students use vocabulary in pair, in group work, in activities, in conversations, in role play. Encourage them to use vocabulary from the textbook. Give them meaningful input first. So determine which vocabulary words are useful for them and give them a lot of examples of using that word in sentences. You need to explain the value of vocabulary learning. Explain to the students that, if they learn new vocabulary, maybe they can go overseas and study overseas. Maybe they can make new friends all over the world. Those are some things that usually motivate students. Maybe they want to get a better job. As for me, I need to learn vocabulary in Spanish because a lot of times for my work, I need to speak in Spanish. So learning Spanish vocabulary is very, very valuable to me. So you want to build a basic foundation of vocabulary for the younger kids at the younger levels, the beginner levels. Build a basic blocks of vocabulary, and hopefully the next teacher they have will be able to build on that. So you build a basic foundation of vocabulary for the beginners and the younger learners, the children. For the older university students, you can refer to academic word lists if you want to, give them some activities to do with new vocabulary words. But remember, if you're just teaching random words without any topic or theme, it's kind of a waste of time. So just try to choose words that are related to the theme or the topic of the lesson in the textbook. With novels, a lot of times in literature, the students will just ask questions about vocabulary words that they don't know. And then what's great is you can have them do literary analysis essays where they write what they think the author's purpose is and provide commentary and then quotes. And then what's happening is they're writing the vocabulary words that they've learned in class, whether through deliberate learning or incidental learning. Make sure you manage your time in a lesson plan because you don't want to rush through a vocabulary lesson. So time management is really important, and that's why lesson plans are really helpful because, like I mentioned before, they're like kind of a roadmap to managing the time in the classroom. You could even have extra vocabulary activities at the end of your lesson plan. Let's say if you run out of time, you can never review too much vocabulary. You could do a whole 45 or 50-minute lesson simply on vocabulary if you have enough activities. All right, so this is the last slide, vocabulary activities. And you can supplement your textbook lesson with vocabulary activities. A lot of these I've used, and they are very, very useful and very fun. The kids love these activities, okay? So vocabulary activities that I've used in the classroom. First, flashcards. So flashcards are like those study cards. They're like, another word for them is called index cards. So I've actually had students go and buy index cards. They're only like $1 and bring them to class. You could buy them if you'd like. If you're in a situation where you're a volunteer teacher and you have access to, some extra cash or access to resources that the students don't have, of course, buy them. Buy them flashcards. They'll love you for it. Because they might not have access to those types of resources, especially if you're in teaching in an underserved community or an underserved area. So flashcards, you have them write the word on the front and write the meaning on the back and have them study that first. You could also have them write the word and have them study the meaning for homework, let's say, and have them write on the back the word in a sentence. Make sure you check their sentences though. Don't have them use incorrect grammar, or you can have them use sentences from the Longman's dictionary. So there's many different ways you can use flashcards. You can assign it for homework. You can have them fill out the flashcards at home for homework. What you don't want to do is tell them to go home and study the flashcards, because they won't do it unless they're highly motivated. So you have them write the flashcards as a warm-up in class, if it's a few words, or you can have them write the flashcards for homework and have them study the flashcards in class in a vocabulary activity. Otherwise, the cards will just stay in their backpack or throw on their desk or something at home. So basically, you want to have two students facing each other. Let's say they're sitting like this. I literally have had students get up and move their chair to face each other because they get lazy. Like, they'll just lean like this, or they'll just talk to their classmate like this. Don't get the flashcards with the ring around it. No ring, just holding the cards like this. So the idea is to build fluency, so they can read through the cards very quickly every day as a warm-up. So you have them face each other and hold up the cards and ask, what is the meaning of this word? And then the other student will answer. What is the meaning of this word? The other student will answer. So this student has the cards. There's many different ways you can do it, but basically you want them to build fluency by going through the cards again and again and again. Use it in a sentence, right? What is the meaning of this word? Blah, blah, blah. Use it in a sentence. Blah, blah, blah. I love that activity. It works really well. Picture files, I think I mentioned earlier, you can grab some pictures off Google, make sure they're appropriate, make sure you plan ahead of time because, you know, sometimes Google has like inappropriate images on there. So, or you can do old school style like I did and get some magazines and rip out some pictures and teach vocabulary using pictures. Pictures are awesome for teaching vocabulary because it's a universal language. I made up this game called Vocabulary Feud based on a television show, an American television show called Family Feud. It was one of my favorite shows growing up, so if you want to check it out, if you know it, then you know what I'm talking about. If you want to check it out, you can go on
lávate las manos antes de cenar.
You can go on YouTube and just type in Family Feud and you'll see the game that I'm talking about. So basically what I'll do is I'll teach maybe 20 vocabulary words that are in the textbook, or 10, and then I have like a bell, like this is a mouse, but just pretend this is a bell. Ding, 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 ding. And so one student will stand here, one student will stand here, and then the bell is in the middle. And I'll say, what is the meaning of this word? And one of the students have to ring the bell, but at first they have to have their hands like this, because some of them will try to cheat like this. So have their hands like this, and then the fastest person hits the bell, and they give the meaning of the word. They love this game. I love this game, as you can see. One time, my students got so rowdy that my director came in and said they were being too noisy. So just be careful with the noise level. But the young kids, they love it. Even you could use it with university students too. You could do like a synonym activity where students have to say a synonym of the word, or antonyms, which is the opposite of the word. The reason I put a question mark there is because some experts are divided on this type of activity. So it's 50-50. Some experts think synonyms and antonyms are good, effective for learning new vocabulary words or for learning vocabulary. And 50% of experts say it's not effective, but I know why. So it depends on the level. It depends on the level of your students and the difficulty of what you're teaching them. So for example, if you're in a beginner class and you're teaching high frequency words, you could teach antonyms and they'll understand it. So for example, in, what's the opposite of in? Out. Up, down. Black, white. It's fine. However, if you're teaching beginners more difficult words that they don't know, or if you're teaching students words they don't know, you don't really want to teach them antonyms because they're already processing the first list of words, right? Even synonyms, they're already learning new words, so they can't really give you a synonym because they don't know the vocabulary. So just be careful with synonyms and antonyms. Make sure the students will be able to provide those based on their level and their needs. Remember, what's my teaching philosophy? Set the students up for success. So don't give them a synonym or antonym activity if you think, sorry, if you think they can't do it. Pictionary, the kids love Pictionary. If you have a middle school class on a Saturday afternoon at a private academy, They don't want to be there. They don't want to be there. As soon as you give them the board marker and a list of vocabulary words, they go to the board and they start drawing pictures. It's so fun. Role play. You want them to act out the words. This is really fun too. Total physical response is very well known in ESL teaching. It's called TPR. So you act out the words. The teacher will act out the words. Word association is really fun for learning vocabulary. So for example, they'll be like, I'll start with a game that's not related to the vocabulary words. So I'll just explain how the game goes. So basically you want the students to associate a word with the first word that you give them and go in a circle or in a chain. So if you have 13 students, each student will say a word. So if I say son, the next student could say daughter. Or if I say sun, the next student will say bright. The next student will say, will associate a word with bright, not sun. So they go in a chain. So when I'll say son, the student will say daughter, that student will say father, the student will say crazy. Like they can say whatever they want. It doesn't have to make sense. It literally has to be the first word that comes out of their mind. They can't think. So the first word that comes to mind. And this game usually generates a lot of laughs. So once you teach them, a simple word, how to play the game, then you can use the vocabulary list of words, right? Obviously, they're not going to be words like, I don't know, globalization. Or maybe you could do it. You could try. But you don't want to use boring, high advanced vocab words. So you can experiment with that game. Hangman is for, the younger kids. They're not always beginners. A lot of kids are intermediate level, believe it or not. Some of them are really good at English. So some schools don't want you to use Hangman. I've been told before, don't use Hangman as a game in the classroom, but some schools will let you. And when I've used Hangman in the classroom, oh my gosh, the kids go wild and they love it. And all of these activities are great ways for students to remember because they're moving, they're drawing, you're developing memories in the kids' minds for the rest of their lives. So that's why they remember the vocabulary words. Especially students who learn by moving around through tangible things like touching things or looking at things, or maybe they're visual learners. So what you do is you pick one of the vocab words and you do hangman, like you draw the lines, you draw a hangman on there. If you're not familiar with hangman, you can just go on Google, you'll find it, it's really easy. So you draw lines. Sometimes I draw the noose to hang the man. Sometimes I draw a shark in the water. I switch it up. I'm not really good at drawing, but the kids love it because, they're very creative. And then you have them guess the letters. Make sure you tell them the rules ahead of time because otherwise they will get totally out of control. So everyone gets a chance. You guess one letter and then you can try to guess the vocab words. Obviously, you already taught the vocabulary. You close the book. Don't let them look at the words. And then once one student guesses the word, then you ask them the meaning. And you can even ask them, use it in a sentence. You could skip asking the meaning because if they use it in a sentence, that means they know the meaning. So it's up to you. But basically what I do is I give points for each task that they do. So if they guess the word, I give them a point. If they know the meaning and they can express the meaning through speaking, I give them a point. If they can use the word in a sentence, I give them a point. That means they get 3 points. and the kids love it, especially if you do teams. If you have like really fun kids and they like each other and they're all friends and you do teams, forget it. It's very effective for learning vocabulary. And they'll love it. And lastly, word circles. I got this from this activity from a book. I just named it word circles. So basically you give them a list of 10 or 20 words to learn, and you draw big circles on the board. You write down 10 words on the board in the circles, and then you give them only 30 seconds to memorize the words. They're not going to tell you the meaning. You don't have to have them tell you the meaning. This is just for memorizing words. You're exposing them to the words. So they look at the board, they see the words in circles on the board, and they memorize the words for 30 seconds. I have a board right here, so I guess I could just show you, like this. I don't know if you can see it, that's why I didn't really want to use the board, and here's the hangman, right? In any case, you have them memorize the words for 30 seconds. Then you erase the words, and they have to write a list, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, of all the words that they remember. Then when you notice that they're not writing anything, then you put them in a team. And then the team, 2 students will share, and whichever team guesses the most answers wins, including spelling. So after the activity, once they get together, they add up their words as a team. I'll check the list, and just to make it more suspenseful, I'll cross out the ones that they spelled wrong. They usually spell them right though. And then at the end, I'll announce the winner without them knowing who has the most words. So make sure you explain the activities clearly before you start any games or group work or pair work, because if you try to explain again in the middle of the activity, it ruins everything. It's a big disaster. So generally speaking, for vocabulary activities, make sure you explain the directions clearly before you begin. All right, and that concludes this lesson on vocabulary teaching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope it helps you. Thank you, and see you next time. Bye. Okay, welcome to Lesson 6 in your TESOL course, Teaching of English as a Second Language. Today, I'm going to talk about teaching grammar. Okay, so some practical tips for teaching grammar is, first, grammar is very boring, so you have to make it fun. Second, limit your explanations depending on the level. For example, beginners do not need a long explanation of grammar points because they will just get confused and discouraged because they won't understand anything that you're saying. Instead, you can give them a lot of example sentences using the grammar point and perhaps give a very simplified explanation at the end. For beginners, you really don't want to give an explanation of grammar. Just provide the example sentences, and maybe you'll be able, they'll learn grammar later on down the line. That doesn't mean you don't teach them grammar. You're teaching them sentence structure without explaining it or confusing them. On the other hand, in an academic ESL class, you will give a simplified explanation, and university students will often ask questions. Adult ESL students will ask questions, and they really want to learn grammar because they are learning English for speaking. But in all 3 situations, in all 3 cases, limit the explanations of grammar points and make them as simple to understand as possible. And after that, provide many examples of sentences using the grammar point. Third, you want to give students activities with the 4 skills. Do you remember what the 4 skills are? I'll give you a hint. 2 are receptive skills and 2 are productive skills. So in ESL, we refer to the 4 skills as reading, writing, listening, and speaking. So when you're teaching grammar, you want to point out the grammar points that you're teaching within reading passages, within listening texts, and have the students use the grammar points in writing and speaking. You can also give the students grammar puzzles or activities you can find online that I can share with you later. You could even make your own puzzles. You can have students write on flashcards and put the flashcards together in a sentence and label the parts of speech on the back. Or you could make it yourself as the teacher. You could make like a simple puzzle so that the students can put the grammar points, the parts of the sentence together, like on a big table, such as the one that I'm sitting at right now. So it's your choice. You could make the puzzle, or you could have the students make the puzzle as an activity in class, depending on what resources you have access to, whether it be construction paper, markers, the board. You could use the whiteboard and have students write a puzzle on the whiteboard. You can have students come up to the whiteboard. They like that, especially with grammar, because like I said, grammar is boring. Next, you could also create PowerPoints, such as the one that I'm creating right now, because you can make the grammar points very visible if you have access to technology, a computer, and a projector. And the textbooks will have grammar points in each unit. They usually don't exceed 2 grammar points. Each unit usually contains 2 grammar points because you don't want to overwhelm students with too many grammar points in one lesson. And finally, PPP is a teaching method. Do you remember what it stands for? Presentation, practice, production. And I'll explain more about that later. Just a quick reminder, presentation is not the student's presentation. It's the way that the teacher presents the grammar points. Practice is working with the students to practice the grammar point. And production is giving the students an activity or a task-based activity where they're going to work on something in a group or pair work to show that they understand the grammar point, whether it be that they write a speech or a poster, make a poster, and I'll explain more about PPP in the next few slides. Okay, so the grammatical terms in an ESL class that you will use, based on my experience, is parts of speech. The students don't know what parts of speech means, and maybe some teachers don't know. To be honest, when I went to South Korea for the first time to teach at my academy or my school there, we had a grammar test. So there was 2 weeks of training. I stayed in a hotel after flying, 13 hours and moved my whole life to South Korea. I found out that there was a grammar test, and I didn't remember anything about grammar from school, not a thing. So I was really scared because, like I said, I had moved my whole life to Korea, and then I had to take a test after training, after 2 weeks of training, and I thought I would fail the grammar test. So do you know who helped me? It was the Korean Americans who were very good at grammar because Korean was their first language and they had to learn the grammar first. Isn't that ironic? So if you're a native English speaker and you don't remember any grammar at all, that's understandable. I was in the same position. So now I'm an expert at grammar, but it took me 12 years and a master's degree. In one of my courses was called The Structure of English, where we literally studied grammar for a whole semester. So if you're interested, I will be creating another course aside from this one soon, solely on teaching grammar tenses. I'm going to focus on tenses. So there's a lot that I can teach in terms of grammar. We'll see how it goes, how this course goes. And then, so if you want to support me by sharing this course with others, then I can have more time to create English grammar courses for you to enroll in. So going back to the slide, grammatical terms in an ESL class will be different from a native English speaker class in public school. So these are grammatical terms you'll use in an ESL class. And just always remember the teaching philosophy. Do you remember what it is? Set the students up for success. And the only way you can do that when you're teaching grammar is to keep the explanations simple. These are the things that students will need to know how to use and what they are. So first, parts of speech. So parts of speech are very simply verbs, nouns, adjectives, and adverbs. Now, you're going to be focusing a lot of the lessons, or the bulk of the lessons, on verbs. And remember, it depends on the level. So you will talk about infinitives, gerunds, tense, participles, and irregular verbs with adult students or academic students. And you will teach the beginners verbs, but you're not going to teach them these words. You cannot teach beginners infinitive, gerund, participle, irregular verbs. They won't get it. So with the very, very beginners of the lower levels, just stick to verbs, nouns, adjectives, adverbs. Even the noun, you have to do a comprehension check. Make sure they even know what a noun is at the beginning level. So a noun is what? Do we remember that? I think we all remember that from elementary school. Person, place, thing, right? So when I teach these, I usually have the students repeat what I'm saying so it sticks in their mind. So I'll say, okay, everybody, we're going to do an activity, a grammar activity on the parts of speech. Everybody repeat after me, parts of speech. And then the students will say, parts of speech. Okay, guys, what are the 4 parts of speech? And then I'll use my hands, right? Verbs, nouns, adjectives, adverbs, and then I'll have the students repeat. Verbs, nouns, adjectives, adverbs, and I'll do that every week so that they just remember what they're learning. Sometimes I don't even, if it's a beginner level, I don't even talk about adverbs. I usually stick to verbs, nouns, and adjectives if it's a beginner, lower level. I would be careful about using the word lower because the students might get offended, but the beginner levels. And next I wrote active versus passive voice, question mark. That would be used in an academic university ESL class. That's intermediate, no, not intermediate. That's pretty much an advanced class, a high, intermediate, or advanced class in which you would teach active versus passive voice. Because those students already have a foundation of grammar skills that they've already learned. For example, like Chinese students and Korean students, many of them have already studied English grammar in their public school classes for many, many, many years. So they know the grammar, but they need practice in using it in speaking and writing. You might talk about synonyms and antonyms. I think I mentioned this. I mentioned it in the vocabulary teaching lesson. The experts are kind of split on whether using synonyms and antonyms are beneficial for the students. Just make sure they understand the main verbs or the main grammatical terms first before you start using synonyms and antonyms. That's more for vocabulary, but vocabulary and grammar can also be taught together. And you also want to make the grammatical terms that you're using meaningful for the students to be able to use with vocabulary that's useful for them, that they will use outside of the classroom. Next, punctuation. You will point out punctuation, commas, exclamation points, and periods, because some ESO students do not know how to use those properly. They seem simple to us, but we have to be careful about making students feel shame or embarrassed because they don't use commas or periods or punctuation, all types of punctuation correct. So just teach it to them without being like shocked or without making them feel bad that they don't know how to use punctuation. Also, it's not so much that they don't know how to use it, it's that the punctuation affects the way the reader reads their writing and the way they speak, right? Because commas, for example, result in a pause in speech. So that's why punctuation is important. It might seem simple to us, but for them, a lot of other languages don't use commas the way we use commas, don't use periods the way we use periods. So you do have to teach that and be sensitive and don't be, condescending. Don't make the students feel bad if they're not using punctuation correctly. Next, in terms of sentence structure, you're not going to get too in-depth with sentence structure. At the higher levels, you can start talking about subjects and objects. Even at the higher levels, we don't even really discuss direct objects or indirect objects. We usually stick to subject-verb agreement, just to show how the subject affects the verb tense. And again, a lot of the ESL students will already know that because they've learned it. You just want to give them a lot of opportunities to practice. ESL students definitely struggle with prepositions and prepositional phrases, so you will be able to teach those. On the other hand, grammatical terms in an English class include all of these. Now, you might be wondering, why am I showing this when you're not going to be teaching an English class, you're going to be teaching an ESL class? The reason I listed all of these here is just to illustrate how complicated grammar is and how overwhelmed the students would get if you actually taught them all of these phrases in grammar. So these are things that you would not teach in an ESL class. You would not teach these in an ESL class. You would not even explain these. They're different. An ESL class is totally different from an English class in public school, in America, for example. So active and passive voice, that is taught in public school. And like I said, that would be taught, that would be the only thing that would be taught in a ESL class. I mean, you might get into transitive verbs and intransitive verbs and linking verbs and those kind of things, but not really, never, not really. Maybe at the very high advanced level. The reason you'd want to teach active and passive voice in an ESL class is for academic writing. So again, that's high advanced. So do you see here, high advanced is like the beginning of a native English speaking class. And it doesn't mean that the ESL students are not smart enough. It just means they haven't studied English. English is not their first language. So if I'm teaching native English speakers in a middle school class, for example, they are more likely to understand the word voice or active and passive voice because you can explain it to them in English, and English is their first language. You would never teach, not really, you wouldn't teach transitive verbs. I've honestly never really taught transitive verbs or intransitive verbs in an ESL class. It's not that they're stupid or not smart enough, it's that it's just different. It's just a different experience. I have taught transitive verbs and intransitive verbs to like elementary school students. I mean, but it's boring to them, so I had to make it fun. But that's because English is their first language. I would never teach these things to an ESL student. I often don't mention linking verbs. I do mention verbs. Sorry, that was an error. But linking verbs, no. Conjunctions, no. Coordinating conjunctions, subordinating conjunctions, abbreviations, analogies, antecedents, clauses, complex sentences, compound sentences, subject-verb agreement. I might teach that in an ESL class. Yeah. But all these other ones are just way too complicated. Pronouns. The students already know simple pronouns. They know he, they know she. I'm talking about ESL students. ESL students already know he, she, them, it, so you would never focus on teaching pronouns in an ESL class. As you notice, all of these other types of pronouns, personal pronouns, reflexive pronouns, demonstrative pronouns, indefinite pronouns, interrogative pronouns, relative pronouns. So imagine if you taught all of these things to an ESL class. They would want to jump out the window or something. So just the point is, you don't have to remember all of these terms, but the point is that when you're teaching grammar in an ESL class, it's totally different than teaching grammar in an English class in an American public school. You have to simplify the grammar terms and keep it simple. Does that mean they're not going to learn as much? Does that mean they're not as smart? Does that mean they're not as stupid? No, it just means the teaching style is different. You will give them lots of reading, lots of listening, lots of activities, so that they need to practice it. English is not their first language. And so that's the point. Okay, so this is what I was explaining earlier. The PPP, do you remember what it stands for? Presentation, practice, production. PPP, presentation, practice, production. So on the left-hand side of the slide, I illustrate your typical PPP teaching method. On the right side of the screen, I switched the order and started in the deep end, what's called the deep end. So let me go back to your traditional PPP model on the left and explain that first. Okay. So the first P stands for presentation. This doesn't mean the student's presentation. It means the way that the teacher presents the grammar points in the lesson. So that could be whether, let's say, let's start from no resources at all. Let's say you're a volunteer teacher in an underserved community. You have no pencils, you have no papers, you have no books, you have no textbooks, you have no nothing. All you have is a whiteboard, a chalkboard or something. So what do? You present the grammar point using the chalkboard. You write a very simple grammar point on the board, and then you have the students, let's say they don't even have access to paper or pens. What do? You do a speaking drill. You present the grammar point on the board, you write some examples, and you do a speaking drill with the whole class, or practice first with the whole class. Okay, so that leads next to the next part. The second P is guided practice. So let's say you don't have any resources at all. You have the students do a speaking drill in which they repeat after you, and you can kind of make it into like a game or a contest or something. There's so many possibilities. You could, like for younger kids, you can call on them, you can put them in groups. For older students, you can put them in groups too and have them practice in a speaking drill. Now going back to the presentation, let's say you have a textbook. Most classes will use a textbook. Then the grammar point is in the textbook. The problem with the textbook is that the font is really small. The students don't understand the points and the font is usually too small. So you present, you take the textbook, you have the grammar point, and you write it on the board very big. you know, not too big because you don't want to be condescending, but you write it simplified, simple and big enough for them to understand the grammar point from the textbook, because usually the textbook font is too small. So that's presentation. Then the practice in the textbook, they'll have some kind of like activity where the students have to fill in the blanks or something, and you can have them do it at teams, you can have them help each other, that's fine. So the practice is guided. In the traditional PPP model, the practice is guided by the teacher. So you'll have a reading passage in the textbook, you'll have a writing passage in the textbook, you'll have a speaking drill, you'll have maybe some conversation they have to listen to. You could even show movie clips. I was watching like makeup tutorials the other day, and I noticed that the females in the makeup tutorials, they always use gonna. I'm gonna use this brush and put this on, and next I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna. So you could even use YouTube videos if you notice that the speaker is using the same grammar point again and again. Especially ESL students, they need to know the difference between going to and gonna. Gonna is not correct grammar, but that's the way we speak. So those are just some examples that you could use to present and practice the grammar point, and have the students practice the grammar point. You could also give a PowerPoint presentation. So going back to the presentations, I'm just going over like different scenarios of like what resources you would have access to. So let's say you have a computer and a projector and a screen. You're in a university class, or you have a classroom with all the technology that you need. Then you create a PowerPoint. And then the presentation by the teacher presents 1 or 2 grammar points with a very, very large font, such as the title here. I'm using a little bit smaller font because I'm assuming that whoever's taking this course can understand most of what I'm saying in English, or maybe you're a native speaker. So all of this font on my page right here with bullet points, I would not use this in an ESL presentation for grammar, because it's too much information on one slide, and even the bullet points are distracting. In any case, you can use the PowerPoint. You can design a simple PowerPoint to present the grammar. All right, so after you've given the presentation first, second, you give students some kind of practice using the grammar point or noticing the grammar point in their textbook in the reading, and then have them write something simple using the grammar point. Then the last P is for production. So this is something that they do independently on their own. You can give them a communicative activity, meaning give them an activity group work in a group or in a pair where they have to communicate with each other. And some examples of that would be a role play. I'm a big fan of role playing because the students write a script. At first, they won't know how to do it, so you have to have a lot of patience. But once they understand what a role play is, you can have them do a different role play every week based on the grammar points for the unit for that week. You can have them do an information gap activity where they have to have a picture in front of them and talk about what a person is doing in their picture. Or you can have them give a speech, write a speech. You could even have them write a speech on their own or in groups where each person speaks for 5 minutes. You can have them create a poster. Okay, so those are activities you could have them do for the production stage. So again, PPP is a teaching model that stands for presentation, practice, production. Now, the PPP in the deep end is like when you think of a pool, right? So if you like to go swimming, I like to swim. If you like to go swimming, you know that there's a shallow end and a deep end. So just think of the traditional PPP teaching method as the shallow end, and the PPP in the deep end is the deep water. You just have the students jump right in. Why would you do this? Because as I mentioned earlier, for example, some Chinese students or Korean students, they've already studied grammar points for many, many years, and it was boring, so boring. So you give them the activity right at the beginning of the class. You dive into the deep end, have them dive into the deep end, because they already know it. You wouldn't do that with students who are beginners or who struggle with speaking or writing. This is for intermediate or high, intermediate, or advanced, not for beginners. So think about a beginning swimmer. You wouldn't tell the beginning swimmer to go jump in the deep end of the pool because they might drown. That actually almost happened to me when I was like 6 years old. I jumped into the deep end of the pool because some of the other kids dared me to do it, and I almost drowned. So that's why I'm thinking of that. But so the deep end, you'd start with the production stage first, the independent work first. You give them an activity to do right off the bat. The students come into the classroom, you explain, okay, students, I'm going to give you an activity. Everybody get in groups. This is what you do. Explain the group work or the pair work very carefully before you start, and then have them do it. And in my experience, it always works if you know your level. If you're familiar with the level, you know it's going to work. It always works in my experience. Then you do the presentation. So after you wrap up all the group work, you give the presentation, a very simple presentation on the grammar points, just to review, because they know it. And even if they know it, they might have forgot. So during the production stage and the activity, of course, you're going to be walking around, especially, whether you're doing the traditional PPP teaching method or the deep end. You walk around during the production stage and you help here and there. But you don't want to correct everything. So you can do corrections in the presentation stage. So if you're walking around during the production stage where they're doing an activity and you hear a lot of, not a lot, but if you hear some errors that are common among the whole class, you just review the errors in the presentation as well. And then you give them some kind of practice at the end. Maybe you want to give them a reading passage at the end of class just to calm them down, or give them a writing task before they leave, and they can't leave class until they finish their writing task. Give them some kind of speaking activity, or maybe even a listening, or maybe even a movie clip you could show that uses the grammar point. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the grammar lesson, lesson 6. Right now, I'm just going to show you some examples of my slides that I've used to teach grammar at community college. Okay, so that's it for the course, and that's it for lesson 6. But this now I'm just going to show you some examples of some PowerPoints that I've made to teach grammar in a class. Okay, so these are just examples of presentations that I've used in the class. This specific presentation I used in teaching a community college course. So this would be my first slide in my PPP model. Whether I'm starting in the deep end or doing the traditional PPP, this is my first slide. So when I say grammar point, this grammar point is present perfect. So this would be my very first slide. If you notice, the color is really nice. The font has to be super big. And, the students will take pictures because they want to learn it. Like they always have their phones in their hands. So if students are taking pictures at this point, it's okay. I wouldn't recommend having them take pictures throughout the whole lesson. But if you're doing a PowerPoint, they want to take pictures because they want to have it on their phone. Because as you know, we always have our phones in our hands. So this is the first slide. This is an example of a lesson that I've actually taught. So this is present perfect. This is Unit 9, present perfect, already yet still. Okay, I have some animation in here. I forgot about that. All right, so let's say I'm teaching this, right? Unit 9. I'm teaching present perfect using the time words already yet still. Okay, so I'm in teacher mode right now. Something happened or did not happen at an indefinite time in the past. You use already for affirmative statements. Use yet or still when something has not happened before now. Use already when something surprising happens. Use still to show you are unhappy with waiting for something. In questions, use yet to ask if something has happened. Okay, so just a side note, this is supplementary to the textbook. So if you don't quite understand, imagine how an ESL student feels. But when I taught this, the students had already read this in their textbook. You notice I didn't use any bullet points, and I use a lot of space in between. And the students will not understand all of this. So the textbook will provide many examples, as I mentioned, through activities, through filling in the blanks, through reading, through writing. So this is just a quick introduction to how I present grammar points using PowerPoint. Oh, and the last one, consider the word order important. So the word order, I taught them, where they can use already in the sentence at the end or the beginning, when they can use yet, when they can use still at the end of the sentence, at the beginning of the sentence. That's word order. Okay, so let's say this is the next week. Okay, so this would be not the same day. This is like the next week. Unit 10, present perfect, indefinite past. You don't know when something happened. The time is not important. There's some kind of connection to the present. Repeated actions happened at an indefinite time in the past. Repeated actions that continue into the present. Actions that continue in the present. Asking questions and answering. Okay, so before I keep going, I just intentionally kept this as bullet points so that you can see the difference between the Unit 9 slide and the Unit 10 slide. If you notice, the bullet points are distracting and there's no spaces in between these points. So you can see that you've got to make your slides very simple if you're going to use PowerPoint. Something happened in the very recent past. Oh, another comment that I want to make, this word indefinite time, you might have to explain indefinite, like we don't know when. So always, after you present the grammar, always provide opportunities for the students to ask questions and make sure they understand everything you said. And again, I don't have examples here because that's a whole nother course, but give a lot of examples of sentences using present perfect and the situation within which they're using present perfect or they're reading present perfect. I like this slide because it has a big time clock in there. So it reminds students that the time is very important when deciding which tense to use. So present perfect and simple past go with the word for, indefinite time versus specific time. So present perfect explains an indefinite time, a time that we don't know when it happened in the past. A specific time is simple past. So something happened at a specific time in the past. Present perfect is something maybe that's unfinished that continues into the present. Simple past, it's already finished. So do you see? This slide is very simple. So just keep explanations as simple as possible. Keep the slides as simple as possible. Keep the, the fonts as big as possible. And even if you don't have PowerPoint, you could use this as a guide for using the whiteboard. So you would write this on the whiteboard in the same fashion. Make sure it's simple and large and using large fonts. Here's another example here. Let me see. I had some animation in here, so I have to refresh my memory. But this would be the next week, Unit 12, comparing present perfect progressive and present perfect. I would even correct this slide and just put present perfect first in the heading, just because I'm explaining present perfect on the left first. So whether you're using PowerPoint or you're using the whiteboard, you've got to plan your handwriting even. You've got to plan how you're going to clearly write on the board so that students don't get confused, and organize what you're going to write and what you're going to present to the students in terms of grammar. So this was a lesson I taught on the difference between present perfect and present perfect progressive. So present perfect, you use have and has plus the participle. If you don't know what participle is, I'm going to do a whole course on English grammar. So make sure you follow me on Instagram, Professor Tonic, and I'll update you on that. So present perfect is something that is unfinished. Okay, so you're expressing something that's unfinished. It's a grammar point that expresses something that is unfinished, or something that is finished, or something's ended in the very recent past, but we don't know the specific time. On the other hand, present perfect progressive can also explain something that is unfinished, but the focus is that it's continuing into the future. That is the focus. The continuation of the action. And present perfect progressive is used with for. So don't worry too much about what these things mean. I'm just basically showing you how you would present it to the class. Because as I said, if you haven't studied grammar in a while, this is going to be confusing to you. But the point is, the students will have a textbook. So this is already after. So basically what I did was I took the very tiny font from the textbook, and I created a simple PowerPoint presentation on the grammar points. And then after this, I'm going to use all the examples and explain more, of course. But this is the foundation of the grammar point. So imagine if you don't understand it, imagine how the students feel. So again, I'm going to give lots of examples of sentences that I haven't included here because I'm going to do a whole course on English grammar. Hello, welcome to section 2 of the TESOL course, Classroom Management. Okay, so in this section, I'm going to review different types of learners, different types of teachers and their roles, student management, using course books, lesson planning, testing, and how to handle behavior issues. So there's different types of learners depending on the context of where the students are. So do you remember the difference between ESL and EFL? ESL stands for English as a Second Language. So these students are living in the native English-speaking country, so they have more opportunities to practice English outside of the classroom. So they're going to be motivated to speak outside of the classroom and possibly to study more or make sure they do their homework. EFL students, EFL stands for English as a Foreign Language. So EFL students are in their native speaking country. So for example, I taught English in South Korea. And this is important because their only exposure to English will be from the teacher. So the relationship between the students and the teacher will be really that much more important. And because the teacher has to encourage the students to actually do their homework and practice English outside of the classroom, which is really hard when all of their family and friends and classmates outside of class are speaking in their native language. EAP stands for English for academic purposes. For example, business English. I've taught business English, and these students are highly motivated to practice in English and study in class. However, they're often pretty tired because they run businesses, or sometimes they come in and out of the classroom on actual business phone calls, or they miss class because they have to work or they have to pick up their children. So you cannot really reprimand them for being absent. You just kind of have to adjust your lessons to their schedule. They'll also be late a lot of times, so you have to be patient with adult students in a English for academic purposes class. Academic English refers to university classes, so I've also taught students academic strategies, how to present a PowerPoint presentation, debate class, how to write research papers. Those are university students, and that's referred to as academic English. Now, the context could be either an ESL setting or an EFL setting. For example, there are many universities in China that have native foreign English speakers come from the United States to teach in China. So that's an EFL setting. Or you have students, Korean students and Taiwanese students who come to the United States to take university courses here. Those are both examples of academic English. And lastly, adult ESL are adults who may even be much older than you, who need to speak English and learn English in order to communicate with their adult children sometimes. So that's just to say you need to make sure that you keep your students' needs in mind and understand the difference between these different learners. So the learner differences between children. So at ages 2 to 5, children are not necessarily, the focus is not teaching them English because they're too young. The focus is actually getting them excited about English. So this is going to be their very, very first encounter with the English language from a very young age. And so this is actually maybe the most important stage, because depending on their interaction with their English teacher, that's their experience with English for the rest of their lives. It's going to affect how they learn English for the rest of their lives. So in Korea, for example, there are a lot of kindergartens that hire English teachers. And some teachers have said to me, well, I don't understand why, such young children have to learn English at a young age. It's basically you're developing their first encounter with English as a second language or English as a foreign language. And you're also, they're going to remember that teacher, and it's going to affect their English language learning for the rest of their lives. And they really want attention from the teacher. They want to please the teacher. So that's going to be their main motivation. So imagine if they have a really mean, strict, angry teacher, they will hate learning English, and they will hate foreigners who speak English. So it's a very important time in their lives when they're exposed to learning English. The next stage is ages 6 to 14. That's kind of like elementary school to middle school. Elementary school students in general are very energetic. They love stories. They love reading. And they also are looking for attention from the teacher. And then once they get into middle school, they start switching from caring about what the teacher thinks to caring about what their peers think. So that's when it starts changing. And then you get to middle school, and it's more about how their peers look at them and where they fit in with their peers. Some students are very competitive. For example, in Korea, it's a very competitive education school system. So, but a lot of times the students are overwhelmed. They have too much schoolwork. They go to English class, they go to math academy after school, they have so many classes after school. Sometimes they're studying from like 7 in the morning to 12 o'clock at night or 2 o'clock in the morning. So with those students, obviously, you have to be very careful because they're sensitive, they're tired, they're stressed, they have a lot of problems outside of school. And so you have to be gentle, but also just set up the expectations at the beginning of the semester. And then you get into high school, ages 16 to 20, and these students are really concerned about like tests like TOEFL tests, IELTS, TOEIC, getting into university. So, a lot of them are highly motivated. Many of them are not. But I've taught middle school students and high school students writing, and I like teaching writing, but I had some very driven students, and 3 of them won the national writing contest because they were very motivated and we worked well together. So you definitely want to understand your learners so you can know the best way to help them. Adults, they have a specific purpose for learning, so you definitely want to figure that out. As I mentioned, adults could include academic English, which is university students. They also have their problems at home, and a lot of times if they're in the States, they're homesick, and that can come across as like having some kind of behavior issue in class. Just try not to be too hard on the students if you can, unless they're being completely disruptive. Then you'll definitely have to talk to them one-on-one or consult your director on how to handle the situation next. But for the most part, university students, they could be highly motivated, and they could just be in the States just for the experience and not really, care about learning English. So you have to figure out which one it is and then plan your lessons accordingly. So if they seem like they really don't want to learn English in class, academic English, you want to give them a lot of fun activities. On the other hand, I had another university class that was very serious about learning. They blew me away. I taught them research skills. I taught them how to add references to their research papers, and they did a really great job, and they were very motivated. So again, it depends on which adults you're dealing with, and adult ESL, as I mentioned, those students might even be way older than you. So you just have to show them your professionalism and show that you're an expert, even though they're older than you. And they will have a lot of questions, so which is great because you could always help them with the questions that they have. So in that case, in an adult ESL class, you want to encourage them to write down their questions and ask questions periodically throughout the lesson. So you see, that would be different from an elementary school class. You can't really encourage elementary school students to ask questions all the time because they'll constantly be interrupting and going off topic, because a lot of them like to get act a little silly in front of the class, get the teacher's attention, get their classmates' attention. So you want to plan for both adults and children, obviously for different reasons, but plan question time, like when they can ask questions. But adults' questions will be much more focused on learning than, say an elementary school student who just wants to talk and have fun and chat in class. So again, the reason you want to consider all the different contexts of the different learners is to gauge their student motivation and plan your lessons accordingly. Some students really like strict teachers, and those are usually the motivated students. A lot of students don't like strict teachers. Those are the students who are not very motivated, so you have to make the class more fun for them. And then the learners have a responsibility for learning on their own. So autonomous learning means they're learning outside of the classroom. And like I mentioned earlier, this would be easier for ESL students to do as opposed to EFL students. You want to teach them independent learning skills. Now, that's not to say an EFL student won't learn from you teaching them these kinds of things, because a few of them will remember these strategies. All of them will remember the strategies for the rest of their lives, but a few of them will continue to use the strategies later on in life in both the ESL setting and an EFL setting. So the responsibility for learning is on the learner. So autonomous learning, independent learning, and are basically the same thing. The student will do extensive reading or extensive listening outside of class. You teach them academic strategies, how to use the Longman's Dictionary, how to use the COCA, the corpus for contemporary American English. And that gives them agency. So agency means they're not just only listening to the teacher's advice. They're not just following directions. They have their own agency to study outside of the classroom. So obviously this will be different for different learners depending on their motivation. Okay, so the different levels are beginners, false beginners, pre-intermediate, intermediate, upper to high intermediate, and advanced. So you really, once you gain experience, you'll get to know like what your students can do in the classroom. You can kind of guess. Let me start with beginners. So beginners, they don't know any English at all. They might not even understand what you're saying. So you're gonna have to use a lot of TPR, which is called total physical response. You can use a lot of pictures. Pictures are great because they're universal. And you plan your lessons around that. You want to be very patient. If students don't understand you, you have to be really aware of your facial expressions. Like, try not to exhibit that, you know, you're frustrated or you don't know why they won't understand you. You have to slow down your speech. Slow down your speech. You might even plan what you're going to say in your lesson plan, so that way you're not rambling. It's actually much better if you plan what you're going to say in your lesson plan for beginners. And maybe have a few rephrase questions, so that way the first time, if they don't understand you, you can have another question as a backup, like a yes or no question. So basically make it very simple, but try not to be condescending and try not to get frustrated. If the students see you're frustrated, they'll get discouraged. So you have to have a lot of patience. And as you can see, the lesson would be planned out much differently than it would be for, like, let's say, an intermediate class. False beginners are actually students who understand. They do understand a lot of English, but they just can't speak, and their level is very basic. So you could do a lot of modeling with them, like a lot of speaking drills. You could do very simple activities. You could even elicit responses. You could ask questions, very simple, basic questions, and they'll be able to answer. So that's why there's a difference between beginners. They don't know any English at all, and false beginners, because they've been exposed to English before, so they're not necessarily like real beginners, but they're still at a very basic level. Pre-intermediate is a little bit more fun because you can have like discussions with your students, and you can design some activities where they'll be able to participate a lot more easily than, let's say, a beginner would or a false beginner would. When I first moved to South Korea, I thought I was going to be teaching beginners, but I was really happy to realize once I got there that my students already knew a lot of English. So for me, I liked that because I could teach them more advanced English, and I could also have a lot of discussions with them. Intermediate students, they will know a lot of grammar skills. So you might want to give them a lot of activities. So the difference between pre-intermediate and intermediate, for example, might be in a pre-intermediate class, you're teaching the grammar explicitly. So you're just giving very basic examples of grammar points. In an intermediate class, you would more likely give them like grammar activities because they're already familiar with grammar. You could also, give them more difficult reading passages or more difficult listening passages. Upper high to intermediate, they will understand most of what you're saying. You can give them directions, you can give them activities to do. And advanced would be more like maybe a EAP, like English for academic purposes, academic strategies, TOEFL, teaching of English as a foreign language testing, IELTS, and that would be an advanced class. So those students would be, you know, almost fluent, or maybe they are fluent and they just want to practice their English because English is not their first language. So they might just be in the class to keep up with their English level. Okay, so the main point is these learning styles are going to inform your instruction. And the different types of learners will inform your instruction, meaning inform how you plan your lesson. So there are different learning styles. So now I'm referring to learning styles. There are concrete learners, or in other words, you might have heard of this before, a kinesthetic learner who learns from like doing and seeing and touching things. And this is the type of learner that I am. And I just wanted to point out one main point here is if you see a student in class who's not paying attention, let's say you're doing a reading lesson or some kind of activity or some kind of part of the lesson that's a little bit boring, and most of the students are doing it, but you have one student who just keeps moving around or doesn't pay attention, you have to kind of make the distinction between whether the student is misbehaving or whether they're participating in the lesson, but they're just moving around. So that means they're probably a kinesthetic learner. There might be some other issue, maybe, I don't know, in the United States we call it ADHD. I don't really want to comment on that. But the point is, you gotta really differentiate between whether the student is a concrete kinesthetic learner. They like to move around while they're learning. If they're participating, you might just want to overlook it. I mean, as long as they're not being disruptive and as long as the other students are not complaining about it. However, if they're just moving around and they're just, you know, misbehaving, that's just a different issue. So just be sure that if you have, so for example, let's say you have a class and most of them are kinesthetic learners, or most of them are kindergarten students, or most of them are elementary school students, you're obviously not going to force them to sit down and do reading passages for, you know, an hour, or you give them, you know, fun reading stories. That's why graded readers are so effective to teach young kids. And then you have abstract learners who learn from analysis, observation, and thinking. So these learners are not really going to talk to you a lot about what they're learning in class because they're thinking, and they're also going to think about what they learned at home. So if you have like a classroom of a lot of like quiet students, they might prefer a more strict teacher, not so much a fun teacher. Some students don't like fun teachers because they don't think the fun teachers are you know, serious enough or professional enough. So these are the things that you need to learn about your students, what kind of learners there are, what learning styles that they like. And then you might have a mix of like concrete learners and abstract learners. So then of course you would have like a variety of activities in your lesson plan. You could use stir and settle, which is not on the slide, but I've learned stir and settle, which means stir means you give the students an activity to do, and then settle means you give them like a reading passage so that they can settle down. So your curriculum and your instruction, you want to use a variety of learning activities so the students obviously don't get bored, and so that you're targeting all of the learning styles and all of the learners. So this sounds super complicated, but actually after the first few weeks and then over the years, you'll gain experience and you'll be able to tell right away what kind of personalities you have in your classroom, what type of learning styles are in your classroom. You could even design like a survey to have the students fill out. So you'd have to do your own research on the different types of learning styles and create a simple survey for the students to fill out if you want to. You can do it that way. And so that's one type of assessment. So assessment means you use a variety of assessment techniques to figure out your students' learning style, such as you could give them, comprehension quizzes. You could give them like a survey, as I mentioned, and figure out what learning styles your students have, so you know the students' needs, and you can plan your lesson plan. Okay, so now let's talk about different types of teachers. So there's good teachers and bad teachers. So what you want to do is take a minute to draw like a T-chart on your paper, write good teachers on the left, bad teachers on the right, and then list all of the things that you remember about your teachers, the good ones and the bad ones. And then obviously you want to follow, the traits of a good teacher. So the traits of a good teacher include, their personality. So, and sometimes some personalities don't match certain levels or certain contexts. So it's not necessarily that one teacher's good or one teacher's bad. You just have to match the personality with the level or the context. As I mentioned earlier, some students prefer a strict teacher, a more professional teacher who wears like a suit and tie every day. So it definitely depends on your personality. Now, I will say a bad teacher would be somebody who doesn't like children, then they shouldn't be teaching. Gets very angry very easily or gets frustrated easily, someone who doesn't have patience. These type of teachers, maybe they just thought they wanted to teach and they need a paycheck. That's what I mean as like, that's an example of a bad teacher. So good teachers have, a certain type of engaging personality. They have a lot of interests. They like to talk about their hobbies. Like for me, culture is my interest. So I like to talk about different cultures, and not just, about like food or, clothes, not like superficial things about culture, but I like talking about different cultures all over the world. So that's one of my interests. Good teachers talk about their hobbies with their students, or ask students what hobbies they have, and then what they can find in common. Good teachers are good with children, and if you're not good with children, that's okay. I had one teacher that I had in one of my training courses that she knew from the start that she didn't want to teach children. She wanted to help adults. She wanted to teach adults in the US, adult ESL classes. And some teachers actually want to help people who are in need. So I had one colleague who wanted to learn how to teach English to help refugees from other countries in America. And good teachers need to decide if they are introverted or extroverted. They have to be self-aware and understand their own personality so that they can mesh with their students. Good teachers know how to balance being strict and being fun. You can't be too strict, and you can't be too fun. You can't be too strict because the students will hate you and you'll get a really bad reputation for being strict. And you can't be too fun because then the students will just walk all over you and they won't learn anything. So it's good to give rules at the beginning of the semester so you can place them on the wall so that you don't come off as a very strict teacher. The students can just see the rules on the wall, and they know that you're supported by the school as well, the institution that you work for. Okay, so good teachers will research the culture. So the student's view of the teacher depends on the culture. So this is really important, especially if you're going overseas, or maybe you're a teacher and you're teaching English in your own country. So in that case, you already understand how the students view teachers. But if you're going to a different country, you have to research the culture so that you don't offend students with your behavior. That's super important. That's what a good teacher does. And then a good teacher builds rapport and trusts students with students. So again, a good teacher builds rapport and trust with the students. So that means don't just blow students off when they're trying to tell you something. try to like create office hours, or like talk to them before class or after class, listen to what they're saying, respect them, and be fair. Also try not to embarrass them in front of other students. Maybe it would be best, well, it would be best if you talk to them one-on-one if you can, if at all possible. Teacher roles in the classroom. There are different teacher roles. So,
Sorry.
all right, so there are different teacher roles in the classroom. And so there's a traditional in front of the classroom role where the teacher's in front of the classroom using the whiteboard. So make sure you use the whiteboard a lot when you're teaching ESL. The students need to see what you're writing, and make sure you use good handwriting. Believe it or not, a lot of students get frustrated, and understandably so, if the teacher is talking too fast or they can't understand the handwriting. A lot of times students will say, teacher, I can't understand the handwriting. So I know handwriting seems really silly, but make sure your handwriting is clear. Try not to fill up the board with too much information, just the basic points that you're trying to get the students to learn. Now, for me, I love this role with young kids because I'm like the actress and I have all the attention and they're talking to me and it's fun. With adults or academic ESL university students, not so much, because they're more like on your level. They kind of don't want to be talked down to. They just want your help. So that's why you want to give them a lot of communicative activities where they can talk together in groups with their peers. Because remember, the context is different. Younger students really enjoy attention from the classroom, from the teacher, especially in front of everyone in the classroom. So in the case of the university class, a lot of times I'll give them an activity to do, or I'll give them like an assignment or some reading assignment or listening assignment, and then I'll monitor, or I'll just stay in the back of the class so that they don't have to listen to me the whole time. They can interact with their peers or they can study quietly. Another role for the teacher is the disciplinarian. This is really important. Try to use the staff as much as possible, because you can talk to a student one time about their behavior, but if it doesn't change, don't just keep reprimanding them in front of the classroom if their behavior doesn't change. This is really important. You know why? Because you will turn into the bad guy in front of all of the students, and they will all turn against you because they're young. And think about when you were in class and you had a teacher who yelled at a student. Think about how they looked. Even if the teacher was justified in reprimanding a student, it doesn't matter. So be careful about being a disciplinarian. Like, if you need help, you can just ask the staff, and then if that doesn't work, ask the director. So that usually works. I worked in a school where we had 4 different directors, and I had one student whose behavior was totally out of control because I didn't have consistent support. So the point is, just be careful about being a disciplinarian in front of the students. If you really need to talk to them, you can talk to them one-on-one. That usually works. But if they're not responding to you, don't take it personal. It might just be, I don't know, maybe they don't like male teachers, or maybe they don't like female teachers, or maybe they don't like teachers with brown hair. It could be anything. But most of the time, if you talk to them one-on-one, they'll respond. If they don't, then you have to take necessary steps to ask your manager for assistance. And then also the teacher's role in the classroom is you're a guide, a role model, and a guide. You're a role model. So the students are looking to you as the adult. So if you get angry easily, they'll get angry easily. If you're frustrated, they're gonna get frustrated. If you're enjoying the classroom, they'll enjoy the classroom. If you're very polite and you have good manners, they're gonna learn that how to be polite and have good manners. You're a guide for them. And I've had students tell me their secrets because they felt comfortable telling me and they had no one else to talk to. So even just listening to them, I had one student who seemed suicidal, so I had to, talk to my manager and make sure he was safe at home. I've had students tell me secrets that they couldn't tell anyone else. So yeah, you're definitely a role model and a guide. There was one teacher in our school, one of the schools that I worked at. He was very, very hostile. He was hostile towards me as his supervisor. He was hostile towards his coworkers. He was hostile towards the staff. He was hostile in front of the students. And it was a really big problem. He got fired. He was deported for doing some suspicious activity during work hours. But the point is, he was very angry, and the students were affected by that. We had another teacher who flipped over a desk. Those are examples of bad teachers, okay? So don't do those things. And moving on, so teachers are very good at juggling, as you can see. That's why I put the image of a person juggling there. So teacher tasks include prep time, data entry, student progress reports, and essay grading. So if you go overseas and you're not getting paid for these, this is just extra stuff. Just be aware that, you're going to get paid a certain salary, but these are the things that you'll have to do. Sometimes essay grading takes a long time. You might even have to go to professional development workshops or seminars or meetings. So you want to, just try to get your teacher tasks done. Honestly, if you prepare, it's better for you, because then you won't have as many behavior issues in the classroom, and you'll be able to do your job better. Teacher skills that you have to know how to do effectively is managing the students and the classroom. You should prepare for a variety of activities, so make sure your activities are varied. So try not to do the same thing every day. It depends. Sometimes routine is good. So if the routine is working for you, that's okay. But if the students are not engaged, you might want to vary your activities more. Definitely use the whiteboard, as I mentioned. Make sure your handwriting is clear. Try not to overwhelm the students with too much information. You should try to start learning about technology, especially nowadays, because a lot of teachers are having to teach online right now. You need to learn how to use a projector, how to connect the computer to the internet, and how to use media, and make sure you check your videos and your media beforehand before you show the students. You have to have self-awareness. Be aware of the sound of your voice, how loud you are, your pace, how fast you're speaking. So if you've taught in a public school before, my general rule is to slow down ×3. So at the pace that you talk naturally, like for example, I'm talking pretty fast right now, you have to slow down ×3. Slow down without sounding condescending, as if the students are not smart, because they are. Proximity, be aware of how close you are to the students, especially study the culture if you're going to a foreign country, because some students do not like to be next to the teacher. Also, if you're standing over the students, it's very intimidating. So for me, for the young kids, I usually just get down to their desk and sit side by side. I've literally had students, not always, but I've had a few students do this. They don't really like me getting very close to them. So if you see that happening, then obviously don't get near that student again. I mean, you can't know. Every student is different. That's why a teacher is like a juggler. If you go get down close to a student and they respond to you, that's great. Keep doing that. Most of the time they will do that, especially if they're young. I've had students behave badly in class during the lesson, and I would yell at them, and then that never worked. they just acted out more. However, once I started realizing if I get down next to them and write one of the sentences for them, then they just keep going after you leave their desk, either because they were just bored or they wanted your attention or the activity seemed too hard for them. So that's proximity. Appropriateness, you know, you don't want to wear like low cut shirts that show your cleavage to young kids. Okay, I'm sorry, but I've seen teachers do that. You don't want to use the words like damn or hell or what the hell are you talking about. You know, be appropriate with your appearance and your language. This last bullet points here, sorry, they're covered by the video, but student talk versus teacher talk. So in a lot of ESL classes, you want to have 30% teacher talk and 70% student talk. So I'll just say it again because I know the video is kind of blocking that point. But again, you want to have 30% teacher talk, 70% student talk. 70% student talk, 30% teacher talk. If you're talking most of the time, the students are getting bored, they're not practicing English, you're not following the PPP model. So student talk, 70%, teacher talk, 30%. That's the goal for ESL. Teachers need to know how to lesson plan, which is, it's not very difficult, you know, I'll show you a few lesson plans. It's like a roadmap. It's a roadmap to what you're going to teach and what you're going to say. So it's part of your prep. Nonverbal cues, when students are misbehaving, don't yell at them. Just try to avoid yelling. Try to avoid all kinds of overreactions. You could do like a simple, like a snap. That works. You could do a tap on the desk. That works. You could do a like this. That works. A lot of times, and then just continue on with the lesson. A lot of times, even a stare. If a student is not paying attention, and I have, you know, it depends. If you have most of the students' attention in the classroom, then, you know, these will work. Non-verbal cues. I'll stop talking and just use my eyes. And then all the other students will look at that one student who's being disruptive and they'll stop. So use nonverbal cues if you can. Try not to react. Don't overreact, because once you break the trust, you can never get it back. And you know, some students will turn the whole class against you, or the whole class will just see you as the angry teacher. So these are ways that you can, these are teacher skills you can use to manage the classroom. All right, so classroom management includes like how you set up the classroom. So it's more, you know, referring to like where the desks are, where the chairs are, you know, what's on the posters on the wall. That is classroom management. Student management is obviously referring to directly interacting with the students. So first, you want to establish rules right at the beginning of the semester, and I think I've mentioned this a few times. You just put the rules on the wall. That way you don't have to, you know, raise your voice or yell at the students. Most of the times you can just point at the rules, and then you could also give them like red X's. That works too, because then you're also not yelling. So it's easier to manage the classroom if the rules are very clear. And then once the student breaks the rules, you point to the rule and then you give them an X on the board if they keep doing it. If you have a pretty good class and they just, most of the time they follow the rules, you don't have to use X's. And of course that works for younger students, not for older students. As I mentioned before, work with the staff and supervisor if a student's not responding to you, because you don't want to get increasingly frustrated in the classroom. So just hand them off to the staff and then the supervisor if the problem persists. Talk to students one-on-one. That works most of the time. It works really well. Make sure you give clear instructions, because if you don't give clear instructions at the beginning of the activity, that's when students get lose focus and they get distracted. Again, student talk should be ideally 70% and teacher talk 30%. So you're giving them activities and you're giving them assignments to do in class. You have to manage the use of the L1. Now, if you have a mixed class, like one class I had, I taught, there were Japanese students, there were Chinese students, there were Mexican students, there were Indonesian students. They all spoke in English. There were Korean students, there were Vietnamese students, Taiwanese students. They will use English. Now, the problem is when you have a class with students who all speak the same L1, you have to decide if you're going to interrupt them every time. So you need to differentiate between whether they're just kind of just talking together and not paying attention, or if they're trying to help each other to understand the lesson. However, most ESL classrooms have the rule of English only. And you want to be very careful about enforcing that rule. I don't know. Well, okay, it depends on the context. For example, in Korea, I taught EFL, and we had an English only rule, and it worked really well. The students weren't even allowed to speak their Korean during break time. However, that was enforced by all of the teachers and all of the staff. And then in another school, for the same company, but a different location, the students were allowed to speak Korean during class, during break time. The younger kids, they'll usually stick to English because younger kids pick up English better. Now, a worst case scenario, you have a university class full of students who only speak in their L1 and they don't listen to a word you say, and they just only speak their L1 the whole time, most of the class, because they're being rude and disrespectful. That's the worst case scenario. So you need to write in your journal, in your lesson plan, and figure out what's the situation, what's the context, and decide how you're going to manage the use of the L1 in the classroom. If they're just helping each other here and there, it's okay. But if they're just speaking more of the L1 than English, then that's a problem. You want to create lesson stages, lesson plans, the seating arrangements and environment. That's part of the classroom management, and believe it or not, it does affect the classroom. So you could use this to your advantage. For example, I had groups of students, elementary school students, that they just wanted to joke around during class, during group projects. So every day I would use the computer to develop a seating chart. So I put the seating chart on the door. So as soon as they came in, they had no choice but to sit where they were assigned. If they argued, it would just be like a mutiny. So they wouldn't do that. They can't argue with the seating chart. Most of the students will not argue with the seating chart, but you have to nip it in the bud at the beginning. If you notice that some students are like buddy and they're talking a lot, you cannot let them sit together. But you don't yell at them in the middle of class, hey, stop talking. You talk to them after class, at the beginning of class, or make a seating chart. It works really well. For adult classes, group pods work really well, and also the U-shape. So if you want to have a class discussion, if you're going to have mostly class discussions depending on the level of your students and their culture and the context, you could do a U-shape. If you want students to do a lot of activities together, like in an intermediate or high intermediate or advanced class, you put your desks in pods because they're more motivated to speak in English. So that's part of deciding your student groups and pairs. You definitely want to be careful with friends sitting together. If they're distracting the class, you have to separate them, even if they're in groups and pairs. But separating them in the middle of the activity is going to be too hard. So that's why seating charts work really well if you have issues with that. Pairs, maybe some students don't want to work together, so you can't put them in pairs next time. So those are the things you want to journal and write down in your lesson plan. Okay, so course book options, most of the time the school will provide you with a textbook. Course book, they're called course books in university or textbooks in just a private school. You won't have options, but there'll be two scenarios. The school will want you to have the students fill in everything in the textbook because the parents are looking at the book. So in that case, you won't have time for extra activities. Now, so just try to fill in the book as much as possible. If you don't finish the book lesson for that day, have them do the rest for homework. And if you have extra time, you can do your own supplementary activities. If you're more of a creative teacher, you want to kind of ask these questions in an interview, because if you don't like, going with textbooks, then you probably shouldn't work at a school that wants you to only use the textbook. So you could ask the school about adding to the textbooks, adapting the textbooks, or just replacing the textbook altogether. So you want to weigh the pros and cons of using a textbook. And also, the one thing I'll point out, one con of textbooks is, well, let me start with the pro. One pro of textbooks is that they're organized by topic and theme, which is great because you can always add like videos or your own activities based on the grammar point or the topic. One con of textbooks is that they're jam-packed with text and too many words and too many directions, sorry. So that's going to be really problematic, especially for like beginners or false beginners or even intermediate students. They don't want to see a lot of text in English. So think about it. If you're looking at the textbook and you're the native English speaker and the whole book is full of directions that even you can't understand, use a different textbook or write the directions very clearly and simply on the whiteboard or in a PowerPoint presentation if you have access to technology. Sometimes if the school management trusts you, they'll even ask you to advise them on what books to use. Okay, so lesson planning is useful in these ways. It guides your action, so it's like a map. It'll guide you to what you're going to do next, so your classroom management will be much smoother than, let's say, if you don't have a lesson plan. A lot of teachers get really intimidated by lesson plans. Don't get intimidated by a lesson plan. It's basically just a map. So if you looked at a map before to get somewhere to where you're going, just think of the lesson plan as a map. And a lot of times teachers will share lesson plans, especially if you're collaborating together or if you're subbing for another teacher. Lesson shapes, it just shapes the classroom and what's going to happen in the classroom. It helps you to plan your questions. If you have, let's say you have a beginner class and you want to plan your questions, you could literally just plan like 3 questions for an entire 40-minute lesson for practice after you present the language. And that's okay because they're beginners and they need practice. They need to repeat the language again and again and again in varied forms of activities. So you also put the activities you're going to use in your lesson plan. You don't need a lot of activities, maybe even just 1 or 2, because remember, you're going to present first and then give them time to practice and then production, PPP. You plan your lesson format, like I said, PPP, presentation, practice, production, or if you want to switch it around, you could do production, practice, presentation. You could even use the lesson plans to plan a sequence of lessons. So that goes with like textbook units, like Unit 1, Unit 2, Unit 3, Unit 4, Unit 5. They all have like similar themes. And so you'll have like a sequence of lesson plans, and you can keep it for the future. So once you get to university level, or maybe you'll get to a school where they'll ask you to compose a syllabus, meaning week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, week 5, and then you base your lesson plans on each week. And then you could also plan what you're going to do after the lesson. So let's say you have extra time, which is very rare. You can put extra activities at the end of your lesson. you can add them at the end. So this is really good for time management, and I'll mention that again a little bit later. You could also, lesson plans also help you to connect the lesson that you did the day before to the next lesson. And it's actually a type of journaling, so you could have a separate journal, especially if you have behavior issues. Make sure you have a journal that shows the behavior issues of the students, so parents don't get upset with you, or you have proof of whatever behavior has been going on in the classroom. Lesson planning helps you to stay on track for your goals of what you want the students to learn. Again, it helps with time management, so you could even add like time periods into your lesson plan, which I'll show you next. You could even predict some problems, like if you like, let's say within the first few classes you're with the students, you can see there's some issues coming up, so you can predict these issues and add them into your lesson plan. Lesson planning also helps you to write student progress reports, because if you have certain goals on your lesson plans, and you could think of, okay, each student, are they achieving their goals? And the idea is that, hopefully most of them are achieving the goals. And if they're not, you can write that in their student progress report why they're not achieving the goals that are in your lesson plan. Okay, so here's an example. So I'll show you a few different examples of lesson plans. So here's a very simple example of a lesson plan that does not have time management included, but as you can see, you can write the class there, you can write the date. Personally, I don't like using dates. I prefer weeks, because dates make me too confused. So I usually do week 1, week 2, week 3. The time, you could just write, you don't have to write the time of the class. You can write the time frame, like how long the class will last. So I just wrote some examples of lessons objectives here. So lesson objective, the students will be able to use the present tense in speaking. So you have your activities planned out for that, right? You have the materials that you want to use, your textbook, whiteboard, movie clips, or supplementary activity. You have your warm-up planned, right? So you have a speaking drill as a warm-up. Then your main meat and potatoes, or the bulk of your lesson, you'll teach the grammar point utilized in the reading passages that they're going to do, or the listening passage, or the conversation. Then you have a communicative activity where students can compose their role play using the grammar point. Then you have an evaluation of how the class went. If you have behavior issues, if your lesson was effective, if it was effective, great. If it was ineffective, if you had some issues, you write that down, and you can connect this lesson to the next lesson. And then you add the homework. Make sure you add the homework for young kids, because the number one reason why they don't do homework is, I forgot. Okay, so this next lesson plan includes the time frames, as you can see on the left. You have your lesson objectives, your warm-up, your presentation, practice, production, wrap-up. And by the way, you will always go over time. 99% of the time you will go over. It's very rare that you have extra time at the end of a lesson plan. So here we have the lesson objective is students will be able to use the present tense in speaking. Your warm-up is a speaking drill. The warm-up shouldn't ever be more than 20 minutes. Your presentation, you teach the grammar point. The practice, you have students notice the grammar point in a reading passage, a listening passage, or conversation. The production stage, you give the students clear directions and make sure students understand what to do. Students brainstorm ideas and present a poster, speech, or skit in pairs or groups. So if you're noticing that your group work is out of control, then it's probably because you're not giving clear directions before the students get into groups. So that's something you could add into your lesson plan. You wrap up, you come together as a class and address common errors or simply review. So as you can see, lesson plans are really good to remind you as the teacher of what you want to say and what you want to the main things you want to accomplish. Does it have to be perfect? No, but the main things you want to accomplish can be in your lesson plan. It's like a reminder. And this is a very advanced lesson plan. As you can see, I have the objectives very clearly written out in detail. But as you can see on the left, I have practice and presentation. I did have production in here somewhere, but I don't see it. And a wrap up, and then the time management on the side. So these are just some examples. I have the activities listed here as well. Here's another example of a more thought out and more detailed lesson plan. So you can make the lesson plan as detailed as you want. The first few lesson plans I showed, they were very simple, so those would be good for like beginners or false beginners or intermediate. This is more detailed of a lesson plan, so this could be for like activities or intermediate or advanced class, an advanced class. Okay, so the next point that I'm going to mention is testing. Okay, so now testing is really important because, as you can see, students get really stressed out over tests. There's no way to avoid that. So let's go over first the types of testing that you'll do. There's placement tests for ESL to decide where to place the students in beginner levels, intermediate, or high intermediate, and so on. There are weekly quizzes to help students to retain the vocabulary that they learned from class. There are quizzes in class for comprehension check to make sure that the students understand the reading and the main points. And there are also continuous assessment tests that you give every week to make sure that the students are keeping up with what you're teaching in class. Effective tests should only test students on what you taught. So that sounds pretty self-explanatory, but believe it or not, some teachers actually include things that are not taught in class on their tests. And a lot of times when that happens, it's usually like in a public school where they're making the same kind of test for like 30 or 40 students at the same time. So try not to reuse tests over and over. Check your tests for errors and things like that. So make sure your test is effectively reviewing what you taught in class. Sometimes as the teacher, your manager will ask you to make tests. You have to design your own tests. So hopefully you can get some examples from like a previous teacher, or if you want, maybe you don't need help designing it, but just make sure you design your tests around the main points of what you taught in the class. So again, set the students up for success. Don't test them on things they probably forgot. Test them on something that you taught them in class and they should know and they should have studied for. There's different test types. They're the 4 skills. So there'll be a speaking test, there'll be a listening test, there'll be a writing test, and there'll be a reading test. A lot of these tests are multiple choice. Some of them are fill in the blanks. Some of them require an essay, and some of the tests are just based on vocabulary. In my opinion, vocabulary tests should be, and vocabulary words should be pre-taught because vocabulary is more important in context. So I did work at a school where the students had to take a test on like 20 different vocabulary words every week, and some of them just crammed their brains, or they just studied 5 minutes ahead of time. So you kind of want to avoid those type of tests. However, you could ask students to use vocabulary in a sentence, and make sure you've given them many examples of how to use the vocabulary word. You can mark tests, you can give traditional points, or you could use a rubric. Just be careful again with the red pen, because you don't want to discourage students with too much red. If the students are cheating, if I catch them cheating, my general rule is 0. So make sure you let them know ahead of time. Students, if I catch you cheating, you get 0. Very simple. And a lot of them will still try to cheat. They'll put their phone in between their legs. They'll write something on their hands. Just be aware also of your demeanor, because when students are taking tests, they're already stressed out, so just try to help them as much as possible. This is just an example of a rubric. You could find any one of these rubrics on the internet. You could even make your own rubric. So for example, for essay writing, I usually include organization, grammar, content, and what else? Well, anyway, those are 3 that you could use: organization, grammar, content. So this is just an example of a rubric. There are tons of rubrics out there, and even your manager will provide you one. So as you gain more experience, you'll be able to recognize these types of rubrics that you can use to grade different things like essays. Okay, so now behavior problems usually stem from these things listed on the side. Students don't do homework. Students finish before other students, so they're acting out. Students want attention. Students want power over the teacher. A student wants revenge against the teacher. The student lacks confidence. They're not engaged, and they're disruptive. So first, you need to think about the reason the student is acting out. So for example, maybe the lesson is too hard. That's why they're not engaged. Maybe the topic is boring. That's why they're not engaged. Maybe the student has problems with his family at home. The student is disruptive. That's something you would discuss with your supervisor. Maybe the student wants power over you. So you have to talk to them after class and make sure you don't embarrass them in front of their peers, because it will just get worse. If students finish before other students, you have extra activities planned. Students don't do homework, you give them extra help in class. Okay. So anyway, I mentioned some solutions already, but these are some solutions to behavior issues. First of all, you want to minimize your reactions. Do not overreact in anger. Plan extra activities. So if you finish early, or if students are more advanced than other students, you give them something to do. A lot of times if you give students, some students are disruptive because they're kinesthetic learners, they're concrete learners, so they want to move around a lot. So you can give them special tasks to help you as the teacher. Just make sure you don't do it all the time so they don't look like your favorite. So you could ask them, Zenyu, can you help me hand out the tests? Zenyu, can you erase the board? And then pretty soon all the students want to erase the board, and then so they'll behave. You could use silence. You could use eye contact, and then correct when you correct their behavior and they do the correct behavior, you can say thank you, not in an angry way, obviously, but in a sincere way. You give them either or choices. Okay, you could either participate in the activity or lose your break time. Which one is it? Break time is the best way, because they really don't want to lose their break time. But those are just that's just an example of an either or choice you give the student. You make sure the students are aware of consequences. So if you have a lot of support from your management, then they'll know that if they don't behave in class, they have to go speak to the staff. If they still don't behave, the staff is going to contact their parents. And if they still don't behave, the parents will have to come in and meet with the director, and the students really don't want that. So there's certain consequences to their behavior. Make sure you exhibit the rules on the wall. Give them one-on-one help. Sometimes students want attention. So if you give them one-on-one help, either in class or after class, that will solve the problem. Sometimes you have to just ignore the students. I don't mean ignore them as like don't teach them anything. I mean don't react to their behavior, especially if all of the other students are good and they're working. Because the student who's being disruptive, they'll feel left out. So just continue teaching. Maybe they're just having a bad day. Don't be so overbearing. If a student is just sitting at their desk, but they're listening, but they look like, they're not really engaged, or maybe they had a bad day, just let it go. Sometimes you can just ignore things, just continue teaching. However, if the behavior is consistent and continues, you cannot ignore it. You have to find a solution. Worst case scenario, you'll have to ask the student to leave. I've done that many times, especially when I don't have a lot of support from my director. So I'll ask the student to stand outside and the staff will have to watch them. Always, always, always try to end on a positive note. If you end on a lecture or negative note, the students will leave your class fuming and they will be angry at you, and it's very hard to get them back. So end on a positive note. If there's some behavior issues, just try to stay on track as much as possible. Use like nonverbal cues or something to that effect. Talk to the students one-on-one about their behavior. That works most of the time. Redirect the students to constructive activities. So if you notice your students are acting out, just give them an activity to do. Again, ignore. A lot of encouragement and praise works a lot, especially with the younger kids. Have some stickers or some kind of prize, but just be careful not to give them a prize every time so that they're expecting it. With the older students, definitely be professional. As long as you're professional and organized, they will be engaged. And also make sure you write your lesson plan agenda on the board at the beginning of class. And as you stay on track, you cross out each part of the lesson that you completed, and the students stay on track that way. And that concludes our classroom management portion of TESOL, Teaching of English as a Second Language. Thank you. See you next time. I have some bonus and extras for you coming up. Bye. Hello and welcome to your bonus lesson as part of your TESOL course, Teaching of English as a Second Language. Here are some extras for you. Let's start. So the extras will include an introduction to English grammar, some online resources that you can use to teach English as a second language, an introduction to course books, otherwise known as textbooks, the resume, the cover letter, the interview, the contract, tips for preparing to go abroad, culture shock, cultural anthropology, social anthropology, and ideas for a YouTube channel. So these are the main grammar points that are taught in ESL textbooks. The tenses include present simple, present perfect, present continuous, present perfect continuous, past simple, past perfect, past continuous, past perfect continuous. So you may be familiar with these, or you may have forgotten them all. Or maybe you're a non-native ESL teacher and you're unfamiliar with these. So you can look out for a whole separate course that I will design on how to teach these grammar points. So please look out for that and show me some support, whether it be on social media, so that I know that you're interested in taking that course. You will also be teaching irregular verbs, such as the infinitive, simple past, and past participle. And students also struggle with prepositions, in, into, from, for, and there's a whole long list of prepositions that students really struggle with. For us native speakers, these seem like very simple things to learn, but because the words are so small, the students struggle on how to use them. So we have to be understanding. They also struggle with articles. They're not sure how to use and the, or they just forget how to use them altogether. And they do struggle with plural nouns as well, which is not included in this slide, but they often forget to add s's onto their verbs and their plural nouns. So these are some of my favorite online resources. First, Longman's Dictionary of Contemporary English is designed specifically for ESL students. The dictionaries that are designed for native English students, they're too difficult for the ESL students, so this is a simplified dictionary. I use it all the time, and I tell my students only to use this dictionary. It's great because the vocabulary words have many sample sentences, and they can also hear the pronunciation by clicking on the speaker icon. Second, COCA stands for Corpus of Contemporary American English. This is for the more advanced students, so I don't recommend you using this for beginners or even pre-intermediate or intermediate. You can try with the intermediate students, but they might get intimidated because the COCA is basically a collection of sentences based on vocabulary. So you can search up a vocabulary word and you can find like 10,000 sentences based on the genre, whether it be magazines, spoken English, news articles, or blogs. You'll be able to find vocabulary words used in many different sentences. And this is good to use for teaching how to write research papers or present PowerPoints for ESL students to do in English. Third, Rachel's English is a YouTube channel that has over 2 million subscribers, and it's good for teaching pronunciation because not many textbooks have pronunciation lessons in them, and when you try to teach students pronunciation yourself, it kind of just looks like you're making funny faces with your mouth. So I use this website a lot in class if I have access to a projector and technology in the classroom. Fourth, TED Talks are really helpful when you relate them to whatever the topic of the unit is. So for example, I remember specifically this video, the topic was wealth. And this video did a really great job of well, the speaker did a great job of presenting a thesis provided by several points. These videos are also really good for teaching presentation skills to show students how to use verbal cues to emphasize their points. Next is teachthis.com is great for grammar activities. They're free. And it is very user-friendly and it's easy to find the grammar point that you're looking for. And they have very detailed directions. You can print them out and you could even buy some if you want to support the website. But if you don't have access to, extra money, you can just print some for free. And they're really effective. They're really fun. So they work really well. Next, textbooks. You may download sample units if you want to get familiar with ESL textbooks. They're free as well. National Geographic, Pearson, and Interchange are the top textbooks that are used for ESL. Next next and last website that I'll mention here is Dave's ESL Cafe. This is an employment website for ESL teachers overseas. Many of these jobs are in Asia as well. Okay, so for your resume, you can search resume templates on Google. I'm just going to point out that an ESL resume has to have a photo, and your name and address and contact information should be spelled correctly. Believe it or not, I actually myself submitted resumes for jobs and realized that my address was spelled wrong. So make sure you check your spelling because it does affect whether the employers will call you or not. Another main difference with an ESL resume as opposed to an English resume to get a job in the States is you'll need to list your mother tongue. So obviously your mother tongue will be English. But honestly, the photo and the mother tongue, basically the employer is trying to determine what country you come from, what's your accent, and what your appearance is. Then after that, you'll have like a professional profile. You can list like 2 to 3 sentences based on what kind of job you want to get. So in the professional profile, you combine your experience and your career goals. And after the professional profile, you just list your professional experience. So if you're first starting out, you can list like a practicum or volunteer work or even working in a school as an admin. You can list your education at the beginning if you're a recent grad, or if you have a lot of professional experience and you're just switching to a new career by teaching English overseas, you can list your education at the end of the resume. Basically, the employers are just looking for a bachelor's degree and a TESOL certificate if you have one. A lot of them will hire you with a bachelor's degree only. You can list some related coursework and research if you feel like it's relevant to teaching overseas. If you do have a TESOL certificate, you may be able to negotiate a higher salary. That's what I did when I got to Korea. And after you list your certificates, you'll list your accomplishments, like any scholarships that you received or any awards that you've won or your students have won. And then finally, at the end, you list your skills. Anything from like doing a podcast or voiceovers or anything that you think is relative to teaching ESL that you believe will get you the job. The cover letter, in the first paragraph, you're writing the purpose of the letter, and you want to grab the attention of the reader by mentioning one surprising thing about your professional profile. In the second paragraph, you're going to explain all of the skills that you have to offer the employer. In the third paragraph, you're going to sincerely and authentically point out your knowledge of the company and why you're a good fit for the company. And in the fourth paragraph, you wrap it up by reiterating or rephrasing how you believe that you would be an asset to the company. When you have an interview, it will most likely be over the phone, where you'll discuss a contract, your salary, the flight arrangements, your accommodations, and the management style of the school. So not only is the interviewer interviewing you, but you should be interviewing the employer as well. And you want to ask about the level of fluency of the students, so you can get an idea of the context of whether the students will be starting from scratch, their level, if they're beginners, if they're pre-intermediate or intermediate, so that you can match up your preferences with the job. Read the contract very carefully. The salary, you don't have to negotiate the salary until they make you an offer. So I wouldn't really bring up salary until they offer you a salary. Then afterwards, if you want to ask after they make an offer if you can negotiate the salary, that's okay, especially if you have a TESOL certificate. It's pretty standard for any job. If they don't budge on the salary, it's up to you. If you still feel like you have a good relationship and you really want to take the job, then at least you'll be able to travel the world. But just feel it out. Like, you can get a feeling or a sense of whether the salary is negotiable or not, so try not to be too demanding. At the same time, you want to know your value and don't just accept the very first offer every time. If that means, interviewing with a lot of different employers, then that's fine. You just keep interviewing until you find the salary and the arrangements that work for you. Generally speaking, the contract is there to protect the school. So when you get overseas, there's a possibility that the school might not follow the contract 100%. Hopefully that doesn't happen to you, but it does happen. So just be aware of that. However, in my experience, I went to Korea and stayed with the same company for 8 years. So you just have to be careful. So use a mediator, a recruiter. There are many, many recruiters. Stay away from the ones that seem very pushy and pressure you to move things quickly. And once you post your resume on Dave's ESL Cafe, you'll probably get a lot of recruiters calling you. So that's why it's better to search reputable sources for jobs and do your research on the schools first before you even agree to
interview or sign a contract. So research the school on, on Google, find, just like any other product, you want to read reviews and have a backup plan. If worst case scenario, you get to the foreign country and the contract is not what they said it would be, then have a backup plan. Either, make a plan to travel around the world, to go to other countries, or to come back home, or to get another job. For example, in Korea, I know some teachers who quit their job after they got to Korea and just got another job quite easily. So just make sure you have a backup plan and trust your instincts. If you feel like the interviewer is not really answering your questions or avoiding your questions or evading your questions, then that is a red flag. If you feel like the interview process is going pretty well and they're honoring all your requests and you feel like they're being, pretty straightforward and accommodating towards you, then that's a good sign. This housing is a little bit, luxurious, but the housing in Asia is pretty nice. You'll get a decent sized studio. And some of the houses I've seen, some of the housing, I should say, or apartments that I've seen in China, they're actually really quite nice. So if you can find a school that provides pictures of housing, then that would be great too. But again, you have to do all of these things because anybody can just take a picture of an apartment and send it to you. So make sure you do your research, research the school before you sign the contract. So all 4 of these things, your resume, your cover letter, the interview, and the contract should be an authentic and organic fit. Meaning, if you feel uncomfortable or you feel like something's off or you sense some red flags, don't ignore it because you don't want to be overseas in a foreign country with a school that you can't trust. On the other hand, if everything flows smoothly, just like for myself, that's what happened. I had an interview over the phone and everything went pretty smoothly. The process didn't go too fast and it didn't go too slow. The interviewer respected me enough to contact me in a timely manner, and so did I. And so it was pretty easy and it flowed pretty well. And I ended up working at that company for 8 years. Okay. All right, so preparing to go abroad. First, if you have a car, you're gonna have to sell it. You can give it to a family member to hold on to it for you, or you can give someone a power of attorney to take care of your property while you're gone. That's the more complicated option. But if you're gonna have someone hold on to your car, just remember that you have to renew your registration, especially if somebody's gonna be driving it. So you can do that on the website. And the thing is, you'll have to have one of your family members open your mail so that they can stick the registration sticker on your car so that, none of your family members are driving your car without a registration or insurance. So, for example, I continued paying my insurance for the whole time I was in Korea because my family members were using my car while I was gone. You should take pictures, make copies of your passport photo and give them to your family members. So make sure you make a copy of your passport photo, give it to your family members, so that way if anything should happen to you while you're overseas, if anything unfortunate should happen, they have your passport information to show to your embassy of your home country. Make sure you bring cash and credit cards with you, about $3,000, because you're not going to get paid for a while. Most contracts pay monthly. So that's something that's kind of difficult to get used to. If you're lucky, you'll get a school that pays every 2 weeks or bi-weekly. But just make sure you bring enough cash and credit cards so that you can survive while you're there, and then you're always going to make that money back. It is an investment. You're going to have to spend money on getting a visa, processing some paperwork. The paperwork is very detailed. That's one thing I didn't include on this slide, but you will have to send a lot of paperwork back and forth to the embassy and to the employer via fax, email, scanning. It is a little bit of work, but it's definitely worth it once you get overseas to the country where you're going to be teaching. Definitely bring savings with you when you get to the foreign country that you're going to be teaching English in, and also save money for when you return home to the States. Don't spend all of your money. You can spend some of it to travel, but definitely save some money. When you get to the foreign country, you're going to have to set up banking and a cell phone. You might have a training session that might last about 2 weeks, and it's possible that your school will put you in a hotel first before they set you up in an apartment. So that's something that you want to ask the interviewer. When you return home, it's going to be quite difficult for you to survive based on reverse culture shock, getting employment, and getting back into the flow of things in the States. So my observation is that the longer you stay overseas, the harder it is to return home. So I just experienced this. I was in South Korea for 10 years. When you get home, you'll have to save some money, have some savings, because you need to stay with family. You won't be able to get an apartment right away, and you'll need to get a job. So just keep that in mind. Next, make sure you research the culture, because you don't want to offend your students or the locals. And lastly, it's always beneficial to learn the language, so that way you can interact with people and you'll enjoy life more overseas. Okay. You will experience culture shock. And these are the 4 stages of culture shock. Some people experience the stages in different ways. So, for example, the honeymoon stage is when you first arrive in the country and you're just so happy to be there and you just want to explore and you want to go everywhere and eat all the food. And so for me, my honeymoon stage lasted a really long time, because I had already been studying Korean before I went to Korea, and I already had Korean friends in New York City and also in Korea. And my sister was actually in Korea with me. So my honeymoon stage was pretty long. Then the next stage is the frustration stage or hostility stage, when everything annoys you. You can't understand the culture. You don't know why, the locals do certain things that don't make sense to you. It doesn't mean they're wrong. It just means that they're different and we're different. So you have to meet halfway. The third stage is the adjustment stage, where you're learning why the locals do certain things and why you do certain things. So you have to be self-aware, and that's how you adjust, and you start accepting some things that before were kind of frustrating you, and now you figured out why those things were happening and you're adjusting. And the last stage is the acceptance stage. You've accepted that you are happy where you are. Things are different, they're not perfect, but you've learned how to accept the culture and live in the culture and thrive in the culture. So that leads me to some other major areas of study that you might want to consider when you return back to the States, or if you want to enroll in a master's degree online, or even a bachelor's degree. I mean, if you're overseas working and teaching English in a remote area and you don't have a bachelor's degree, these are some degrees that you might want to consider. Cultural anthropology is the study of cultural variation among humans and people groups, which includes beliefs, values, and practices. This degree is pretty, I love it. This was my major. It's pretty interesting. You can write books, but they're hard to get published. Books are hard to get published, but you can write research papers, and you might be able to get a job with the government in international affairs. Social anthropology is this branch of anthropology concerned with the study of human societies and cultures and their development. Again, this is something that would be good for someone who wants to start a YouTube channel. For example, there's one called The Asian Boss. You can search it up on YouTube. That's a very interesting YouTube channel that they go out and interview people in the street in regard to some cultural issues. And finally, international business. I highly recommend you get an MBA in international business because you can learn about global business trends and strategies, and it's very broad. So you'll be able to get a job, a lucrative job, for example, in international trade or as an economist. And again, if you have a very extroverted personality and you're good with technology, you know how to make a YouTube channel, why not make a YouTube blog? This is one example of a YouTube blogger who's in Asia right now. He's living in China. His name is Don, and he's having the time of his life over there. So that's something you can do as well. Social media includes your YouTube channel, your LinkedIn professional profile, and your Instagram. So I just started my YouTube channel. It's called The Best ESL Teacher in the World. I'm sure I'm not, but it's just my marketing. And it's just starting up. So if you guys would support me on my social media, that would be great. I'm not really sure where the channel is going to go, but I'm just starting out right now. And on my LinkedIn page, if you add me on LinkedIn, just make sure you send me a message so that way I'll know where you got my information from, and I'll add you. So for example, you can just send me a message and say, hey, I took your course on Udemy and I'd like to add you to my professional profile. I have about 70 books on there that I've used in the classroom, taught, or read for my graduate studies program. And my Instagram is Professor Tonic, and I literally have like 50 Instagram followers. So if you could share my course and just give me a nice review if you learned something and if I helped you, that would be great if you could support me. And also, you want to start thinking about what kind of social media you want to use as well. Your YouTube channel, your LinkedIn professional profile, and your Instagram account. It should be a professional name, not like, Juicy Bean 789 or something, but try to make your Instagram name professional. And that's it. That's the end of this TESOL course. And I just want to thank you for sticking with me until the end. And I really, really enjoyed designing this course. And please support me in sharing this course with others. I would really appreciate it. And thank you so much. Class is dismissed. Hi, everybody. So that was a lot of information, right? I just wanted to upload a TESOL course instructor update. And if you notice, I am talking much slower than I did in my videos, and there's a reason for that. But I just want to say congratulations on completing your certification of my TESOL training course, and I'm so happy that you did complete it. So I'll make this video as short as possible. First, I wanted to explain a little bit about the design of the course. So, as you know, I taught in Korea for 10 years and I relocated back to the United States in 2017 to go to graduate school. And it's been many years and I'm still struggling with reverse culture shock. It was very, very hard for me to adjust. I graduated in 2019 with my master's and a TESOL certificate. I started teaching at university in 2018 and I'm still teaching university classes now. Unfortunately, I'm only teaching one class. So I had a wonderful life overseas, and then when I came back to the United States, my life got very hard. My life became difficult in many ways. Why am I telling you that? Because I wanted to explain the background behind creating this course. So in 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic hit. I had been looking for a full-time teaching position for a year. I was not able to get a full-time position. So I've been working part-time for 4 years now, since actually for maybe 6 years, about five years. So I've been teaching part-time at universities and private schools since 2017. At first it was because I was in graduate school, and now everything's so unpredictable due to COVID. So when COVID started, I was already frustrated because I couldn't get a full-time position. I was actually interviewing with like 5 different schools when COVID started. I was actually starting to make some progress, and then the pandemic started. So the reason I'm mentioning that is because I recorded this course that you just finished during the pandemic, actually when it first started. So I want to apologize to you if, the editing is not that great or the lighting is not that great. I would like to explain that to you. If you notice, the first couple of lessons, I was very energetic. That's because I recorded at my university where I had taught before, in a classroom. However, the university was closed due to COVID-19. So I begged my director to let me gain access to the school because some employees still had access and I still had an ID card. So my director gave me permission to record those lessons that you've just taken in a university classroom. So if you notice, the first 2, I think, lectures, or first couple of lectures, or 3, were recorded in a classroom. The next couple of lectures, actually, the school was completely unavailable, so I had to record at home, where I was living at the time. And where I was living, it was very noisy and not the best environment to record. So I think you could tell the difference between the first couple of lectures and maybe the 4th or the 5th lecture. I was more quiet, I was more reserved, the lighting wasn't so great. So I apologize for that, but it was a very rough process. For every hour of every lecture, there's 9 lectures. So for every lecture, I put in about 15 hours of work between designing it, uploading it, recording it. So the reason I'm telling you that is not so you can feel sorry for me, but just maybe, have some consideration when you're rating the course. And as a matter of fact, my course rating is actually quite good, so I'm really thankful for that. I was actually going to re-record the entire course and slow down. So if you notice I was speaking really fast, it's because I wanted to give a lot of information under very, very strenuous circumstances. I was literally driving around trying to find appropriate settings to record the lecture. So I apologize if I was like super hyperactive, but that was the situation. I would like to re-record the entire course. However, I have to work, so that would take many, many hours to do. But I would love to do it. So that's why I'm making this video, because I want to tell you more about my future plans. So, if I were to re-record the course, I would talk much slower. So in this course, you saw a lot of my personality come out. Ironically, I feel like if I re-recorded the course and tried to make it perfect, I would probably get lower rating. I don't know, I just have that feeling. Okay, moving on, because I don't want to take up too much more of your time. In 2020 to 2021, as I mentioned, the pandemic left me stuck at home doing nothing. So I started some business ventures. If you could check out my YouTube specifically, and follow me and subscribe and comment and all that stuff. Okay, so here's the thing. I record a lot of the lectures on TikTok first. Some of the idioms I record on TikTok first, but a lot of the lessons I just record on my laptop. So I don't really ask people to like, comment, and subscribe in my YouTube on my YouTube channels. On my one YouTube channel, it's called Best ESL Teacher. It's kind of hard to find because I only have 33 followers right now, but I provided the link in the Udemy course, so perhaps you can find it there. I would like to ask, if you are done with this course and you're not really interested in hearing about my business ventures, then that's okay. You can stop the video now. However, if you feel like you learned a lot and it really helped you, I would ask that you support me and just continue to watch. On YouTube, I'm trying to start a free English course or free English classes. Now, this doesn't cost you anything. The only thing you'd have to do is go there, like, comment, and subscribe. And more specifically, I would like to ask you to comment in the section using the language that I've taught in the video, simply because as of right now, the only people that are commenting on my videos are like family members and perverts. So they're like sexually harassing me on YouTube. So I'm asking you to please go there and use the language, make some example sentences in the comments, or just, leave me a comment saying, hey, I took your Udemy course. I just want to say hi, or something like that, so that I can get rid of the trolls, because I want it to be educational. Secondly, I started a company called Idiomatic. It's an apparel line and a book. So I do have the book here, and it's pretty thick. It has my name here. It's a fun way to learn idioms. It's not too expensive. It's like $20. I actually don't really know how to make money on KDP, Kindle Direct Publishing. So for every book sold, I only make $1. So it's not like I'm asking you to buy this book so I can make lots of money, even though that would be nice, but I don't really make as much money as you would think. But it's not only about money, it's about spreading joy through English around the world. So I actually want to create a global company. Sorry. And this is a visual dictionary of idioms. So I also included this in the links on Udemy. The apparel line is not really selling. The apparel is expensive and it takes a long time to receive. However, I will say that it's extremely nice quality. There are two websites that you could buy from. One is Teespring. That one is the more expensive one. So if you have discretionary income, you could get a really nice quality sweatshirt. I mean, I bought the sweatshirt for myself and I wear it all the time because it's really good quality, which was unexpected. Or you could go to Redbubble. Redbubble, they have a cheaper products, so I'll show you that now. It's because I order these samples and I wear them myself. So this one I got from Redbubble. This is like a backpack, and it has my company name on it. But there's like over 200 designs. They're basically idioms, right? So the same content that's in the book. And then I have the t-shirt. This one I'm not sure if it's still available because I was advised not to use my company name on a t-shirt, but so I removed that design, but I might put it up there again. This is another one, and this says beauty is skin deep, and I wear it all the time, so it's kind of dirty, but hopefully you can't notice that. But anyway, those are just some things that I'm up to. My future plans, just so you know, the YouTube channel, I'd like to get 1,000 subscribers because I can create, I don't like working for a boss. Have you ever felt that way? I really don't, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out, ever since I traveled overseas, I'm really bored. I'm stuck in the States. I can't really go anywhere. I'm just super bored. So I would like to work for myself. So the YouTube channel, if I'm able to get 1,000 subscribers and everyone shares, then, you know, we can share it with everyone all over the world. That's the goal for me. And it doesn't cost you anything. Idiomatic products cost money, so if you'd like to buy them, you can. But I'm not trying to pressure you to buy anything. If you could just support me by clicking, you know, subscribe on YouTube and then sharing it with your social contacts, more importantly, the ESL industry or ESL students or ESL teachers, that would really help a lot. And you can help your students to learn idioms or learn grammar. So I have many, I could design like dozens of grammar lessons for the rest of my life, but I need an income, right, to live. So it doesn't cost you anything to go to YouTube and like, comment, and subscribe, and also share with your social media contacts. That would be great. And, you know, if you, like I said, if you do have some income, if you want to buy some products, you can do that too. That would be great. The purpose of this video is not to pressure you to buy stuff, but to ask you to support me by sharing it. Okay, and my future plans, basically, I'm stuck in the States right now. In order to teach in the States, you do need to get a state teaching certificate, even to teach ESL. So I have 15 years of experience teaching. I have a master's degree. I have a TESOL certificate from a university, and I still cannot teach at public school. Now I need to get a state teaching certificate. I can teach at university, but university classes are mostly canceled right now, and even so, there's only usually 1 or 2 classes at a time. To get a full-time university teaching job, teaching ESL, is very, very difficult to do in the States. So this TESOL course is great if you want to go overseas. I want to move back overseas. Honestly, I miss my home. It's Korea, and also New York City, but I don't want to move back to New York City. But I can't go back to Korea because I don't have parents around to help me because I'm a little bit older. If you're young, you know, you could always go to overseas and come back and stay with your parents. Or maybe you're watching this and you're a non-native ESL teacher and you live in another country. But I really want to go back. I was supposed to go teach English in Shanghai, in China, but a COVID-19 pandemic ruined that plan. I was even thinking about becoming a flight attendant just because, like I said, I'm really bored and I miss traveling, but the problem is I don't like flying on planes. And finally, the course that you just took, I actually am writing the book version. But that book version is very difficult to write, so I'll probably finish it maybe by next summer. And that is I don't want to take up too much more of your time, so that's the TESOL course instructor update. Bye. Good luck to you. And thank you for listening. If you're still watching this, I really appreciate you just hanging in there and taking this very long course and watching this video. So thank you so much. I wish you the best. Bye.